Cal hovered inches above the forest floor, cloaked in an invisibility spell, silently trailing Captain America through the darkness. The Hydra base loomed ahead, dim lights, steel fences, patrols moving like clockwork. Kara was already in position, far above, a ghost among the clouds. Remarkable silence for someone who usually preferred explosions over stealth. I suppose it's time to stop hiding, Cal murmured to himself. With a breath, he dispelled the invisibility, his boots touching down softly beside the unaware captain, who was crouched behind the tree line, surveying the compound. If you're planning a covert entry, Cal said calmly, we should move together. Hijacking a vehicle might be our best bet. Steve jerked at the sudden voice, spinning on his heel, fists raised. Who the hell are you? He demanded, eyes narrowing. What's a kid doing in a war zone? I'm under orders to help you liberate your comrades. But we're running out of time. Cal glanced skyward. Kara's silhouette hovered amidst the clouds, her arms crossed in frustration. He winced. My friends are getting impatient. Before Steve could object, Cal snatched his wrist and pulled him into the rear of a passing armored transport. With a flick of his fingers, the two Hydra soldiers inside slumped lifelessly to the floor. Steve stared, wide-eyed. I thought I was the only enhanced operative in this theater. Are you with the army? SHIELD? Not quite. Cal peered ahead, watching as the truck rumbled toward the base checkpoint. I'm with the Order of Krypton. We're not from any government. You can think of us as interstellar watchmen. Krypton? What, like Superman? No capes involved. Cal offered a tight smile. Our master sent us to assist. We find people in need and intervene. Then this base qualifies, Steve muttered, gripping his shield as footsteps echoed near. I'm Steve Rogers. I'm Cal, he replied just as a Hydra soldier peeled back the tarp. Cal struck silently, snapping the man's neck and pulling him inside. He rifled through the uniform, retrieving a passcard. This will get us where we need to go if we stay quiet. Outside, the base buzzed with activity. Kara was a fuse waiting to blow, and once she entered the fray, everything would go sideways. They had to move fast. If you know the way, lead it, Steve said, gesturing toward a steel doorway just ahead. My priority is Bucky. Barnes is alive. I can see him and the others roughly 400 meters that way. Most guards are topside. We'll be in and out if we're lucky. You can see him? Steve asked, jogging to keep up as Cal sprinted down the corridor. You're definitely more super than I am. They burst into a hangar, startling 6 Hydra soldiers. Cal moved like lightning, silent, surgical. One after another, the guards dropped before Steve had a chance to raise his shield. I'm more of a scholar, honestly, Cal said with a shrug, waving Steve toward a narrow service tunnel. This way. Time's short. Glancing again toward the ceiling, Cal saw Kara hovering, tense. Her patience was almost gone. Hold on, he said, grabbing Steve's jacket. The world blurred. A rush of air, and they arrived at a cavernous warehouse reeking of rust and unwashed bodies. Iron cages lined the room, filled with allied prisoners. Free them, Cal instructed, setting Steve down gently. I'll cover the exits. Move quickly. With a nod, Steve charged forward, shield flashing as he cleaved through the locks. Kara's irritation pulsed in the air like static. If they didn't finish soon, she'd ignite the entire base. High above, Kara hovered a crimson sentinel cloaked in fury. They're close enough, she muttered, eyes locking onto a fortified control room below, where a red-faced man conferred with a squat Hydra scientist. Her lips curled into a smirk. And there's the cube Danelle wants. She inhaled deeply, her breath disturbing the clouds themselves. This mission would be easy and boring. Unless, of course, she made it interesting. Descending like a missile, Kara exhaled a hurricane. Icy winds blanketed the base, freezing exposed soldiers in seconds. Metal groaned and shattered beneath her fists as she tore through layers of structure, landing amidst chaos. The red-faced commander Red Skull staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief. The scientist fled. Kara didn't even look at him. Hand over the cube, skinless, she grinned, cracking her knuckles. 5 seconds before things get unpleasant. Red Skull recovered quickly, stepping toward the power core that housed the Tesseract. Impressive. You're no mere soldier. Have you considered a higher calling? You and I superior beings could rule this planet. You're delusional, Kara deadbent, her eyes beginning to glow. I'm not human. And you're not special. You're a mistake. Far away, in the heart of a crystalline fortress, Daniel smiled as he slotted the Allspark into a radiant spire. Power surged through the ancient circuitry, illuminating the walls with electric blue light. Kara's enjoying herself a little too much, he murmured, withdrawing data crystals from his belt and placing them into their sockets. Let's hope she remembers the mission. His mind turned to progress reports. Shaw was under control. Eric, Stormy, and their mother were en route to safety. The space stone would soon be secure. Daniel exhaled. Soon, he'd relocate to orbit around a secluded star, focusing on research that transcended planets or politics. Time to refine the serums, he whispered, watching the spire hum with power. Both Compound V and Superman's legacy are nearly complete. Kara hovered a few feet off the scorched floor, Red Skull's neck clamped effortlessly in her grip. His limbs flailed, his boots scraping against the concrete, until, with a sigh, she launched him through a reinforced wall like he weighed nothing. Honestly, no challenge at all, she muttered, floating down to inspect the glowing object at the heart of the room. So this is the space cube Master Danielle wanted, her eyes narrowed at the shimmering blue tesseract. Looks like the Allspark's chaotic cousin. Beside the socket, a sleek containment case gleamed under flickering lights. The cube was priority 1. Skull wasn't even a footnote. She reached out, fingers inches from the relic. Kara, no. Cal's voice sliced through the moment. He sped to her side, gently swatting her hand away like she was a child reaching for a hot stove. You know we're not supposed to touch that directly. Rolling her eyes, Kara watched him pull a set of crystalline tongs from his belt and carefully lift the cube. Her gaze wandered, piercing through the base's steel walls. The freed prisoners had gathered in the vehicle bay, thawing out jeeps and dragging frozen Hydra corpses aside. Bear was on guard, still disappointed at the lack of a real fight. Kara exhaled slowly. Her breath attack had turned the bulk of Hydra into ice sculptures. Only scattered guards remained, those still breathing. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rasped from behind. Unhand the cube, child. Its power belongs to Hydra. Red Skull, bloodied and half-limping, stumbled through the breach in the wall. Flesh hung from his face in tatters, and madness burned in his eyes. I say again, you two are gods among men. Join us. You deserve to rule. Cal didn't flinch. He extended one finger and whispered, sleep. A glowing rune flashed between Skull's eyes. He dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Kara folded her arms and pouted. I had that. Yeah, well, now you've got to carry him, Cal quipped. She sighed and hoisted the unconscious villain over her shoulder. Do we really have to walk Captain America back to camp like some field trip? Before Cal could answer, a familiar hum vibrated through the air. Daniel descended through the open ceiling, his presence casting a calm across the room. With a flick of his biofield, he suspended the tesseract midair, wrapping it in protective energy before sealing it in its case. We're done here, Dan said as he took Skull from Kara's grip effortlessly. Cal, you'll escort Rogers and the prisoners back to Allied Command. Use this, he handed over a data chip and communicator. Give them to Howard Stark. He'll trade tech secrets for answers. Hal nodded. You want me to win their trust? Yes. We need them to see us as allies. And us. Kara piped up, adjusting her gloves. Can we go somewhere interesting after we drop this creep off? Daniel chuckled, slinging Red Skull over his shoulder. You'll see. Follow me. Interlude, beneath the blue. A gleam of morning sun danced on ocean waves as Kara followed Daniel across the Atlantic, her mood still restless. I thought we'd go off-world, she complained. You promised something exciting, like a planet with real fighters. This is exciting, Dan replied without looking back. We're visiting the most powerful human alive in this era. You might even get to fight him, if he's in a bad mood. Kara raised an eyebrow. Name? Namor, Dan said, descending toward the sea. King of Atlantis. Not the talkative type. He vanished beneath the surface, and Kara dove after him, catching glimpses of sunken structures and glowing cities beneath the deep. It was beautiful. Alien. Alive. As they neared the illuminated city, a figure emerged from the depths, a regal man with spiked pauldrons and a fierce scowl. His green suit clung to his skin like armor, and his piercing eyes locked onto them. Namor motioned sharply toward the surface, then turned and ascended without a word. Dan nodded. Follow him. Be polite. Meanwhile, at the edge of war. Goku, wait. Anissa surged through the upper atmosphere, chasing the young Saiyan. This is exactly what Thrag wants. It's a trap, Thrag finished from behind, his gravelly voice echoing across the sky. He appeared like a phantom, blood-soaked and victorious. In one hand, he dangled a barely conscious Alan. In the other, fetus mangled, ribs collapsed and breath fading. It's already too late, Thrag sneered. And now I've caught 2 traitors for the price of 1. Goku's aura flared in silent fury. The sight of his broken comrades unleashed something buried, a rarely used reservoir of power. Anissa, take them and run, he said, voice low and dangerous. Lady May will be here soon, I'll buy you time. Tai rushed through his veins like lightning. His aura turned white-hot, streaked with blue. Then, something deeper awoke his biofield, stirring beneath the surface. Emerald flames laced with starlight erupted around him as his symbiote merged with the energy. I told you, Goku snarled, you're going to pay. Thrag ignored him. His gaze settled on Anissa. You left our empire for this child. He's beneath you. A flick of his wrist. Alan crashed to the ground, spine broken. Fetus followed, his ribs caving in with a sickening crunch. Alan. Goku's scream tore across the sky. He launched at Thrag like a meteor, fists blazing. But the Viltrumite Emperor danced away, always just out of reach. Anissa, go! Goku roared. Anissa hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. She blurred toward the fallen warriors, gathering them in her arms. She looked back one last time. Goku fought alone again. The boy with the heart of a hero, standing between a monster and everyone else. I'll come back, she whispered. With help. She turned to flee, then gasped. Thrag was already in front of her. His expression was unreadable. Not hate, not anger, just disappointment. You had such potential, he said. His hand plunged into her chest. He ripped her heart free. Anissa's body fell, her last breath stolen mid-scream. Anissa. Goku's cry echoed beyond the clouds, into the stars. His aura detonated, green and gold and white, flashing like a dying sun. I'll kill you. A burning light touched the sky. And then, silence.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Rage narrowed his world down, narrowed in his focus to his own body and the figure of his enemy. Anissa was a true companion, despite their short friendship. A loss he refused to accept. Flickers of memory, sparring matches, her tenacious drive to grow in power. The aura of flame around him surged, an eruption of yellow that pulled his black hair upwards. Lightning flickered around him as the sky darkened with clouds. Thrag turned from Anissa's bloody form, an eyebrow raised as he took in Goku's unrestrained energy. One. Scream all you like, child. Thrag flicked his wrist and sprayed flecks of Anissa's life's blood onto Goku's face. That power of yours is too weak, too slow. Maybe if you'd faced me with the traitors by your side. Gold light erupted, a vast ocean that dyed the clouds a burnished orange. A piece inside Goku snapped, broken free as Anissa's blood dripped onto his lips. Still fused with his biofield, the Kai under his skin surged along a different path, pushed by an instinct he couldn't control. The black in his hair faded, replaced by a luminous yellow. Electricity arced around him, coiled sparks of blue in a sea of gold. Every thought in his head was colored, tinted with a half-mad rage in his heart. Thrag had to pay a price that Goku would carve out with his fists. Your pressure has increased, I'll give you that, Thrag laughed, the hint of an ancient monster behind its mask. He cracked his neck, a comfortable twist before he raised his fists. I can finally feel a killing edge. It seems you valued that traitor more than the others. Just shut up. Goku's voice resonated within the atmosphere, an echoed overlap that shook the world. He vanished in a mad press of Kai, his fist planted into Thrag's face before the Viltrumite could react. And die. Thrag rocketed back, spun end over end until he smashed into the side of a mountain. Goku followed on his heels, another blow that flattened the landscape and turned the stone to atoms. Blood forced its way past the Viltrumite's lips, a fine mist that joined Anissa's on Goku's face. The Saiyan grabbed hold of Thrag's left wrist and pulled him into a kick. Thunder cracked, broken sound and fractured bones. A twist leveraged against the Viltrumite's resistance and Thrag's arm popped at the elbow. You insolent brat. Teeth clenched, Thrag ignored his wounds, left arm useless at his side. His speed redoubled, so fast the air exploded around him. Nuclear fire enveloped the sky, a wake of devastation that followed the Viltrumite's path. Goku roared in response, fist raised against fist as boundless power raced from his head to his toes. Thrag was no longer an unbeatable force in time for vengeance, too late for Anissa. Boundless energy, the rage of his loss, they were more than enough to finish this. It looks like I'm a bit late. May appeared in an unnoticed flash, just outside the atmosphere. Her eyes flicked over the ravaged world, past the embattled Super Saiyan and on to three familiar figures. Let's hope there's still time. A flicker of magic and she was beside the fallen. Her fingers blurred, a web of spells that enveloped Thetis and Alan in restorative cocoons. The easy work finished, she turned to the lifeless Anissa. This girl is always getting herself into trouble. May's eyes filled with countless runes, overlaid until her pupils were lost to the glow of her magic. A great formation took shape around her, large enough to follow the curve of the planet under her feet. She better not attack me again when she wakes up. Hand extended, May pulled her staff from the void and slammed it against the ground. An inverted ripple of light coiled around the fallen woman, but it was not enough. A frown pulled at May's lips as she raised her staff and struck the ground once more. A third, a fourth, ripple after ripple forged by the hammer of magic and driven into Anissa's body. Silver threads reached from the edges of her wounds, microscopic filaments that knit in the shape of muscle and bone. One. Now, come back. May's body vibrated, pushed close to her limits as she spun her staff over her head. A final sequence of runes carved into the sky as she leaned down to tap it against Anissa's chest. Grand Resurrection. 3. Who are you, trespassers? Namor looked down his nose at Dan, with barely a glance for Kara. The city of Atlantis is forbidden to outsiders, even those with the skills to find it. Get to it then. Dan ignored the Atlantean king and wrapped a thin layer of his biofield around Kara's body, enough that she would survive the lesson she was about to receive. You wanted a challenge, and this guy is an example of the beginnings of power in the universe. You dare. Namor's words were silenced by Kara's tightly wound fist, a blow that launched the Atlantean back into the ocean. Face lit by a massive grin, she charged after the sucker-punched mutant with fire in her eyes. Let's hope this is a lesson and not a reinforcement of behavior, Dan sighed as he trailed after the rambunctious teen. If she doesn't learn she's not always the biggest fish, she might run into serious trouble when I'm away. Dan planned on leaving Cal and Kara to tend the fortress when he was sunbathing. They could manage the order of Krypton's activities on Earth and build the network needed for his future plans. Once there were enough heroes in the world, he would create a Justice League to match his Superman. It looks like he's had about enough. Dan squinted as Kara pummeled Namor's head and chest, lightning blows that drove the Atlantean ever deeper into the water. The veins twitched on the muscled king's brow, his eyes still focused on Dan. Let's hope she's ready. Get your child under control. Water surged, an explosive wall that tumbled Kara end over end. Namor vanished, only to appear above the dazed teen. She needs to learn her place when in the presence of her betters. Kara's eyes widened under the pressure of death as Namor's fist closed with her skull. He was too fast for the young Kryptonian, a blur that carried enough force to shift the world. The fire in her eyes brightened, face set against the inevitable blow. When I meet someone better than her, I'll be sure to remind her. Dan's hand reached out, an immovable vice that locked the Atlantean's arm in place. Kara released the breath that had frozen in her lungs as Dan held Namor's fist less than an inch from her nose. I will say that I'm impressed, but also a bit annoyed, that you're so strong. Dan gave a final squeeze before he tossed the Atlantean over 100 meters through the ocean with a flick of his hand. Namor's attack had edged into planetary levels and he wasn't even trying. If the rest of this universe was scaled to the comics as well, he would need to reevaluate his plans. You people have chosen the wrong kingdom to attack. Namor rolled his wrist back and forth as his healing factor regenerated the powdered bones. I don't think I've ever encountered someone as strong as you, but that doesn't mean you can walk all over me in my own backyard. The water around below them shifted and heaved, unnatural waves that reached higher and higher. Namor's face darkened, a mirror image of the storm front that rolled in to cover the skies. Lightning coiled through the clouds, thunderless bands of electric serpents that cast a blue tinge over the world. I'll show you trespassers why I'm the crowned king of Atlantis. Your power is incredible, unimaginable. Thrag gripped his dislocated arm and forced the joint back into place. He flexed his fingers, eyes focused on the enraged Saiyan. But brute force can only go so far. The Viltruite rocketed skyward, headed for the vacuum of space. Thunder in his ears, Goku raced after Thrag's heels. No matter how hard he hit, his enemy continued to battle, face set in the same, emotionless expression. You can't run from me, Thrag. High surged through his body, an untamed rush that his little-used biofield couldn't contain. Dan had spoken to him about Super Saiyans, but he hadn't truly understood until this moment. The whole galaxy is at my fingertips. Twin flashes filled the skies, one at his previous location, the other in Thrag's path. The Phantom Drive wasn't meant to be used in combat, his trip unusually rough as his Kai interacted with the time-distorted space. Goku emerged from his jump, arms set behind his back. Face awash in the explosive glow of his aura, his lips opened in a deep-set roar. Ha! One. Blue-white fire lanced from his extended palms, a beam of light that pinned Thrag against the sun. The Viltrumite howled, arms raised to shield his face as the unforgiving tide washed him backwards through space. Skin blistered as his suit turned to ash, rage in his eyes as a silent bellow rippled through his body. Thrag gave a final, hateful glance into Goku's eyes before he rolled to the side and accelerated into the depths of space. "I told you, I can follow you, no matter how far you go." A rippled spread from Goku destabilized space that heralded a phantom jump. He would chase Thrag to whatever hole he fled to and burn it to ash alongside him. "You pay for what you did to Anissa." Sleep. A wash of soothing light touched his brow and the yellow gold of his transformation vanished, replaced by a deep, dreamless black. "These two are two peas in a pod." May shook her head as she scooped up the bespelled Goku with her biofield. The Saiyan joined the rest of the unconscious group, placed next to the revived Anissa. "Always getting into trouble." May narrowed her eyes, focused into the distant void. Thrag was still accelerating, speeds that even she would struggle to match. The energy within his body seemed to grow in proportion to his speed, but from the expression on his face his reaction time wasn't magnified to the same degree. A flick of her finger sent a string of runes through the gaps in space, an invisible imprint that burrowed into the Viltrumite's back. She would deal with this Thrag after she returned her charges to Sedala. Anissa was right about her king. He really is far stronger than the other Viltrumites we've encountered so far. May shook her head and opened a portal with the wave of her hand. The runic gateway showed the pristine fields of the Saiyan's new homeworld, dotted with the Genesis farms that contained the first batch of Saiyan/Kryptonian hybrids. It will be better for everyone if Thrag and his empire has a face-to-face with the strongest Krypton has to offer. The ocean swelled up, bent and wound until a great serpent took form. With Namor at its heart, the beast reared skyward, mouth open wide as it arced back towards the emptied plains of mud. A flick of his biofield sent Kara several miles away, a humanoid rocket that struggled to slow her pace. Dan's lips twitched upward in a smile as the water dragon bellowed a challenge of war. His body blurred, a single step that carried him to the construct's nose. Dan raised his arm, finger positioned behind his thumb. It flicked out, an impact that crumpled Namor's hydrokinetic serpent. Half the creature's body sheared away, a hurricane of vapor that rushed towards the skies. Namor stood exposed to the air, face twisted in shock. The Atlantean ground his teeth and reached out his arms, a gesture that summoned forth more water from over the horizon. "You could call forth all the waters of the earth, and it would still be the same." Dan shook his head and expanded his biofield through the air. Invisible hands took hold of everything within 100 miles of their location. "I swim in a bigger ocean, while you're stuck in the shallows." Namor winced as the water around him was ripped from his grasp, twisted into a massive orb behind Dan's back. 100 miles of ocean arced around him, filled with all manner of life. Within seconds, it was all held in a single sphere, a small moon of water that the Atlantean couldn't touch. "Who are you?" Namor floated backward, his body between Dan and the landlocked Atlantis on the seabed below. "A new mutant, born from the land dwellers." Hal's smile remained in place, bright and sunny despite his display of strength. The water behind him slowly returned to its rightful place, smooth and soundless as it returned to its ocean form. "You can call me Superman." "This place smells like seaweed and seals." Kara's nose crumpled upwards as Namor led them through the streets of Atlantis. The king's face darkened at his young guest's words, face taut as they strolled through a small street market. "But some of these knives are interesting." The corner of Namor's eye twitched as he reached out and took the twined pair of silver-blue daggers from the vendor. He cast out a handful of golden coins and threw the weapons to the young Kryptonian. Take them, now come. The Atlantean picked up the pace, headed for the center of the city. We can have our discussion more comfortably in the palace. Dan nabbed one of the weapons from Kara's hand and ignored her saddened face. A tap of his finger against the blade produced a powerful resonance. Eyebrow raised, he returned the dagger to Kara and floated next to Namor. Are these weapons made from vibranium? Dan had forgotten that Atlantis had access to the valuable metal. Krypton's own vessels used vibranium in their hulls, replicated by energy-to-matter conversion. If not, your metallurgy is even better than my own people. It is a composite alloy of vibranium and other metals. Pure vibranium is too valuable a material for this street fair. Namor shook his head as they left the boundaries of the market. We possess enough to serve the country, but the common folk can only receive so much. That's pretty stingy. Kara shook her head as her words almost caused the Atlantean to trip over his own feet. Krypton provides each of its citizens with the material possessions they desire. Only truly valuable items are restricted, and that's only because they can't be replicated yet. Truly valuable vibranium is one of the most coveted resources on Earth. Namor pinched the bridge of his nose, face reddened by repressed anger. No other nation possesses as much as this one, and it's impossible to replicate. But leave the man alone, Kara. Dan bonked her on the top of her head before she revealed Krypton's wealth of vibranium. Namor and his people were decent allies, especially for managing any dangers to the Earth. We're guests here, looking to trade technologies, not insult each other. Warm yellow plasma rolled over his shoulders, an enrichment of the body that still didn't compare to the energy he gained from a blue sun. Dan sighed as he let the solar currents take him, Stormy tucked under his arm. I'll need to find a secluded O-class star soon. Earth's sun isn't up to the task. He laughed as Stormy struggled from his grasp while Dan rose from the warm embrace of his nap. The cat dived below the sun's surface, curled into a small black orb of fur. But first, I need to commit the rest of the Ancient One's library to memory. His time within the stars of this universe wouldn't be wasted. He would practice until he had the confidence to create a connection to the Phantom Zone. A realm under his command, especially one as vast as the Zone, would be perfect as the center point to Krypton's empire. He drifted past the moon, where Bear stood in a watchful stance, engaged in a staring contest with a bemused black bolt. Dan flashed the Inhuman a wave, an act that had become a daily routine, before he left Bear to his business and entered the atmosphere. There are only a few books left, but they'll have to wait for now. His gaze pierced the clouds, focused on the movements of troops throughout Europe. There weren't many people alive that held his interest in this world, at least not yet, but there were a few. It looks like Cal, Kara, and the captain have pretty much routed the Germans' advances, though I'd bet that enough of Hydra survives to make some waves in the future. He had ripped free every last memory from the Red Skull's mind using a combination of magic and Venom's abilities, but it was inevitable that some members would survive. It would be good practice for Kara and Cal as they worked to complete the purge. The clouds skimmed his feet, eyes focused on the rustic countryside of a certain island nation. Dan scanned outward, towards the coast. A smile twisted at his lips as he reached a Japanese military base, just outside the edge of a large city's harbor. It looks like Logan is already locked up in the hole. Dan shook his head as he set course for the imprisoned mutant. Wolverine may not be the most powerful of mutants, but his healing factor would be important for the future. I'll go break him out before I join Cal and Kara on the front. The thrum of powerful engines called his attention as he closed on the city. A large bomber, escorted by a squadron of fighter craft, cruised towards his destination. Dan's smile morphed to a frown, eyes narrowed as he scanned the payload of the B-29 American bomber. It looks like they're still intent on following history. A burst of speed carried him to the center of the Japanese base, his presence ignored as sirens echoed over the encampment. Most of the soldiers fled their positions, terror branded onto their faces as they looked at the distant aircraft in hurried glances. I suppose now is as good a time as any to make my own public appearance as Superman. Dan tossed a small orb into the air, a hollow quarter that shifted back and focused onto his body. The suit on his skin shifted, lines smoothed as a cape unfolded down his back. Down below, a Japanese officer set free the captured prisoners of war, before he turned to face the fortified well that had been converted to Logan's prison. The man hesitated, before he rushed forward and severed a set of locked chains with his katana. He flipped open the metal-capped well and waved to the prisoner within, then stumbled towards his fellow officers. They had lined up, wakizashi in hand as they knelt to take their own lives. "Don't bother," Dan muttered under his breath as his eyes flared red. The short swords melted in the soldiers' hands, hilts dropped to the ground as the heat scorched their palms. "Just sit tight, everything will be okay soon enough." His biofield extended into Logan's well and took hold of the startled mutant. Dan lifted him into the air, eyes focused on the path of the bombers. He carried Wolverine, on course for the Americans' target zone. "Listen, bub, that's a B-29 bomber." Logan's arms flailed as he tumbled through the air, bone claws extended as he uttered a string of curses. "You're headed the wrong way, if you plan on making it out of this city alive." Dan nodded to the mutant, not focused on his words, eyes set onto the planes that raced towards their position. "Just sit tight for a minute, I'll be right back." Polacam on his trail, Dan landed just under the bomber as it dropped its payload. Logan shouted another litany of curses as he turned his back and ran. The bomb spiraled down, headed for the ground at Dan's feet, but his confident smile remained untouched. Dubbed Little Boy by its creators, the nuclear bomb touched down. Brilliant white washed out the colors of the world, but no terrible force ravaged the city. Instead, the glow dimmed back. Dan compressed his biofield around the explosion, its wrath contained within a small but luminous star. It drifted into his hand, held to the side as he turned to address the holocam for the first time. "I am Superman, the protector of Earth and the leader of the Order of Krypton." Dan stared long and hard into the camera, face held in an honest smile. "Today, I will take action against the Axis forces, but know this: the Kryptonian order stands with all the innocents of the world. All nuclear strikes against civilian targets will be intercepted and prevented." The star on his palm dimmed as Dan closed his fist around its light. A final flare sputtered forth, before the nuclear flame was snuffed out. His grin widened, eyes bright as he floated back into the sky. "The order stands for justice, as do all who bear its sigil." Dan tapped the stylized S on his chest, face shifted to a more serious expression. "The Germans have waged an unjust war, and soon, its soldiers and leaders will pay the price." Dan deactivated the holocam and summoned it back into his grasp. This recording would be delivered to every major news organization and governmental body on Earth. The first record of what he'd already dubbed as the Age of the Supermen. His eyes flicked to the now distant Logan, who'd poked his head out from behind a wall. That should do it. A light touch of his biofield carried him to the astonished mutant's side, hand extended for the man to shake. "See, no problem, my alias is Superman, but you can call me Danelle." "He's still going. Looks like a course straight for their homeworld." May jumped once more, directly ahead of Thrag path. She had about a minute before the Grand Regent reached her location, more than enough time. Let's see how the strongest Viltruite likes a taste of his own medicine. Runic light spilled into the void, a net that extended its reach into the depths of space. May cast more and more arcane sigils, chain after chain that illuminated the solitary position between the stars. Staff in hand, May released a final wave of magical power, a rune that twinned her work into a single whole and hid it away from sight. She drifted back, clear of the range of her spells, and returned her focus to the oncoming Thrag. He really can't match his perceptions to his speed. May shook her head. Viltrumites were powerful, but without the ability to accelerate their minds equally with their bodies, they had a massive disadvantage to Kryptonians. I hope his durability is up to the task. Thrag closed with her position, a streak that left the surrounding light behind. One moment he was in clear space, the next he plowed face first into May's invisible array of runes. Iridescent light exploded, a silent and luminous storm. Raw cosmic energy slammed the Viltrumite to a dead stop, flattened against a runic wall. May smiled, eyes narrowed as she floated closer to the stunned regent. It was time to test the strength of this Thrag for herself. I would have been fine if you'd left me back in Japan. Logan's voice battled with the wind, ripped from his lips as Dan hauled him through the skies. Hell, I'd be okay if you just dropped me right now. No can do, Logan, Dan smiled as they closed with a military camp. Kara and Cal awaited his arrival, alongside Captain America. We've got an appointment and you've got a job offer to consider. Dan intended to have the more pragmatic Logan assist the young Kryptonians as they gathered mutants and other metahumans into the Order of Krypton. An adult presence, no matter how questionable, would benefit the Order as it moved forward. I already told you, you've got the wrong guy for the job. Logan continued his fruitless struggle against Dan's biofield, face set in a deep scowl. I'm a soldier, not a school teacher. These teens are more soldiers than they are children, and you're underestimating your own adaptability. Dan chuckled at Logan's futile efforts and brought them in for a landing on an American-controlled airfield. You're a leader, a moral man who's willing to dirty his hands for the cause. Moral, Logan snorted as his feet touched the tarmac. You really have the wrong guy. My hands are stained with more blood than you can imagine. Really? Dan held Logan's gaze, his face now an empty mask. He tapped into the sealed coldness of Omniman's memories, an apathetic bloodlust that electrified the air. I think you'll find that we have some things in common, but the blood that we have or will spill doesn't have to define us. Logan fell silent as Kara and Cal walked forward to greet them, Steve Rogers at their side. Dan smiled at the iconic hero, hand extended to grasp the soldier's offered handshake. It's nice to meet the mysterious Superman, the captain returned Dan's smile as he sized up his deep blue suit. Supergirl is always preaching about your greatness, and even Superboy has said enough to impress me. Is it true that you're going to end this war in a single night? The Germans have gone too far, Dan nodded as he released Steve's hand and turned to wave at the wasted landscape. It is within my power to prevent more lives from falling to their insanity. The people of the world deserve justice and need a return to peace. I couldn't agree more. Steve shook his head, face drawn in tired lines. We've been pushing hard the last week or so, but even these two powerhouses can only take so many miles a day. Dan smiled. Kara and Cal had just barely activated their biofields, while their bronze template DNA severely limited their growth speed. Either of them could probably destroy the planet with their Kai, but their speed outside of combat was far too low to sweep countries in a single night. That won't be a problem. Dan rolled his shoulders, eyes focused as he planned his mental route. This display of speed would be something he had never attempted before. Do me a favor and don't let that guy leave. Dan hooked a thumb in Logan's direction and rose into the air. A signal to Venom as countless holocams descended from space, a legion that captured every inch of the battlefield within their gaze. This was a universe where the power of faith could create actual gods, something that he intended to use to his advantage. If he gained enough worshippers and took command of the Phantom Zone, he may be able to gain a new form of power. Magic is my one shortcoming, but soon that won't be the case. Dan rolled his shoulders as a deep breath surged into his lungs. Abeloth was a kind of god, so he would fight fire with fire. It's time to put on a show for the masses. Dan flickered as the world slowed to a silent halt. He blitzed from point to point, each stop part of a loop that covered the fields of war. After images began to form, thousands of versions of himself created by his repetitive course. Ally and Axis forces alike stopped, eyes fixed on the countless figures that covered the heavens. One for every German soldier, a legion of supermen that blotted out the sun. Dan's afterimages smiled down upon the soldiers, jovial and unconcerned as they slowly advanced upon the enemy lines. Now for the hard part. Dan cleared his throat, prepared for the longest conversation of his life. He would need to spend the entire time in his accelerated state, careful and controlled as he repeated his words in slow motion. Soldiers of the German armed forces, set down your weapons and you will not be harmed. Dan tracked his afterimages, many eyes over the fearful troops, arms spread wide. The beginnings of his heat vision glowed a vibrant red behind his pupils, a menace that contrasted with his fixed, yet comfortable smile. You have 30 seconds to comply. The fire behind his eyes grew with every word, a crimson glow that dyed the battlefield with tones of blood. This war is at an end. No more innocent lives will be lost under the mad hand of Germany's leader. Make your choices, but know that peace begins today. Time ticked by, an endless wait that he used to comb through the magical knowledge within his brain. 30 seconds equated to hours if he continued to maintain his afterimages. Slowly but surely, more than half of the terrified soldiers set their weapons on the ground and kneeled. Time's up. Dan drifted forward, each afterimage on target for its paired soldier. A hail of gunfire reached out to greet him, burnt from the skies by the heat of his eyes. Those who have surrendered shall be taken as prisoners of war, the rest have chosen their fate. Dan's voice echoed over the chaos of war, amplified by his biofield to strike the eardrums of the German forces. The sonic assault brought a pause in the rain of steel and fire as howls of pain rose to replace them. The prisoners were cuffed with a symbiote clone and levitated into the air. Countless men carried toward the Allied base camp, accompanied by their personal afterimage. A new wave of fire rose from the deafened soldiers, pointless resistance as Dan's visual copies closed at their leisurely pace. Many began to run, but Dan maintained his distance from each, alongside his steady advance. Each afterimage entered within arm's reach of its target at the same time. Fists pulled back, the smiles slipped from their faces. Somber and silent, Dan punched out countless times. A cacophony of thunder that rolled over Europe and beyond. Red mist filled the skies, a haze drifted on the wind as it settled to the earth. His afterimages gave a final gaze to the deserted and bloody fields before they vanished. 2. At least I can cut the loop a bit shorter, but this is still going to take forever, Dan sighed as he continued to ferry the prisoners of war towards Captain America's position. Yet more time to burn the magic he already knew into the reflexes of his mind. His army of cells descended upon the airfield and deposited their human cargo in orderly lines. Their task complete, each one slipped towards a central point as Dan let time return to a more tolerable flow. You really weren't kidding, huh? Steve's face was slack as he took in the shackled Germans. I don't know if we have enough cells for all of them. Greetings, Thrag. May drifted forward, posture relaxed as the Viltruite peeled himself free of her runic blockade. My friends call me May, but you can address me as Empress. It seems you've recently assaulted several citizens and friends of the Kryptonian Empire. Thrag shook his head as she projected her words into his mind, eyes focused on the barrier that folded down around them. May's spell enclosed them both in an orb of light, 1,000-kilometer space that prevented his escape. I'm afraid that Krypton doesn't stand for that kind of behavior, so now you've got a choice to make. May's eyes glowed with the power of magic and fire, a spillage of energy that colored her biofield with countless prismatic rainbows. The vision of a tree took shape at her back, a mirror of the Yggdrasil that grew on New Krypton. You can either come along peacefully, or you can come along violently. It's up to you. 1. Thrag's eyes bulged, jaw clenched tight in rage as he raised his fists. His choice was expected. A man who held an intergalactic empire with less than 100 of his kind would not surrender without a fight. May's lips turned up in a smile. It had been a long time since she'd felt a sense of challenge, but Thrag's iron will had raised her blood. Even if the man had his limitations, his speed and durability were incredible. A flick of her fingers and the tree at her back expanded, its translucent form solidified into reality. Countless branches whipped out, silver-green tendrils that speared in Thrag's direction. Fist met wood as the Grand Regent counter-attacked. Silent waves of force that entangled the Adressel and carved him a path forward. May let her Kai spill forth, fused into her biofield alongside her magical power. The rainbow light of her aura distorted, each color separated by a thin band of sunlit yellow. Driven forward by a rush of combined energies, May pushed aside Thrag's fist and delivered one of her own. A ripple traveled across the Viltruite's body, delivered by her knuckles as they turned Thrag's breastbone to powder. Ribs cracked and split, twisted by the wave of enhanced kinetic force. The Grand Regent's face paled, his body launched backward until the barrier brought him to a sudden stop. Blood welled from his lips, a fountain that trickled into the vacuum and crystallized to crimson ice. Your species is truly remarkable, but you've grown arrogant in your power. May waved her Adressel forward, branches extended to take hold of the wounded regent. Thrag continued to fight, his movements slowed by more than half. Viltruites and Kryptonians are alike in many ways, so alike that it should be natural for us to become allies. Our leadership has turned the empire of Viltrum into something we cannot abide, a leadership that ends today. May darted forward between the countless branches, until she was face to face with Thrag once more. A casual duck carried her under his outstretched limbs, fists blurred. She lashed out with a vicious combo, elbows and knees driven into the Viltruite's flesh. Bones cracked, splinted arms and shattered legs. May finished with a kick that severed Thrag's leg at the thigh, before she sent out a symbiote clone to wrap up the pain-dazed Viltruite. I imagine that the Coalition will want you, but I'd like to give you a better option than eternity in a comatose state. May gripped Thrag by the neck and prepared a phantom jump. Thrag's word held great influence over the remaining Viltruites, something that Krypton could use to its advantage. Now come on, you'll need a few days in the healing tanks before we can have a proper chat. So, how did you do it? Were they actual clones? Physical holograms? A moustached, bright-eyed man pushed around Captain America's back, hand extended toward Dan with a smile. The name is Howard Stark, a friend of the super twins over there. Neither one. Dan accepted the handshake and returned a small smile of his own. Cal had already reported Howard's easy conversion to the cause. The lure of Krypton's tech was too powerful for the genius to ignore. I just moved from place to place very, very fast. After images, that's incredible. Howard's eyes went beyond bright, a fire of interest that almost made Dan laugh. How did you stop the atmosphere from destabilizing? With the speeds needed to make so many visual copies, you should have created a hurricane that blanketed the Earth. Natural talent, Dan chuckled as he released Stark's hand. He had no plans to reveal the nature of Kryptonian biology to the world, and the others were under orders to keep silent as well. Now I need to get going, but if you're interested I can send you a recording of today's events. Dan glanced skyward, ear turned as an ultrasonic perk harried through the air. It seemed that Stormy had awoken and was on the way to finish his assigned task. It was time for him to do the same. One hand waved in Logan's direction. The grasp of his biofield extended to hoist the resigned fellow into the air. Kara, Cal, you two stay here and help with any clean-up and restoration efforts. Dan floated skyward, aimed for the coast. Bring Mr. Stark along when you finish. We'll have a lot to discuss about the future. Dan pulsed forward, a series of accelerations that left Logan's howls behind. They crossed the ocean in seconds, at the east coast of America before Wolverine could empty his lungs. The skyline of New York opened up before them, a cityscape that was quaint compared to the ecumenopolises of his home galaxy. "Keep it together, Logan," Dan shook the mutant as they drifted towards a county outside the city's limits. A vast manor dominated the view below, centered in an extensive plot of land. "We're about to meet your first potential student, and one of the most powerful budding telepaths on Earth." Tap, tap, tap. Buried under the fortress of his blankets, Eric wrapped his pillow around his head and groaned. Light peeked through the threadbare weave of the donated fabric, a sign that the sun was on the rise. Tap, 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 tap. I'm up, Eric sighed as he kicked free of his warm nest and squinted into the light. Early morning rays filtered in through the window of his room, on the third floor of an old apartment converted for the influx of refugees. "What time is it?" Eric blinked at his empty room, his expected mother nowhere in sight. He was supposed to start school in a few days, and today was the day to go shopping for supplies. From the build-up of the light, the sun had only just crested over the horizon. Tap, 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 tap. The glass on his window shuddered, vibrated as a small figure batted at the frame. Eric's narrowed eyes relaxed into a smile as she scampered forward and opened the way for his familiar guest. Meow. Stormy hopped into the room, tail raised with an exaggerated flick, and he pranced onto the unmade bed. He turned and presented his collar, where a sealed envelope was neatly tied. Meow meow. "Hey Stormy, is that letter for me?" Eric reached out as the cat nodded. The envelope fell away without effort, as did the wax seal with a stylized S. "What is this?" "Eric, it's time to wake up." His mother bustled into the room, a smile on her thinned features. "It's time to have breakfast, then it's off to what is that cat doing here?" His mother moved forward and stroked Stormy's head, a smile on her face. She glanced at the discarded envelope and its seal, then back to the cat. "It seems he's brought us a letter from our rescuer." She leaned in over his shoulder to read for herself, while Eric returned his focus to the paper. "This is you've been invited to a special private school, Krypton Academy, a school for gifted youngsters." "Are you sure we've got the right place?" Logan glanced around the posh landscape, his discomfort palatable as he straightened his ragged jacket. These rich types rarely support random visitors dropping in out of the sky. Dan rolled his eyes as they strolled up to the front door. The house of Xavier was imposing, but even now there were few safer places for mutants and metas. A little investigation since his arrival in this universe showed Charles was 12 years old and already orphaned. "This one is different, a mutant like yourself." Hand raised, Dan knocked on the double doors. A wave of psychic energy rippled against the wards in his mind, inexperienced but powerful. "Charles Xavier has a good heart, even if he's a bit heavy-handed when it comes to poking about in people's minds." Logan snorted, but the door swung wide before he could respond. A young boy, side by side with a woman in a white dress. She smiled, while Charles flicked his gaze between Dan and the disheveled soldier. "Hello." The woman tilted her head, smile somewhat forced as she took in Dan's costumed figure. "This is private property. I'd appreciate it if you both—" "Don't worry, Raven, Charles." Dan smiled as the woman jerked back at her name, surprise on her face as a blue wave traveled over her skin. A small, sapphire girl took the woman's place. She ducked behind the older boy, fear in her eyes. "I'm here to ask for your help and offer you a path to a better future." "You want to open a school?" Xavier tilted his head, eyes unfocused as he scanned Logan's mind. The main reason Dan brought the gruff fellow along was so Charles could access his memories. "You're the one that put an end to the war so many people fell to your hands. I heard their deaths from here. I offered them a choice, something they never gave to their victims." Dan shook his head, an apologetic half-smile on his face. Head turned to the side, a true smile appeared as he waved to the lawn behind him. In fact, you can meet one of those impacted by Germany's hands, another mutant like yourself. A flare of light cast gold flecks over the grass, herald to an ovoid portal. Stormy pranced through the magical gateway, runes in his eyes as he leapt onto Dan's shoulders. An excited Eric Lenchner staggered after the cat, hands filled with every possession he owned. Is this Krypton's school for gifted youngsters? Eric set his overstuffed pack onto the ground, face red as he panted from exertion. His eyes flicked from one person to another until they fell onto Dan. Superman, thank you so much for saving my mother and inviting me to your school. Charles lost focus, no doubt deep within Eric's memories of Dan and the others. Dan smiled at the young Magneto and laughed. Saving people is the right thing to do. Dan waved Eric forward and introduced him to the group. This is Logan, your history teacher, and these two are potential students and future teachers of Krypton Academy. I'm not sure about all that. Charles frowned a bit at the introduction and turned empathetic eyes to Eric. But he's right that we have something in common. I understand what it's like to lose family. Eric's face flickered, a mixture of pain and grief. His mother had been saved, but his father was gone. Nothing could bring him back, except perhaps the powers that stood level with the Infinity Stones. I owe everything to Superman and Stormy. Eric pushed down his sadness and turned a shaky smile towards Charles. They saved the family I had left, and now they're willing to help me understand my powers. Xavier shot Dan a mildly suspicious look, but waved Eric and the rest towards the inside of his massive home. Dan ushered Logan and Eric forward and followed behind into the iconic structure. I'm not sure about the name Krypton Academy, but I think a school for people like us is a wonderful idea. Charles led the group through the expansive halls and into a large kitchen. Help yourself to anything you'd like. Raven can show you where everything is. I'd like to have a private talk with Superman. Dan nodded to the serious 12-year-old and left Stormy to manage the others. Xavier marched through the house and up a flight of stairs before they entered an expansive study. Thick books covered the shelves and the walls, while photos of a much younger Charles and his parents graced the large oak desk at the room's center. The boy took a seat behind the desk and Dan followed his lead. The cushioned chair that sat opposite Xavier creaked under his weight, built for a different time and smaller people. If he had to guess, this was Charles' father's private office, left unchanged after his death. Who are you, and why can't I read your mind? Xavier placed a finger at his temple, lips turned in a frown as psychic power battered at Dan's mental shields. I've never met someone that I couldn't read at all, not since my powers awakened when I was 6. Your mind is enveloped by a fortress, interlayered labyrinths that carry on forever. It's a magical technique, one that Superboy or I would be more than willing to show you. Dan smiled as he ignored the psionic pressure. Every time he entered the Phantom Zone, he spent countless hours focused on the fortification of his mind. I've lost count of how many layers of warding I've got in place, but as a telepath you should understand their importance. Charles shook his head and the mental force vanished. A sigh escaped his lips, body slumped into his father's chair. For the first time since their encounter, Xavier had the appearance of a normal child, lost and tired, looking for the comfort of parents that were beyond his reach. I can hardly believe the memories of the others, the feats of strength and speed you showed against the Germans and the atomic bomb. Charles rubbed his temples, eyes shut against some personal pain. I can feel a change. Your actions have quieted the despair, the fear, but it's only a drop in the ocean. So many people are suffering. I can hear them too. No sound, breath, or word on earth is beyond my ears. Dan waved his hand and a small chain of golden runes wrapped a circle around them. It blocked out the mental voices of the world, quieted the sounds of the lost. You can help them, we can help them. Their pain can be our motivation, a reason to better the lives of all that we can. Xavier's face relaxed as the countless human minds fell silent for the first time in years. After the birth of his powers, his greatest burden was the empathic connection he had with everyone around him. He'd shared his mother's pain, known his stepfather's greed and rage. Now, all was silent. A peaceful return to the time before he was cursed with the private knowledge of others. Superman sat in the chair across his father's desk and smiled at his relief. Our abilities can be a burden, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man smiled. My own mind processes information much faster than most people, and my senses are strong enough to encompass entire worlds. Yet these burdens also let me challenge the injustice I see around me, a responsibility that comes with power. How do you bear it, hearing all the suffering and pain? Charles shook his head, moisture trapped behind his eyelids. His childhood ended the day his powers awoke, tears reserved only for his mother's death. It only gets worse every day, more and more voices added to the ocean. I don't bear it. Superman's smile widened as he leaned forward, palms placed flat on his father's desk. I change it. I never visited Corellia in my own time. Revan walked at Victor's side through the crowded streets of the system's central world. The people here are fiercely independent, unified in mind and spirit. Indeed. It seems that a separatist movement is gaining popularity. Victor's lips turned up in a near-invisible smile. But these people intend to stand alone, free of both the Republic and Krypton, a noble goal, but one that would require great minds to accomplish. Then, are we here to sway them towards Krypton? Revan paused as a ripple in the Force brushed across the back of her neck. There was a presence here, wrathful and dark. We are being watched, a powerful master of the dark side, but I cannot find their location. Victor nodded, his smile fixed in place as emerald runes glowed behind his eyes. He made a turn down a secluded alleyway, with Revan right behind. The eyes on her skin grew heavy, weighted and filled with an intense cold. I believe my decision to visit this place was correct. Victor's body rippled, casual clothing replaced by his runic armor. With Abeloth and Sidious on the loose, Corellia will be one of their primary goals. Shadow swelled up around them, ink-black bands of darkness that covered the narrow alley and silenced the noise of the city. Movement flickered behind the emptiness, voids that mimicked a mouth and eyes. You seem confident, Hound of Krypton. The voice rippled against her mind, a corruption so foul that she drew on the Force and reinforced her mental barriers. In our last encounter, your life was saved by the arrival of your master. Now he is gone from the galaxy, too far away to protect his precious toys. Our last meeting was certainly in your favor, but I was woefully misinformed about your power. Victor waved his hand and an emerald formation took shape around them, a wall that kept out the fallen Sith's chill. I'm not one to repeat my mistakes. Victor withdrew a small, metallic orb from his belt and tossed it into the air. Runic light flashed, countless lines of luminous scripture that burnt at the living shadows. Sidious's form flickered into sight, twisted and bent as it slammed against the purification seal. It seems that your kind truly is vulnerable to cleansing spells. Victor glanced at Revan, who remained unaffected by the golden light. Although this seems to be a projection, not the real you. You may destroy this fragment, but you will never convince this world to join Krypton's cause. Sidious shadow snorted as the light boiled layers from its frame. Abeloth will be free and you and your master will be devoured one. Perhaps. Victor snapped his fingers and a flash consumed Sidious' projection. A wave of his hand dispelled his defensive formation, smile still in place. But I have no interest in converting this place to Krypton's banner. Nearly finished. Dan scanned through the programming one more time, assisted by his laboratory's lesser AI. He'd considered bringing Ultron along, but both he and Jor-El were needed back home. This crystal core should create an underground base at Charles' mansion, one big enough to train an army of X-Men. A legion of robots bustled around him, busy in the construction of more of their fellows. Some were destined for the new base, but most were needed to manage his experiments while he was away. It was almost time for his first long-term sunbath in this universe, one of many to come. Between Cal, Kara, and the mutants, things should be well enough in hand now that the war is finished. Dan left the crystal to cook and floated from the matter converter. Across the lab, bound by an all-spark-empowered field, the tesseract glowed an ominous blue. Now, what to do with you? The space cube was a necessary part of his quest, but also a lure that could bring him more stones. It would be fine here for now, but in the future he may loan it to S.H.I.E.L.D. and see if Loki took the bait. Dan turned from the captured cube to the Allspark. Drones 1 through 12, come over here for a moment. His words summoned the first robots to be constructed by the lab. They hovered on anti-grav repulsors, smooth metallic cones with nanotech tendrils at their sides. Line up next to the Allspark. I'm going to give you a bit of an upgrade. A flutter of his biofield and one side of the spark was exposed. Dan placed a hand against its textured surface and let Venom channel the energy into his body. Connected to the mechanical cube in a circuit, he reached out and placed a hand on the first robot in line. Light filled the chamber, harsh enough that the other drones paused in their work. A changed figure emerged as the glow dimmed. Its form resembled Dan, but cast of the purest silver. The Reborn drone placed a fist against the sigil of L on its chest and bowed at the waist. "What are your commands, Creator?" Dan motioned for the silver Superman to wait and carried on down the line. Each changed robot took a Kryptonian form, some masculine, others feminine, but all with the same metallic flesh. "You shall be the 12 primes of Krypton, caretakers of the Order and the worlds under its influence." Dan motioned to the unchanged robots within the laboratory. "You are free to expand the robotic forces under your command, but all uses of the Allspark must be approved by either myself or another Kryptonian. 1. Given time, these evolved machines would be as capable as Ultron. Dan would nurture these robotic life forms, with the hope that they could better aid his research than their more simple counterparts. Now, all that's left to do is to drop off Charles' fortress crystal." Dan plucked the finished crystal from the matter converter and floated from his laboratory. "Then it's time to sit inside a blue sun and practice the magic of this universe." "Professor Logan, were you really alive during the First World War?" Nina Thurman, Acadamino, waved her hand in the air and disrupted Logan's story about the first night of the war. "You don't look old enough. Wouldn't that make you between 70 and 80 years old?" "You know the professor's mutation slows his aging." Armando Munoz, Darwin, flicked an eraser at Domino's head, a grin on his face. "He was around when humanity wiped out the last of his people. Can't you see the Neanderthalic slope to his brow?" 3. "Shut the hell up, you two." Logan rubbed the bridge of his nose and repressed a sigh. It had been over 15 years since he joined Krypton's School for the Gifted, and he questioned his choice every morning. "We have midterms in a few weeks, and I'm not interested in getting chewed out by Charles. The last class barely passed, and I expect you to do better." "It's not our fault." Elizabeth Braddock, Akasialok, pushed her bangs from her eyes and snorted. "Half the time, our lessons are anecdotes set in the backroom of a random tavern. I can tell you the best places to drink from the 1800s onward, but that's about it." "I enjoy the professor's stories." Peter Rasputin, Colossus, smiled as he picked up Darwin's eraser and returned it. "He even has some from Siberia. They remind me of home." "They are fun, but Psylocke is right." Philippa Sontag, Arclight, shook her head. "I don't think any of us are going to pass one." "Just open your book to page 211 and start reading." Logan sank into the chair behind his desk and scowled at his class. "One more word out of any of you and we're doing double training this afternoon. These Supermen of the Krypton Academy are becoming a problem." Nathaniel Amal Farag tapped his fingers against the table, a frown on his face. "Their mental barriers are too powerful for any of us to penetrate, and their strength is only on the rise." Calm your worried heart, Black King, Mr. Sinister frowned at the use of his abandoned name. Only the people in this room were confident enough to call him as such. I have done much research over the last decade on both Superboy and Supergirl. These self-appointed protectors of Earth have many weaknesses we can exploit. Perhaps, but the main one, Superman. He's been out of the public eye since his actions during the war. Emma Frost shook her head, face pinched with concern. None of the others have displayed anything close to his power. We can handle Charles and his school teachers, but if Superman returns... If he returns, I shall deal with him. Cassandra Nova's voice hummed through their minds, edged with wrath. Nothing will stop my vengeance against my brother, not even these Supermen. She glanced from face to face, with only Sinister willing to match her gaze. His red eyes flared, a wave of psychic power that tangled with her own. The White Queen took her diamond form, immune to the energy that tumbled through the air. Let's not fight amongst ourselves. Emma rose from her seat and strode between Sinister and Nova. Together, no mental shield will be enough. Combined with the abilities of our allies, not even Superman can stand in our way. True enough, Nova shrugged as she halted her mental pressure. I have been preparing for this moment for the last 10 years. No variable has been left unscrutinized. Still, caution is for the best. Farouk rubbed his temples and scowled at Nova's bald figure. Charles is powerful, and Superboy has a relationship with the sorcerers of Camertage. The boy is skilled in the mystic arts, but Camertage will not get involved in our affairs. Sinister smiled at the nervous Farouk and leaned back in his oaken chair. The Hellfire Club is an institution of Earth, and the Ancient One limits her involvement to outside perils. Then it is decided. Nova clapped her hands, smooth face marked with a Cheshire grin. Tomorrow, my brother Charles will fall and his students will serve our cause, or become fodder for our experiments. Come on, you fish-brained mongoloid. Kara twisted between columns of water, a hair's breadth from the ocean's grasp. Show me what you're really made of. Namor laughed as he slapped his hands together, a signal for the water to close up around her. Her fists lashed out, concussive blows that pushed the waves back. She released a frozen breath, hurricane winds that transformed Namor's constructs to super-chilled ice. The Atlantean king snorted and blitzed forward, in front of her eyes before she could blink. Lips twisted in a vicious grin, Kara dipped under his grasp and planted a fist into his gut. Air forced its way past Namor's lips as his momentum reversed. Kara pounced after the king, a feral light in her eyes. These battles were the only place she could go all out, a cathartic release of her pent-up urge to leave this planet and travel the greater universe. 15 years as Supergirl was enough. You're in a mood today. Namor wrapped himself in a layer of compressed water, crystalline armor that reflected the sun. Normally you're much less worked up. What's happened in the land of the surface dwellers that's gotten you so upset? Nothing's happened, that's the problem. Kara paused her assault and gave the Atlantean a dirty look. Her time was divided between teaching at Krypton's school and her assigned efforts as a hero of Earth. Yet no villains rose to greet them. Superman promised this world held countless powerhouses, but so far it's just you and the bald sorceress. Your school holds many talents, some that may overtake me in the future. Namor rolled his eyes at her complaints. Be grateful you've been given this time to grow. When we first met you weren't my match at all. True, but I'm still far behind Superman. Kara's mood deflated and she lowered her fists. Let's get lunch in your city. I'm not in the mood to fight today, and the seafood there is better than anywhere on the surface. Fine, but one of these days I'm going to hold up all our dinner bills as collateral. Namor chuckled as his armor evaporated into a fine rain. He waved towards the water and gave a mock bow. Ladies first. Master, we are finally detecting something, Venom whispered into his ear, a sibilant tone that pulled him from the depths of sleep. The symbiote hive of this universe is dormant, but we can now feel their thoughts. They dream of our maker. Dan shook his head, arms extended as he slipped from beneath the surface of his chosen star. It was far from any life worlds, secluded and quiet. Well, that's ominous. Can you pinpoint their locations? Most are on Clintor, but a few clusters exist within the greater galaxy, Venom hissed, its voice unusually quiet. It is best to leave them undisturbed. Our creator is dangerous, and evil beyond all things. True enough, Dan nodded idly as he flexed his hands into fists. Null was still a bit much for him, if the Eldritch God had power close to his comic counterpart. I wonder why my power isn't higher. A blue sun should boost my growth by close to 10 times. In his youth, he'd assumed it was because his body had yet to mature, but now he was over 30. 10 years in this star should have boosted him to the same levels as 100 years under Earth's sun. Combined with his past blue sun dips in other universes, he had around 300 years worth of yellow sun banked. What is the status of the resource projects? Dan stretched his body and initiated a phantom jump. A flash of light and he emerged in orbit around an oceanic world. Have the primes made any progress since I last woke up? The solar suit is finally ready, at least its prototype. Venom paused, consumed with the many efficient reports of the primes. There is also major progress on 3 of the super serums, but your oversight is needed before they move into production. Perfect. Dan scanned the surface of the planet below until he came across a temple beneath the waves. It was time to snatch up his second Infinity Stone, well before its appointed time. I'll take a look once we've finished here and also take a reading on my solar absorption rate. It seems a bit lower than it should be. A smooth dive took him into the ocean's depths, where the stone waited within its protective orb. The ancient walls fell apart, pried open by his biofield and tossed aside. The power stone floated to his hand, still wrapped in its container. We are receiving an emergency signal from Krypton Academy. Venom projected a tone into his ear, a broadcast that traveled through the phantom zone. They are under attack. Early morning sun peeked through the trees, a signal for a chorus of birdsong to erupt over the Academy lawn. Steve Rogers stretched down to his toes before he began his daily jog around the perimeter. Morning, Bear. Steve gave a nod to the half-conscious dog on the front porch, a smile on his lips as the furred layabout grunted. Come on, bud, it's a new day. Join me for my run and we'll see who can make the most laps in 30 minutes. Bear snorted and rolled to his other side, his back to Steve. Captain America just laughed and continued forward. The faithful dog was not a morning person, with most of his nights spent on guard outside the school. He was on his second lap, when a puff of red smoke appeared in the center of the lawn. 4 figures stepped forward, while a 5th vanished in another puff of red. Steve slowed to a halt, eyes narrowed as he took in the odd group. Can I help you folks? The captain wiped his brow and waved to the grounds. This is private property, but if you're here seeking asylum, then Charles shouldn't mind the intrusion. Over the past 10 years, he'd helped countless mutant and metahuman refugees. Many of them were rough around the edges, a natural thing after being on the run for much of their lives. The world at large was still relatively ignorant of mutants, but governments had long found an interest in them. Grrrrrrrrr. Bear appeared beside him, as if by magic. His hackles were raised, eyes locked on the intruders. He huffed at the air, normally sleepy face tensed as he continued to growl. I'm afraid Charles would be uninterested in helping the likes of me, a pale-skinned, bald woman snorted as she straightened her oversized business suit. The brown fabric hung off her frame, 2 sizes too large and cut for a man. Now why don't you and your dog go for a walk? We've got business with my hypocritical brother. A wave of fatigue washed over Steve's mind, a psychic attack that threatened to drop him to his knees. He staggered to the side, only to jerk awake as a bark crashed against his eardrums. Bear stepped between the captain and the newcomers, teeth bared as he released a second, explosive howl. Sonic waves rippled against the woman's clothes, her eyebrows twisted as she focused her attention on the dog. "I'll deal with the supermutt," a porcelain-skinned man with red eyes stepped up, while the others moved to the side. "Go bring vengeance to your brother, but don't forget the other reason we're here." "I think you guys have got the wrong house." Steve shook his head and squared his shoulders. His shield was inside, but against telepaths its value was limited. "This place is well defended. You're making a mistake." "Sleep, you outdated buffoon." A caramel-skinned man looked over his sunglasses and darkness covered his senses. Steve barely registered a thump, his head on the well-manicured grass. "This battle is beyond a scientifically enhanced propaganda project like you." Explosions, muted and dim, trembled in the background, punctuated by bears' enraged barks. The last noise to pierce his faded consciousness, before his mind fell to darkness, was the puff of the teleporter's return and a familiar voice. "Keep your hands off my master's dog, or I'll rip them off and feed them to you." "Who the hell are you guys?" Kara landed next to the unconscious Steve, while Bear danced around the chalk-skinned man in blue. The lawn was torn to shreds, flattened and broken by waves of psionic power. "You're lucky the captain is only asleep, or Bear would have torn out your throats by now." Red-black smoke manifested beside the invaders, a second group to reinforce the first. The bald woman turned her back, headed for the school, while the rest turned to Kara with a psychic maelstrom. The shields around her mind flexed, eyes narrowed as she blitzed towards the telepaths. "Not so fast, little lady." A massive fist reached from the red-black smoke behind the psychics, as large as her torso and trimmed with dull red armor. A domed helmet emerged as she greeted the oversized knuckles with her own, brow raised as she was hurled backwards through the air. "We've got business with my brother, so why don't you sit down before you get hurt?" Kara drove her feet into the damaged lawn, ankle-deep as she carved a trench through the dirt. Her eyes lit up as she took in the hulk of a man. Armored in red, with his face hidden behind a meter-wide helm, he radiated a physical might she'd never encountered before. "Sorry, big guy, but that school is the property of Krypton." Kara cracked her neck, one eye on the telepaths that stood at the giant's back. They still wormed away at her barriers, a pressure greater than any she'd experienced. "Why don't you sit down, before I plant your oversized behind on top of your fragile little friends back there?" "Be-wahahaha." The oversized mountain of a human slapped at his knees and turned to the others in his group. "You hear that, Ferauk? She wants to crush your pathetic bones." "Just shut up and kill her." Juggernaut. Ferauk removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his coat pocket, eyes set on Kara. "The boy will be here soon, and his magic will be more of a problem than this brute of a woman." "Yeah." Juggernaut waved a Trashkin hand toward the psychic as he stepped forward. Each step shook the earth, a thunder that raised Kara's blood. "Come on, little one, it's time for you to take your medicine." The Juggernaut Dan drifted above the clouds, a frown on his face. The unstoppable behemoth was trouble enough, but he came in service to 4 Omega-level mutants. Telepaths all, they each thrummed with enough psychic power to match Xavier. "I wonder how Kara will do." A quick glance inside showed the students unconscious on the ground, with Charles face to face with a woman who could have been his twin. They waged a battle of the mind, while the others stood watch outside. A puff of red-black smoke entered the manor, a red-skinned teleporter that reached out for a group of fallen students. Dan sighed and pulsed his biofield, a wave of force that slammed the devil-tailed mutant face first into the oak floor. "With Emma Frost and Azazel here, it looks like the Hellfire Club is still going to make an appearance." Dan gave the dazed Azazel a few more blows before the devilish fellow lost consciousness. "It seems that Mr. Sinister is involved as well. I'd love to pick his psychotic mind, but that will have to wait." Kara charged toward Juggernaut, a blue aura of Kai wrapped around her body. Thunder cracked as she leveled blow after blow against the bulky man, an expression of joy on her face as Kane Marco shrugged off her attacks without concern. Even if she can't handle herself, Bear should be up to keeping her safe. Dan settled in to watch the show, ready in case either Charles or Kara faltered. I'm curious to see how this Juggernaut measures up, ha 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 ha. Juggernaut bellowed out a nauseous laugh as he batted Kara through the air. The big man was slow, but whenever she tried to trade blows his power overwhelmed her. You're strong for such a little thing, the strongest I've ever fought. Kara ground her teeth, jaw tight as she shot the behemoth a scowl. Her body flickered behind the giant before he could react. Feet braced against the ground, she drove a knee into Juggernaut's back. The big man tumbled forward with a clap of thunder, face planted into the earth. A spin of her feet brought Kara away from Juggernaut and face to face with the one called Thrag. He and his companion telepaths continued their mental assault, a drill that wormed its way into her mental barriers. Stay out of my head. Kara's fist slammed against a psionic wall repelled less than an inch from the psychic's nose. The milk-white humanoid in blue armor snorted, hand extended to defend his ally. Looks like I was right to pick you. It seems you need your friends to defend you from physical attacks. Get over here, girl. The Juggernaut's massive palms closed over the space around her but caught only air. The earth trembled as his hands clapped together, a small quake that tumbled Thrag to the ground. Such a slippery little bird, I wonder how long can you keep it up? Kara ignored the question and delivered Juggernaut another blow from behind. She bounced between the comically massive tank and his weaker companions, attention divided as she kept the big man on his knees. The only woman in the group shifted her body to a translucent crystal and stepped forward, a more nimble combatant than Juggernaut's lumbering form. Feet braced, she met Kara's fist with her own. Chimes rang out, a resonance that pushed the Diamond Woman back against the telekinetic barrier of her allies. Kara flashed the woman a grin, one that vanished as an oversized hand took hold of her from behind. I've got you now, little bird, Juggernaut gloated as he compressed her with his fingers. No more speedy little pokes for you. A flash of orange-black fur flickered across her sight, followed by a thunderous gong of sundered metal. Kara tumbled free of Juggernaut's grasp, in control of her flight before she hit the ground. Goddamn mongrel! Juggernaut's voice was muffled, buried beneath his crumpled helm. His arms flailed, mighty haymakers that touched empty air. Get back here so I can give you a proper round of obedience training. A huff that sounded suspiciously like laughter echoed from above, where her savior hung upside down. Bear Dog paddled in circles above the blinded Juggernaut until the man ripped off his useless helmet and tossed it like a missile. Bear twitched his muzzle, a lightning-quick snap that caught the flattened helm and returned it toward the ground. The metal impacted on the psychic's telekinetic defense, an impact that created a temporary vacuum around the intruders. Air crashed back into place, a hurricane blow that tumbled Thrag across the lawn. Kara smiled as the psychic pressure dropped by a half. The two-white man was the only one that still attacked her mind, too weak to progress further against her defenses. Thanks, Bear. Kara grinned at her furred friend, laughter on her lips as he gave a series of joyous barks. How about you deal with the last of the little guys, while I figure out how to deal with big boy over here? The two of you should go help Charles, a familiar voice echoed from above, one she hadn't heard in years. Danelle floated free of the clouds, on course for the Juggernaut. He's in a bit of trouble, and Kane Marco is too much for either of you to handle. This isn't right. Charles stood in his office, sunlight on his skin as he peered through the open window. Children played on the green, gifted students that brought joy to his heart. What was I doing? Professor? A small voice called him back to the room and the child seated in front of his desk. Small and frail, she was truly pitiable, and yet is everything okay? Of course, little one. Charles returned to his seat behind the desk and struggled not to frown. This girl, his skin crawled at the sight of her, some instinct that logic couldn't dispel. Now, let's continue your intake interview, shall we? That's what he was doing. This child had just arrived, homeless and alone, with a powerful psychic gift. Charles suppressed his unexplained distaste and forced a smile onto his face. She needed his help, not his judgments. Okay, the girl returned him a half smile, face tense and afraid. She fidgeted in her seat, uncomfortable on the wooden relic. What was your question again? What can you tell me about your life? Charles probed at the girl's mind, but found only a black void. You were found on the street. Do you remember how you got there, or if you have any family we can reach out to? I grew up in the sewers, abandoned and alone, the girl sniffed, eyes glazed with a layer of tears. My brother tried to kill me when I was very little, but I managed to survive. He's still alive, but the rest of my family are all dead. Déjà vu rolled through his mind, uncomfortable and stale in his mouth. Charles shook his head, a futile attempt to clear the fog from his brain. The girl raised her head, eyes dry and darkened. Her lips curled in a parody of a childish grin. But now, it feels like I'm finally home once more. Shadows highlighted her tiny figure, an edge of midnight that captured his gaze. All those years I spent in filth have come full circle, a karmic reward for my perseverance. Charles blinked, limbs stuck as the air thickened around him. He rallied his mind, only to find his powers had failed him. What are you? You still don't remember? The girl scowled, face twisted with wrathful hate. The world faded around them, ink black that spread out to replace his beloved school. You took everything from me, everything. Why don't you remember? How do you know my name? Juggernaut scowled up at Dan as Kara and Bear dashed toward the house. Sinister moved to intercept, but a twitch of his biofield crushed the mutant scientist into the ground. Hey, you're that Superman guy. Sorry, but it's my job to deal with you. Dan smiled as Kane thundered forward, one massive step at a time. Fist met fist, an explosion of force that caved in the ground below. A grunt slipped past Dan's lips as he was pushed back by over a foot. Impossible. Kane glared, wide-eyed, at their interlocked fists. I'm the unstoppable Juggernaut. No one can stop me. Juggernaut took a step forward and lowered his shoulder. He used his body like a bulldozer, eyes filled with an unusual light. Dan drew in a breath and focused his Kai. He met force with force, knee raised to clash against the wall of flesh. The mansion beside them swayed, rocked to its foundations by the collision. Dan slipped backward to absorb the aftershock, numbed to the bones. Juggernaut roared, face twisted as he staggered back a single step. Time to move this fight elsewhere. Dan slipped past his slow opponent and slapped a hand against Mr. Sinister's back. A chain of runes encircled the mutant, a barrier for both physical and mental movement. You can stay here. Cal will be here soon to keep watch, and we've got much to discuss. Another push and he was behind Kane Marco's back. Hands set like he was about to serve a volleyball, Dan punted the Juggernaut into the air. He followed behind the giant's flight and drove a fist into his broad back. Juggernaut cursed the heavens as he was launched towards orbit, arms spread wide as he flailed against the sky. Dan shook his head and chased after his target. Powerful, but stupid. Combined with his slow speed and limited mobility, Kane should be easy to contain. I'll just put him in a distant orbit around the sun, Dan smiled as he landed a kick to Juggernaut's head. It will take him years to get back to Earth, if ever. I can deal with Sinister and then pick this idiot up on my own time. This should about do it. Dan arched in for a final punch against the enraged Juggernaut, set to position him far from the sun. The instant before his blow landed, a wave of crimson force rippled from under the man's skin. The rampage of energy pushed him back and stabilized the Juggernaut's course. Cain Marco no longer looked out from behind the Juggernaut's red-lit eyes. Instead, Dan locked his gaze to something else, a destructive and ancient being. Who dares to disrespect Sidorak's chosen with such underhanded tactics? A wave of his massive hands brought Juggernaut to a halt, surrounded by a crimson aura. He squinted at Dan, head tilted in confusion. A fledgling god? No, you have no divine energy, no realm to empower you. Greetings, Lord of Oblivion. Dan bowed his head in a short gesture of respect. Sidorak was a multiversal being, ancient and proud. I am known as Superman. Your avatar here was being an impolite house guest, so I brought him into space to cool off. Superman. Sidorak snorted with Juggernaut's lips as he released a second wave of force. You are certainly powerful, for a mortal. As penance for your disrespect, why not become my avatar? Dan raised an eyebrow at the demonic god's words. Sidorak wasn't necessarily evil, more chaotic neutral, like himself. Even so, he had no desire to become an avatar for someone else's power. Sorry, but I'll have to pass on that. Dan shook his head, wary as the Juggernaut drifted closer. Even when empowered by Sidorak, the oversized fellow should be at a disadvantage in speed. But I can help your current avatar get his act together, if you'd like. You would refuse? Ruby light flashed, deep within the Juggernaut's eyes. Curiouser and curiouser we shall see if your offering holds merit, mortal godling. Sidorak punched out, a crimson fist that splintered the space between them. Dan ground his teeth, body twisted to the side. His biofield shoved aside the demon god's aura, a feat that tested its limits. Dan pulled on the depths of his kai, joined by venom as his body was wreathed in midnight blue flame. His fists lashed out, two blows that cracked the unstable space further. Juggernaut spun, driven back towards the sun. Let's take this into my territory. Dan accelerated beyond the limits of light, into the monochrome gray that reigned over all at FTL speeds. He led his charge with a vicious knee that drove Sidorak's avatar into the plasma of Sol. Let's see how well you deal with this. Fists extended, Dan speared into the starfire after the Juggernaut's crimson glow. Solar energy poured into his body, pulled in by his biofield and converted to boost his speed. His knuckles slammed into the small of his opponent's back, a solar ejection that catapulted the big man out the other side of the sun. Very impressive. Sidorak roared with laughter as an explosion of ruby light halted his progress away from the star. He stomped his feet and launched himself toward Dan, his speed far beyond the boundaries of light. Let's see how you deal with a bit of real strength. Dan's world filled with a crimson fist, an all-consuming wall of blood-toned force. It hammered at his biofield, more power than expected. No time to dodge, his arms crossed over his chest and accepted the blow. Stars exploded behind his eyes, defenses collapsed against his body as the heavens spun around him. A red fire chased after him, Juggernaut in a full-on charge. Mad joy filled his ruby eyes as each step closed the distance between them. Still alive? Truly amazing. The shadow of Sidorak behind Juggernaut's eyes cackled with raucous laughter. Your durability approaches that of a true god, but you rely only on yourself. Dan let a line of blue fire lance from his eyes, a distraction that let him slip behind the demonic avatar's charge. He pulled on the depths of his solar reserves, more than he'd ever touched on before, and lashed out with a vicious kick to Juggernaut's temple. Juggernaut staggered, face twisted in a look of shock as a wave of light spilled from Dan's skin. He turned, eyes narrowed as he raised a hand against the glare. The red of Sidorak flared, nearly overshadowed by a newborn luminance. Blue-white shone through the near-black flames of Dan's aura, bright stars that erupted to novas. He poured all his energy, both Kai and the power of the sun, into the biofield that infused his every cell. It rushed through him, body and mind, focused into a single fist. We will meet again, mortal god, Sidorak smiled as he punched out to meet Dan's attack. Grow stronger, challenge this avatar of mine to improve himself. When he is skilled enough, we shall have a true battle of the ages. Their fists met, an explosion that birthed a temporary sun. Perfect in every detail, the star radiated silver light into the void. It hung for a moment, an idyllic picture that erupted in a violent tide of flame. Who are you? Charles forced himself to his feet, powers unresponsive as he tried to reach out to the wrathful girl's mind. What have you done to my school? Your school, your precious students, the little girl snorted as her body stretched and reformed. The hair fell from her head, clothes replaced by an oversized, tan-brown business suit. You care so much for others, but you cast your own blood to the side like trash. I'm sorry, but I don't. I'll make you remember. Madness crossed the woman's face and whined with rage and hate. A tide of memories flooded his mind, accompanied by her laughter as he dropped to his knees. You tried to kill me before we were even born, brother. Your pure-hearted spirit judged me evil and carved me from our mother's belly like a cancer. No, I would never. Charles flinched as Cassandra Nova pulled out the deepest of his own memory. Long buried and forgotten, they mirrored her own, but from his perspective. No. Yes. Nova snarled as she took hold of his throat and lifted him into the air. Visions filled the darkness around them, flashes of misery and despair. Our mother flushed me to the sewers before she could ever know my face, and now I'll strip you of your powers and take your beloved students. I'm afraid not. Golden light erupted from the shadows, a young man wreathed in runic script. He floated forward and calmed the chaos of Nova's visions with his passage. The students are safe and your allies have been apprehended. Now withdraw yourself from Charles' mind, or I'll force you out. It seems that the others have failed. Nova scowled at Superboy's golden form, a mental projection created from runic script. You and your ilk are stronger than expected, if you repelled the Juggernaut so quickly. Cassandra Nova. Cal shook his head and drifted forward to place a hand on Charles' shoulder. Magical light washed over the professor and purged the intruder's claws from his core consciousness. Krypton's file on you is very limited, but it seems you've converted the Hellfire Club into some kind of mutant-run shadow group. How did you and Sinister avoid our sight for so long? The world around them returned to reality, Cal and Charles side by side amidst the Academy's unconscious students. Bear and Kara stood watch next to Nova's bound companions, all three imprisoned by complicated runes. You and your brethren have weaknesses. You're not gods. Nova edged back, her body surrounded by a wall of telekinetic power. It wasn't hard to learn how to avoid your detection at all. Probably lead-line barriers set around whatever hiding places you've squirreled away. Cal shrugged as a flash blossomed from his palm. His spell cut through Nova's defense like it wasn't even there and manifested a set of chains around her body. I find it interesting that you assumed your mutant abilities would be enough to deal with my magic unless you assumed that you could simply take control of our minds. Nova scowled from within her bonds, unable to speak under their influence. Cal shook his head and floated her over with the rest of the prisoners. From his experience, mutants could have near unimaginable power, but even the best of them suffered from a lack of control. No matter how powerful you were, if you couldn't use your strength efficiently, it was pointless. They almost breached my mental shield, and Kara gave him a sheepish smile as she kicked at Sinister's prostrate form. This one might be the strongest of the lot, though that bald woman never acted against me. I can assure you, she has a formidable mind. Charles rubbed his temples, a trace of blood under his nose. She claims to be my sister, but I can't be certain if the memories she unearthed were my own or a fabrication. The chains around Cassandra Nova rippled at his words, shaken by the force of her mental powers. Her body trembled, eyes locked onto Xavier with the greatest loathing. Cal frowned as he placed a hand on Nova's back. Several extra layers of scripture coated her skin, restrictions that silenced her efforts. We can ask the Ancient One to take a look. Once these 4 are locked up in Krypton's cells, Cal waved a hand and opened a portal to the Antarctic fortress. The faster they're permanently sealed, the better. Young Quigon, good to see you, it is. Master Yoda floated forward on his small hover dais, his body bent and his face lined with fatigue. In the galaxy, chaos has erupted forward as one the Jedi must step, or lost the Republic is. I'm afraid that I am a Jedi no longer. Quigon took his saber from his belt and placed it on the council chamber floor, his gaze on the circle of masters that sat around him. Bastila stood at his side, heart in her throat as she watched the old Jedi frown. I have come today to call upon my former brothers and sisters of the Jedi Council, step away from the Republic and join together with Krypton. Quigon waved out the windows, to the smog-covered landscape of Coruscant. A step carried him forward and he took a knee before his former masters. Bastila hurried to join him, eyes on the floor as the pressure in the room increased. The Jedi have become blind to the very things they claim to stand against, lost in ancient dogma and fear of the past. Quigon ignored the tide of mental pressure and probes, secure behind his wards. Krypton offers a path to everything we've always wanted, a place where we can truly stand against the dark and win. Enough of this. Mace Windu rose to his feet and pulled Quigon's abandoned saber into his hands. You have the right to leave this order, but not to lecture us on the art of betrayal. Intertwined, the Jedi and the Republic. Yoda waved Master Windu back to his seat and shook his head. Abandon them, we cannot. Quigon nodded and returned to his feet. Bastila did the same, her eyes on the tranquil power that surrounded Master Yoda like a halo. He was a beacon in the Force, calm and immovable. I knew that would be your decision, Grandmaster. The former Jedi let a hint of sorrow touch his face before he waved to Bastila and turned to leave. Be careful, a great evil has awoken in the depths of the Maw. Keep close watch on the younglings, on all the Jedi. Sidorak the Destroyer, Hadan floated on his back, eyes closed as he let the sunlight soak into his skin. Juggernaut slept close by, his snores loud even in the vacuum of space. He's not so bad, just a battle junkie like Goku. Dan replayed the fight in his mind, a frown on his lips. At no point did his attacks actually damage the Juggernaut's body, not so much as a scratch. He was probably asleep because of the strain of housing Sidorak's will. He called me a young god, but I really need to figure out a way to quantify how strong I am. Dan shook his head and hauled the sleeping behemoth into a stable orbit. A flick of his hand sent a symbiote clone into the man's body. Call me when he wakes up, but don't bother trying to take control of him. Very well, Venom hissed. The psychic mutants have been delivered to the laboratory and the Primes wish to know if they can harvest genetic material. Harmless extractions only, at least for now. Dan set a course for the fortress. Before he turned Sinister into little more than samples in a lab, he needed to pillage the man's knowledge. Some of them should be capable of reform, and I'd rather not waste Omega-level talent. If he wanted to actually create a branch of Krypton's empire in this corner of the Omniverse, he needed to create an unshakable foundation. The mass creation of Kryptonians would attract unwanted attention from the likes of the All-Father. For now, he would gather the strongest he could under his banner, until he was powerful enough to protect what he created. Now, let's go absorb that solar suit prototype and find a way to test my strength. Dan floated into the fortress upper entrance, mind on the continuation of the super serums. Once we've gotten what we need from Sinister, we'll begin limited testing before we move on to live experimentation. You've got a powerful mind, Sinister. Dan stood before the chained mutant, one hand pressed to the 2 white prisoners' head. It had taken him hours to peel back the man's defenses, a long grind that finally bore fruit. It seems that you've been up to more than just collecting mutant DNA. Brow furrowed, Dan flipped through the snapshots of the fellow's horrific life. Countless immoral experiments and procedures, all in the service of increasing Sinister's power. There was no redemption for such a man, not in this world or the next. Apocalypse Dan concentrated his efforts on a specific series of memories, the moment when Sinister gained his first taste of mutant power. He was prostrate in a vast chamber, on his knees before the mutant god King En Sabinur. You poisoned your own master half to death. The techno-organic virus you infected him with was a piece of work. Dan burrowed deeper, through the immobilized Sinister's catalog of genetic knowledge and laboratory experience. Even within its surface, he found inspiration for the continuation of his own work. He could already see the modifications to the genetic factors within the Superman serums. You're lucky that you're so durable, Dan sighed as he withdrew his hand and cancelled his spell. He had all there was to find, so it was time to move on. You'll probably survive a full extraction procedure, though it won't be pleasant. The cell door ear-eyed closed behind him and Dan moved a few meters to the left. Emma Frost hung in her cocoon of magical chains, positioned next door to Sinister. He gave the woman a smile and waved his hand, a move that dispelled the restriction on her speech. Greetings, MS. Frost. Dan gave her a short bow of his head, before he allowed the chains around her to loosen and fall away. The cell itself was warded, magic beyond her power's influence. It seems that you and your friends have some kind of quarrel with me and mine. We only seek to unify mutant kind under a single banner. Frost rolled her shoulders, stiff from her long confinement. From Nova's stories, Charles is a villain, as are all who stand with him. She's entitled to her opinion, Dan shrugged. Cassandra Nova was a living tragedy. Attacked in the womb by her unborn brother, an instinctive reaction to the nature of the woman's power. But we don't need to be enemies, your goals and mine are compatible enough. Join your Order of Krypton? Frost snorted, an eyebrow raised in his direction as she smoothed out her hair. What would it do to help mutants, if they all serve some alien overlord? Dan laughed as he shook his head. In some ways she wasn't wrong. There were powerhouses amongst mutant kind that could protect them from most threats. However, there were things that he could offer that no one else could. My species has the ability to genetically enhance other races, convert them into hybrids of our own people. He waved at his own chest. What I offer is immortality, new powers that will reinforce and improve your own. Once the serum was in full production, he could selectively convert certain individuals into Kryptonians. Eventually all of mutant kind would receive some variation of the drug, but he would be cautious in his first steps. Immortality? Frost cast him a skeptical look. What are you talking about? My people lie forever, frozen at the pinnacle of adulthood. Dan pointed to the ceiling of the cell and the sky beyond. All we need is the light of a yellow sun. It seems like it's time to call for my ride. Thrawn eyed the Kryptonian transceiver in his hand as he stood atop a deserted plateau. His people had sentenced him to exile on this unpopulated world, a fate he refused to accept. I wonder how long it will take before they arrive. Captain Jack squinted at the communication system of his ship, eyes blurred as he swigged down a draught of rum. It looks like we're receiving the distress beacon we've been ordered to intercept. Get out of the way, useless drunkard. One of Shank's unruly crew levered him from his seat and scanned the console for himself. He's right, Captain. The one called Thrawn is ready to be collected from his exile. How many times have I told you? Jack poked a finger into the meaty crewman's chest. Until we can find a way to unfuse all our ships, I am the captain around here. Sure you are, Jack, Yondu snorted as he walked through the bridge toward the helm. And I'm a beautiful woman, outside and in. Get out of the way, we need this space for actual working members of the crew. Jack puffed himself up and took another swig from his bottle. His traitorous ship has rebelled after it was exposed to that cursed cube. Now it was interlocked with the rest of the pirates' ships, a massive barge that plowed through space. I'll have you know, I'm a vital member of the command structure around here. The pirate captain tilted sideways, caught before he hit the ground by an exasperated red hair. Without me, you'd all be as lost as lambs. Just lock him in his quarters. Shanks waved his hand at the drunken sparrow and sighed. Dana left us with very few structured missions, but this was one he expects us to get done. Set a course. We don't want to leave an admiral of Krypton waiting. The simulations all show a 100% success rate. Dan leaned back from the genetic assembler, a satisfied smile on his face. With the addition of Sinister's genetic knowledge and biomass, he had finally replicated 3 variants of the Superman serum. Now, who should be the first guinea pig? He needed 3 test subjects if he wanted to progress the project. 1 to receive a version of the original serum, 1 to receive a variant based on Bronze-era Kryptonian genetics, and 1 to take an X-gene-infused dosage. Venom, get Logan on the phone, will you? Dan repressed an evil grin. The durable mutant was a good fit for the standard serum, the first before Cal and Kara upgraded their own genetics. Tell him that I've got a reward for his years of service at the Academy. Message Steve with the same. The bronze-level serum would be a good fit for the captain, and he could be upgraded later if the better version worked on Wolverine. He was undecided on who would receive the mutant version, but he wasn't in a rush to decide. Contact Charles and Emma Frost. Dan stood from his workstation and cracked his neck. Ask if they have any humans who they would recommend for the project, but make them aware that you'll be vetting them by reading the memories of any they put forward. A light bulb clicked in Dan's mind. Tony Stark would be born in less than 10 years. If the serum worked, then both he and his father would be perfect targets for its use. It would have to wait until young Tony was born, lest the change in his father's genetics prevent his birth. Sir, the first prime of Krypton entered his private lab and bowed low. We have developed the energy detection device you've requested. It should quantify the might of any being you scan, provided they use an energy system known to Krypton. Perfect, Dan smiled. He could finally get a better idea of his own position in the hierarchy of this overpowered Marvel universe. I'll test it out right away. Kai exploded into the vacuum of space, midnight blue flame that illuminated the void between galaxies. Dan pushed himself to his limits, fist pulled back as he readied a punch. His base tests showed his growth to be less than expected, but impressive enough. Light vanished as his fist extended outward, a wave of force that cracked near invisible lines in the fabric of space. Even Krypton's scanner had trouble reading his power, with an estimate that still placed him below universal. Dan shook his head and dispelled his Kai. I need to figure out a way to convert my Kai into its divine form. A flash of eternity and Dan Phantom jumped back into Earth's orbit. Right now it magnified his strength, but the gain was about 2 times his normal levels. Its greatest benefit right now is that it carries the power of my biofield within it. You approach a threshold, master of my master. Etrigan's words came with a yawn. The lazy demon spent most of his time asleep. In a world filled with multiversal horrors, such an event could bring disaster. I've already been noticed by one ancient god, Dan shrugged as he descended towards the fortress. Sidorak was near the upper layers of Marvel's rankings, overshadowed by some, but not many. I doubt I'll be able to avoid attention entirely, even if I just sit inside the sun and do nothing else. Perhaps, but you should prepare yourself, Etrigan snorted from Dan's shadow. Enemies that stand in the divine will pack me up and put me on a shelf. Dan raised an eyebrow. This was the first indication of the demon's true strength he'd gotten. Perhaps it was time to test himself against Etrigan once more. He shook his head. Beating his demonic training partner could come later. Steve and the others were waiting. It looks like Bucky is the chosen human, Dan nodded as he swooped towards the fortress from above. Captain America's best friend was a safe pick for the first human test subject. His loyalty to Steve is more than enough to keep him on Krypton's side, and I did steal his opportunity to become a super soldier. The entrance of the fortress slipped past, followed by a string of crystal hallways. Dan sped through the base until he reached the central lab. Cal stood with the Chosen Three in the middle of an explanation about the serums and their different properties. So, you're saying that after we take these, I'll be stronger than Steve? Bucky flashed his friend a devilish grin. You better watch out. You've spent the last 10 years showing me up. He just said that we'll all receive the higher level serum eventually. Steve rolled his eyes as he turned to wave at Dan. Superman, long time no see. Greetings, Captain, Bucky. Dan glanced at a glum-faced Wolverine at the back of the group. What's the matter, Logan? The injection is voluntary. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. If you say it will make me stronger, then I trust you. Logan shrugged, face still morose. I just got written up by the professor. Apparently my history lessons are uninformative ravings that have to be tempered by some level of fact. The gruff mutant scowled as he snarled at the ceiling in frustration, while Steve struggled to repress his laughter. Dan shook his head and waved to the healing pods. The serums would be injected with the subjects already inside, a precaution against negative side effects. Be happy, once the process is complete you'll never forget anything again. Dan opened the pods with his biofield and motioned for the trio to enter. Kryptonians can get distracted, but we never actually forget anything. We've seen one visit to the library and you'll be the most qualified history teacher in the world. Maybe, but I've met Supergirl, Logan scoffed as he stepped into the pod. She might have a perfect memory, but Kryptonians can still get bored. How am I supposed to sit down and read an entire library of books? You'll be fine. Dan rolled his eyes as the pods sealed around the group. They rendered the three men unconscious, another precaution. All right, Cal, inject them and we'll leave them to cook. The primes can keep watch. The two of us have work to do. So that's an infinity stone. Cal leaned forward as Dan opened the Power Stone's spherical container. It doesn't look like much, but it's got a tremendous amount of energy. This is the Power Stone. Dan levitated the purple jewel free of its case and let it hover above his palm. It has the might of a universe, pure energy that can consume its user. With his slower than expected growth, the stones in his possession were currently his greatest strength. The Space Stone needed to remain in the Tesseract for now, but the Power Stone could be used freely if his body was strong enough to handle the thing. Are you sure you don't want to wait? Cal frowned at the luminous, purple gem, Stormy in his arms. I'm sure we can forge a device to act as a medium. We could, and even if we can't there are others we could turn to for such things. Dan nodded, his eyes on the stone. The dwarves, the Asgardians, even the Kree, they all had weapons that could harness the power of the Infinity Stones to some degree. But Venom and I can bear the load together, and my power is getting close to this stone's limits anyway. If he could empower himself directly with a Power Stone, his strength would more than double. The use of an object would force him to be reliant on a link that he shouldn't need, and some enemies would take advantage. Our enemies are stronger than expected, and my own growth rate will take another 10 years under a blue sun to be universal in strength. Thanos was powerful, but he seemed to grow over time. The strongest versions could ignore the power gem and sweep universes without the Infinity Stones. Once we've tested the stone, we're going to locate a quasar. They have an even greater impact on Kryptonian biology than O-class stars. Dan had avoided contact with quasars before this, mostly because they contained more power than an average galaxy. Unpredictable and volatile, close contact with one required him to be strong enough to withstand their might. Cal wasn't there yet, but Dan could shelter the younger man with his biofield. Understood. Cal drifted back, while Stormy leapt from his arms and curved a wide orbit around Dan's body. But if you're injured... Dan smiled as his fingers closed over the gem and sealed away its light. The contact jolted his body, a connection to a formless well of untamed power. It surged forward, legion in its depth and might. Purple light rippled over his body, electric arcs that flared out into the void. Stormy and Cal sent out runic words, barely enough to contain the overspill. Dan frowned, biofield extended to grab hold of the rebellious power. It struggled against his grasp, but a bit of effort sealed it under his skin. Held tight within his body, it was forced to follow the same path as his Kai. A continuous circuit from his cells to his biofield and back. The purple glow shifted, the undefined energy transformed to something familiar. I can use the stone to generate a limitless amount of sunlight. Dan's lips turned up in a smile as he placed the stone against his chest. Venom wrapped it up and hid it away in a brief flash of light. I should have grabbed it the second we got here. Are you all right? Cal and Stormy canceled their barrier. The younger Kryptonian drifted forward, face concerned as Dan held himself motionless. That stone outputs even more power than the Allspark, and it seems more volatile. Dan gave Cal an absent-minded nod, focused on the deluge of solar energy that poured into his cells. It rode the edge of his limits, held in check by his biofield as his power slowly grew. For the first time since his rebirth, he absorbed as much sunlight as his body could take at one time. Venom stored the overspill, a reserve they could use in times of need. His power slowly pushed higher and it became easier to hold the stone in check. He drew in a breath that settled the rush of energy in place. A smile turned to Stormy and Cal. It's fine, just a bit distracting. A flick of his hand projected a limited map of the galaxy. He focused his efforts on scouting out O-class suns, but he'd included blue stars and quasars in his efforts. I have 3 potential quasars. We can do a more in-depth survey of the space around them and then. We should ignore this one, Venom hissed out as the most distant of the 3 was highlighted in red. It lies close to Clinter. The closer we get to the sleeping hive, the more likely it will awaken. Dan nodded and reduced their targets to 2. Null was far less agreeable than Sidorak, a dark and ancient power that dreamed of an empty multiverse. 2 locations were enough. Once we've secured the local space, we'll see if you can handle a small amount of its light. Dan transferred the coordinates to Cal and scooped Stormy into his arms. If not, we'll wait until you've taken the serum and try again. It was likely Cal and Kara's Bronze-era DNA was too weak to safely process a quasar's power, but the Gold-era genetics granted by the serum would be just fine. So long as it was safe, Dan would build a retreat around at least one of the targets. It would give his Kryptonians a massive boost that was desperately needed in this universe. All right, but we'd better bring Kara along. Cal glanced back towards the Earth, where Kara held the fort with Bear. She'd never stop complaining if I powered up without her. So that's a quasar. Kara's eyes shone as they closed with the brilliant glow of the active galactic nucleus. Will it really boost our power as much as you say? It might. Now keep close. Dan wrapped his biofield around the group and limited the amount of radiant energy the 2 younger Kryptonians received. Your current genetics are likely susceptible to oversaturation sickness. Many versions of Superman couldn't even bathe in a yellow sun, lest they overwhelm their body's ability to process the energy it took in. They would gain a temporary increase in might, but die soon after as their cells fell apart under the strain. I can feel a change. Cal looked at his hands, eyes unfocused. I'm not sure, but my biofield seems more responsive, more refined. I feel it too, Kara frowned. Things within the field are more defined. I'm detecting energy that I never knew existed. Dan had noticed it as well. The light of the quasar expanded the scope of his biofield, deepened its connection to the matter and space around them. Eyes distant, he slashed a hand against the void and ripped open a small tear. I think I could teleport without using the Phantom Zone. The spatial layers that he could fracture with his all-out attacks opened up under his aura's touch, shifted aside in a similar fashion to how it treated air. Both of your powers are rising much more quickly, but I'm detecting a bit of negative feedback within your cells. Dan shook his head and pulled the group back. Steve, Bucky, and Logan would awaken in a few days. Once the safety of the serum was confirmed, both Cal and Kara would receive their dose. Stormy seemed fine, rejuvenated by the quasar's glow as he scampered toward the bountiful light. I can't wait to upgrade my bloodline, Kara gave a disappointed sigh as they left the energy's effective range. It's frustrating to grow so slowly, especially when I know what I'm missing. It won't be long now, Dan smiled at her woe-begotten figure. You two should head back to Earth, get the fortress started on a new construction crystal, and call me when the new Kryptonians wake up. The pair nodded and vanished in twin flashes of light. Alone, Dan followed Stormy's path closer to the quasar. The cat was curled in a ball, drool on his face as he soaked in the supercharged light. Come on, bud. Dan scooped Stormy into his arms and worked his way closer to the brilliant source of the glow around them. He scaled back the energy from the power stone and let only the external light into his cells. Let's see how a full dose affects us. The quasar grew, slow but steady as he advanced. The refinement and amplification effect on his biofield continued, a sharpened level of quality and control. If it had the delicate hand of a surgeon before, now it strayed toward a near-mechanical level of accuracy. It's also interacting with my magical wards. Dan examined the gargantuan labyrinth that surrounded his mind. Silver threads had blended into the gold, dashes of fortified light that empowered the structure of his runes. My own power isn't rising much more than it was under a blue sun, but the quality of the growth is different. Dan stopped at a healthy distance and set Stormy down. The unconscious cat would nap until he was satisfied, but Dan had a few more things to do before he relaxed. His focus returned to the power stone, willpower bent against its constant resistance as he forced it to change the sunlight it produced to match the quasar's glow. It seems like my body doesn't benefit as much from the different colored stars as the standard Kryptonian. The power stone could infuse concentrated light into his body and boost his growth, but his natural absorption seemed to maintain a steady upward curve. Only the stone seems to give me the results I expected. Perhaps it has something to do with his perfected bloodline. It was limitless as far as his upper ceiling, but it did include a composite of all the different growth speeds that a Kryptonian could have. It was likely that it would continue to increase over time, until it overtook any natural Kryptonian before him. For now, the stone is good enough, but once I reach a certain point I'll need to work something else out. Dan shook his head. Once his power blossomed above universal and into multiversal territory, it was likely the stone wouldn't be enough to supercharge his growth. For now, let's see how these new spatial abilities work. Dan slashed his hand and carved open a gash in the void. His biofield reached out to grip its edges, a reinforcement that created a stable tier. He pushed further, a tunnel aimed towards the earth. The empty black gateway resolved into an image of the distant Sol system, and a step carried him into the star's orbit. Far less jarring than the Phantom Zone, Dan nodded as he sealed the portal behind him. But I think I prefer getting all that extra time to think. Anissa. Goku's eyes snapped open, heart in his throat as he blinked away the haze of sleep. He was in a familiar med bay, with a smiling Anissa in the bed across from him. You're all right. On his feet and at her side in an instant, he grasped her hands and returned her smile. His last clear memory was of Thrag's brutal actions against her. After that, everything faded into a fog of red and gold. Empress May brought me back. Anissa's hands tightened around his like a vice, a flicker of terror in her eyes. I was in darkness until she appeared, a dawn of light that showed the way home. Where is she now? Goku glanced around as if May would walk in to greet them any second. I need to thank her. And what about Thrag? What happened after I passed out? May's already dealt with Thrag. Anissa's hand loosened as she shook her head. He's imprisoned with the other Viltrumite prisoners, but I've asked to be allowed to speak with them before they're officially delivered to the Coalition. All right, Goku nodded. He knew that she wanted to bring as many of her people to Krypton's side as possible, something he agreed with. But I want to thank May first. This universe doesn't have Dragon Balls, so I thought you were gone forever. Dragon Balls? Anissa tilted her head as Goku hauled her to her feet. What are? Never mind. We'll have to travel into the galaxy if you want to thank May. She's training Anakin and Astra in the depths of the core. Then let's go. Goku pulled her toward the door, eyes bright. I'll show you around this galaxy before we head home to Sedala. Are you sure it's all right? Anissa frowned as she was dragged through the fortress halls. I'm not a full member of the Empire yet, and you're my friend, and you were injured in battle against Krypton's enemies. Goku shook his head as they passed through the main gate and into the sunlight of Garnib. If Dan was here, I'm sure he'd allow you to do some sightseeing. Okay, Anissa rolled her eyes as they leapt into the skies headed for orbit. But remember, we still have work to do back in my universe. The patient's life signs are stable, in line with expected levels for Kryptonian hybrids. Prime 1 monitored the data feeds, while Dan scanned the 3 volunteers with his improved biofield. They should awaken soon. Subject Bucky Barnes has expressed variant Kryptonian DNA in line with the X gene. The nature of the mutation is currently unknown. Dan nodded, uncertain about the results of Bucky's serum. Even if he carried the mutant gene, it may not manifest right away. The X gene was generally triggered by extreme stress or puberty, and Bucky was fully grown. Perfect. Dan gave a final once-over to the sleeping trio before he moved to the door. Call me when they begin to wake. I'll be in the cell block. Some of the prisoners there were sentenced to life, but among those that remained, one still had a chance for redemption. Cassandra Nova, Charles' mildly insane sister, deserved more than a life entombed in crystalline walls. Her power rivaled her brother's, even surpassed it. She had all of his telepathic might, alongside tremendous telekinetic abilities. Most importantly, she could permanently enhance a mutant's genetic code and drag out their potential. Unlike Sinister, she's not beyond saving. Dan shook his head as he reached Nova's cell. She sat within, a wave of psychic force around her. She never stopped testing the wards, a constant assault that earned her no results. But I'll need to convince her to set aside her goal of killing Charles. Dan opened the door and suppressed her mental attacks with a wave of his hand. Once inside the cell, he resealed the door to prevent her mind from escaping. With her power, she could reach anywhere on Earth without much effort. Back for another attempt to woo me to your side? Nova scowled as she took a seat on the only chair in the room. I will never serve an ally of my brother, no matter how powerful you are. Charles isn't the evil you make him out to be, Nova. Dan sat cross-legged in the air and smiled at the bald woman. He struck out at you because of your nature, a mindless act of a frightened infant. It doesn't matter, Nova scoffed as she leaned back in a relaxed pose. He damned me to a life of hell and misery. I'll never forgive him, not in this life or the next. Dan shrugged and raised his hand, palm faced toward the ceiling. A small, black symbiote clone took shape, an orb of shadow that floated into the air. Charles let this creature copy his memories, a perfect replication of his every thought and emotion. Dan urged the clone forward until it rested on her small desk. If you let it fuse with you, you'll experience everything from his perspective, from birth until the moment he allowed it to read his mind. Nova's eyes locked onto the symbiote, a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze as Dan turned to leave. He opened the cell and stepped outside, hand raised to halt the door from closing. Experience his life and see for yourself what kind of man he is. A signal chimed in his ear. Logan was beginning to wake. The universe is bigger than you imagine. Don't let vengeance limit the future you could have. Dan let the cell seal behind him as he set course for the lab. He doubted Nova could resist, and this Charles was truly a good man. He had his faults, but at his core he was a force for good. The laboratory door slid open at his touch and he made his way to the healing pods. Drain the fluid and get ready to open it up. A quick glance at the data showed everything was within expectations. Logan had been transformed into a mutant Kryptonian hybrid, though how his healing factor would stack with the Kryptonians was yet to be seen. Continue to monitor his life signs for genetic deviations. Logan coughed up a mouthful of healing fluid and wiped the viscous liquid from his eyes. He took the towel that Prime One offered and began to scrub at his skin. I thought your Superman bloodline would be immune to that kind of thing. Just shut up and get dressed. Dan rolled his eyes and tossed a newborn symbiote into the mutant's chest. It can take the form of any clothing you want, and it will enhance your powers. So I finally get one of your freaky suits. Logan raised an eyebrow as the orange-black symbiote slipped under his skin. How do I? We are primal. A tiny orange face rose from Logan's shoulder on a tendril of black. Let us hunt and feast on our... Shut up. Logan swatted at the toothed maw next his face, lips twisted in a frown. I'm right here, you don't need to shout. All the newborns have the same problem, I'm afraid. Dan laughed as he turned back to the pods. You'll get used to each other. Now stop bickering. Steve is about to wake up. This is incredible. Bucky floated into the air, hands tightened into fists as he faced towards the sun. This power, is this how you feel all the time? Pretty much. Dan scanned over the three newly made Kryptonians, watchful for any changes in their cellular structures. So far, all was well, though Bucky's growth rate was higher than expected. Be careful, your strength will only ever grow higher. All of you will need to practice until you can control your new power. These symbiotes are useful little things, if a bit annoying. Logan extended his claws and Primal wrapped the bone spurs in its metallized flesh. These things are a lot more useful when they're sharp. I'm not a fan. Steve rubbed at the star-spangled bodysuit made of his personal symbiote. They're awfully aggressive and they never shut up. You're just annoyed that your serum was the worst of the three. Bucky snorted as he floated above his friend's head. His own symbiote formed into a black armored suit with a symbol of L on his shoulder. He turned to Dan, head tilted to the side. So, do we have to take on super titles now? You can call yourselves whatever you like, but I was thinking you could use Winter Soldier as your alias. Dan smiled as Steve jumped upwards to swat at Bucky. You all seem stable enough to go about your lives. Just be certain that your symbiotes maintain a connection with the lab monitors. Once we've collected enough data, we'll upgrade Steve to a better serum and... We are receiving a transmission from Howard Stark. Venom's snarl interrupted Dan's words and cut into the Antarctic air. One of his shield locations has gone rogue, a base under the control of a German defector called Thule. Prepare the final round of sacrifices. Blood splattered to the ground as Thule pushed his curved blade deeper into the gut of a chained, filth-covered man. The rune-covered edge wormed its way inward and up, past the vagrant's lungs and into his heart. Today, we shall open the way to a new world, a land where Hydra can prosper without the hounds of Superman on our heels. Gore slipped past his wrist as Thule ripped his ritual dagger from the man's body and tossed him to the ground. It flowed backward, towards an unsightly void at the center of the room. The Dark Door, his life's work and the key to the technologies of an advanced but extinct civilization. Of course, good doctor. Meph, the man who'd made all this possible, gave a short bow as he waved to the attendants. Thin of frame and pale of skin, he still put Thule on edge after years' exposure. I've managed to round up more than enough from the streets of New York. Soon, all your dreams will come true. Dan narrowed his eyes as he turned toward the coordinates. The base was wrapped in lead, typical of SHIELD to deduce some of Cal and Kara's weaknesses. It looks like he's opening a portal, but the runes on that dagger. The library of the Ancient One held vast amounts of knowledge, and these markings were demonic in nature. They were matched to a certain Lord of Hell, another being that sat comfortably above universal power. It seems like Mephisto is making trouble. Dan glanced at the distant Carmitage. The Sorcerer Supreme sat with her legs crossed, a smile on her face as she gave him a wave. I did promise to defend the Earth, but you'd think she'd have let me know about the problem. A shake of his head and Dan rose into the air. Logan jumped up after him and joined Bucky at his side. Steve gave a few false starts, but finally levitated to join them. You've all got the location, so follow at your own pace. Dan slashed a hand towards the SHIELD base and stepped through the shattered space. He could deal with Mephisto's avatar, but not the devil himself. I can't let that scientist open the door. Here is the last of them, Doctor. Mephisto gave the scientist a joyous grin as he pushed a pair of children towards Thule's blood-soaked figure. A final cost to open the way to paradise. Excellent, Meph, excellent indeed. Thule turned a crazed smile to the terrified twins, blade angled to catch the light. No price is too high to finish my life's work. The dagger slashed forward, driven by the manic doctor towards the young girl's throat. Light rippled, a wave of force that clamped the weapon in an iron grip. Thule's eyes bulged, his body ravaged by a violet light that reduced him to ash. That was a close one. A voice rang out from behind, accompanied by a shudder of warped space. Sorry, Mephisto, but the Earth is closed. No extra-dimensional entities or avatars are allowed outside of business hours. Superman, Mephisto turned, a scowl on his face that warped into a grin. It seems that you're a bit early to the party. I expected that old crone to intervene, but it seems she's delegated the work to you. The Ancient One is watching us. Nothing on Earth can truly escape her sight. Dan shrugged as he drifted toward the void-black portal that remained unopened. A wave of his hands sent a cage of runes to seal the gate away. She just doesn't think you're worth her time. Mephisto's smile flickered, eyes reddened with rage. The humanoid avatar warped, its body replaced by a satanic visage. Red-skinned and cloaked, he bared his teeth in Dan's direction. Her time is running out, and you're no match for me, Superman. Mephisto squinted his eyes as he looked over Dan's body. Although you would make a perfect vessel for my power, where do you hail from, little godling? Dan returned the devil's words with a cold expression. Fist pulled back, he maintained his silence and channeled the Infinity Stone's power. Mephisto wasn't worth talking to, a force for evil that haunted Earth like a cancer. The Ancient One's death will be your own. The avatar licked its lips as Dan's fist closed with its temple. I'll wear you like a puppet and consume all that you. Purple luminance washed away the rest of Mephisto's words, a destructive force that atomized the avatar and drove the devil's consciousness back to hell. Dan let the power of his blow spill over into the base, a wave that reduced the fortified structure to ash. She'll live long enough for me to outpace you, demon. Dan shook his head as he rose from the devastation, a child under each arm. He would have to teach Logan and the others how to ward their minds. There was little doubt that Mephisto would target anything with Kryptonian DNA for possession. The Power Stone really covers for some of my weaknesses. I need to study how its energy functions. Maybe my biofield can replicate it on its own. Superman. Bucky raced in from the horizon, face disappointed as he took in the destroyed base. You didn't leave anything for us to do. Thanks for the help, Superman, but don't you think you went a little overboard? Howard Stark stood at the edge of what was once a top-secret SHIELD facility, Peggy Carter at his side. This place cost a fortune to build, and now I've got to explain to Congress that we're short one research facility. It was full of the demonically possessed agents of an organization called Hydra under the control of the demons of Mephisto. Dan gave the millionaire a half smile. With Cal's help, Stark Industries was the single most powerful corporation on the planet. Only the 2 children could be saved. I'll get Superboy to rebuild this place, but you need to keep a better watch on your underlings, Stark. Fuel was being watched. Howard frowned as he stroked his mustache. All I got were normal reports before everything went silent. Still, Superman is right. Peggy shook her head and waved to the devastated base. SHIELD needs to police itself better, especially if we're going to be dealing with things beyond the natural. I'd be willing to help, if you'll have me. Steve floated down from above, back from returning the kidnapped children to their mother. My position at Krypton Academy is soon to be replaced by a new generation of mutant graduates, and I'm looking for a job. Steve, Peggy grinned as the captain settled to the ground. Long time no see. We'd be happy to have you, as long as Superman over there has no complaints. The good captain is free to do as he wishes, Dan waved to Steve, head tilted to the side as Venom whispered into his ear. Now I'm afraid that I have to go. Don't forget, Steve, we'll have daily training for mental defense for the next 2 weeks. Dan rocketed upwards, away from the planet and into the quiet of space. It had been several days, but the Juggernaut was finally awake. The over-muscled behemoth swam awkwardly through space, propelled forward by the efforts of Venom's clone. Hand extended, Dan dragged Cain Marco back into the embrace of the Earth. They landed in the center of the Pacific, on a small, uninhabited island. Juggernaut shook himself and Venom was cast from his skin like water off a duck. You took quite the nap, Cain. Dan reabsorbed the symbiote clone and looked Juggernaut up and down. He was even larger than before, his body refined by Sidorak's possession. I'm afraid your friends have all been converted to my cause or locked away, but there's a place for you by my side if you want it. Dan had promised Sidorak that he would train his chosen, and Juggernaut was a valuable resource if he could be properly directed. He may be the strongest on Earth at the moment, besides the Ancient One and himself. I don't want to work with my brother. Cain picked at the shattered armor on his chest and shook his head. Charles and I don't get along, and I don't know why I'd side with you anyway. You can't kill me, and fighting you has only made me stronger. You're right that I can't kill you, Dan shrugged. Eventually he would be strong enough to destroy an avatar of Sidorak, but for now Juggernaut was correct. But I could drag you into the space between galaxies and let you swim back to civilized space. Juggernaut deflated somewhat at Dan's words, face pinched in annoyance. The ground trembled as the big man dropped to a seated position, back pressed against an outcrop of rock. So what, you want me to fight and kill for you? Cain shook his head and looked away, over the ocean and to the horizon. I'm tired of being a lapdog for other people's plans. Why don't we just call it a day and agree to stay out of each other's business? If you like, but I don't need you to do my killing for me. Dan joined the oversized man on the rocky beach, relaxed against the same spur of rocks. I promised the one who gives you your power that I'd train you. Beyond that, I don't have much else for you to do that I can't do myself. The one who gives me my power. Juggernaut frowned, eyes unfocused. This power comes from an ancient god, but I've never truly met him. Sidorak the Destroyer, Dan nodded as he flicked a stone towards the waves. It skimmed the surface, carried along until it vanished beyond the curve of the earth. He's not all bad, more chaotic neutral when viewed against the rest of the multiverse. There were far worse demons, Mephisto among them, and Sidorak often lent his powers to the servants of Kamertarsh. The multidimensional battle junkie seemed more focused on finding a good time than actively devastating the cosmos. You said he wanted you to train me, why? Juggernaut turned his head to face Dan, dark eyes shadowed with doubt. I couldn't beat you, and everything I am comes from him. You're capable of great things, Cain Marco. Dan gave the big man a warm smile as he floated into the air. Anyone can become the Juggernaut, but few can harness the might of Sidorak like you can. He's chosen you because he can see that potential, and he wants me to help pull it out." Radiant light speared forward, a pillar of concentrated white that cleaved a barren world in two. Astra smiled as the light of her main cannon faded. She lowered her hand and turned to her mother for praise. "Look how powerful I am." The mechanical titan spun in a circle, face lit by a joyous smile. "Look. I can see," Astra, May laughed as she shook her head. The titan's blast was enough to match a small supernova, concentrated into a fine line of destruction. "You did a great job, top marks for the day." Such a powerful machine, Anakin drifted forward, eyes bright. "With her under Krypton's banner, I doubt many will be willing to stand against us." "She's not only a machine," Anakin, May sighed. The young sorcerer was becoming more and more power-driven, focused on advancing both magically and with his Kryptonian powers. "She's alive, and it would be an awful thing to force her to constantly bully disobedient worlds." The number of applicants to the Kryptonian Empire increased by the day. The outliers mostly stood within a small alliance of core worlds, focused around Corellia. They were all in general compliance with Krypton's mandates, and were free to manage themselves as they wanted. "I suppose," Anakin shrugged as he basked in the sun, eyes on Astra as she raised her hand for another attack. "But we've got dozens of smaller systems that have refused to abide by Krypton's laws, slaver worlds and their benefactors." Astra released a second attack into the void, directed at the surface of a gas giant. A new star was born as the massive world converted into energized plasma. The Titan laughed as the flames erupted outward, a halo of fire that dispelled the planet's mass into space. "The general forces of Krypton are more than enough to deal with them, and if not," May's eyes flickered, backlit by runic formations. "If not, then we can take action ourselves. Now focus, you're out here to practice your Kai techniques, not laze about in the sun." A flash of light drew their combined gaze to the edge of the system. Goku and Anissa slipped from the Phantom Zone, hand in hand and with matching smiles. They waved simultaneously and sped forward, headed in May's direction. "May, Anakin." Goku practically vibrated as he dragged Anissa forward, honest smile turned in May's direction. "I wanted to thank you, May, you saved Anissa's life." "It's all right, Goku." May waved away his apology and returned a smile of her own. "I know that she's important to you, and Dan has high hopes for her in the future as well." "May, Anakin, I need you." Merlin's disembodied voice echoed through the void and filled the ears of everyone in the group. It was strained, out of breath. "I'm outside Abeloth's prison, reinforcing the wall. She has summoned forth several avatars. They seemed determined to." The wizard's voice cut off, his spell cancelled in mid-sentence. May waved her hand and summoned her staff, hand extended to grab onto Anakin's shoulder. She turned to Goku and Anissa, face drawn in serious lines. "Don't come with us. Neither of your mental shields are up to par with Abeloth's power." May jumped into the Phantom Zone, mind filled with worry. Merlin wouldn't cut off communication unless he was in dire straits. "You better be okay, you grumpy old man." "Eric has certainly been busy." Dan glanced inside the stonework townhouse, where the self-titled Magneto was asleep in a young woman's bed. "I came to ask him about the twins I met earlier, but he's clearly moved on from their mother." The children that he'd saved from Thule and Mephisto's clutches bore the last name Maximoff, a boy and a girl who lived in the care of a single mother. Judging from his appearance, Eric had no idea he had children in the world. Dan knocked on the townhouse door, a loud rap that echoed through the streets. "Charles says that Eric sends more students to the academy than any other outside agent, but it seems he's been living a life of distraction." Dan shook his head as the woman struggled from the bed and towards the door. Dressed in a thin nightgown, her brown hair was chaotic from sleep. "Although it seems that fate is a powerful force in the Marvel multiverse." This woman was a younger version of Eric's future wife. With both Wanda and Pietro already born, Eric was on track to father his third canon child in record time. At least this time, Magneto wasn't seen as a terrorist. "Hello, Superman?" The brown-haired Magda opened the door a crack, eyes wide as she glimpsed Dan in the air. What's going on? Is there an emergency?" She stuck her head out the door and looked from side to side, but found only the quiet streets of her sleepy German town. Dan shook his head and pointed into the apartment beyond her shoulders. "No emergency, miss. I'm just here to see an old friend." Dan glanced through the walls, where Eric dragged himself from bed and towards his abandoned pants. "Could you tell Eric that I'm here to see him?" "You are a powerful little creature, aren't you?" Abeloth chortled, mouth opened wide as she consumed a wave of magical fire. Half a dozen of her avatars circled the wizard, teeth bared in defiance of his magic. "I have never encountered a being who could so easily manipulate the Force, all without a single midichlorian in their body. Your Emperor certainly keeps interesting toys." Merlin grunted, hands occupied as he carved dense clusters of runes into the air. This creature was the strongest demon he'd ever encountered, leagues above Quigon in both madness and power. Unfortunately for her, his most powerful spells were forged to capture and destroy her kind. "My power stems from beyond the universal will you call the Force, demon." Golden white light expanded from Merlin's position, a cleansing flame that incinerated a pair of lesser avatars. "I call upon the might of true creation, not its children. Now be gone from this place." Abeloth cackled out a chorus of laughter, each of her remaining avatars shielded by the efforts of the others. They danced ever closer through the void of space, shark-toothed maws wide as they battered at his defenses. "And soon, so will I once I've tasted the flesh of your soul." 4 avatars rushed him from different directions, bodies swollen with Abeloth's tainted power. They exploded on contact with his shield of light, ink-black mist that clung to his spellwork like tar. "I will learn the secrets of your magic and cast you into the darkness with all the others, wizard." Merlin's barrier trembled, constricted by the kamikaze attack. A snort rippled the hair of his mustache, driven free as he reached beneath his robe. His hand emerged, wrapped around a jagged crystal that pulsed with eerie light. Its use came with a cost, but he had no choice. "Taste the light of true divinity, foul creature of shadow." Brilliant luminance spilled from the crystal, fueled by a small fragment of his soul. It evaporated the darkness that constricted his runes and drove Abeloth back with a howl of pain. "No creature of the black can stand before the light of Avalon." "I shall destroy you, wizard." Abeloth pulled the remnants of her avatars into a single entity, the bodies stitched together and reformed into a mass of bladed tentacles and opened mouths. "Nothing shall remain, not even your—" A flash of light interrupted the demon's words, followed by a cascade of golden runes. May and Anakin moved to either side of Merlin, spellwork added to his own as they reinforced his barrier. "Sorry, we're late, Master." Anakin gave Merlin a cheeky grin, his gaze focused on Abeloth's inhuman figure. "This creature is so powerful, a direct conduit to the Force." "Focus." Anakin May spread her hands and cast out a wide net of runes, a sphere that enclosed Abeloth's conjoined avatars and created a locked area of space. "We need to purge these puppets and trace Sidious energy back to his location." Another one, a woman. Abeloth eyed May's body with a covetous gaze, drool at the corners of her half-dozen mouths. "You must be the pretty wife of my future pet, a beautiful little thing with a body as perfect as her husband." "Keep your eyes to yourself," May snorted as she joined in Merlin's spellwork. Combined with Anakin, they carved a world tree into the void with magical power. "Don't you know that it's impolite to stare?" "I've got kids." Eric shook his head, one hand on the back of his neck. "I vaguely remember a woman from years ago with the name Maximoff, but—" "We can do an official DNA test if you want." but I'm 99% certain they're your children." Dan rolled his eyes as the downtrodden young man. It was up to Eric what he wanted to do, but Dan would extend the twins' Krypton's protection regardless. They're called Wanda and Pietro. Their mother moved to New York while she was pregnant. She was searching for you, but Xavier's school is warded against normal humans." Eric's face fell further, lost as he looked to the skies. Dan sighed as he cast a glance to the townhouse behind them. A quick scan within Madda's body confirmed his suspicions. Eric was soon to be a father of 3. "What should I do?" Eric rubbed at his temples, eyes closed against the sun. "It's been years since I even saw the woman. I can't believe she made it all the way to New York and I never found her." "You don't need to run back and try and force a happy family, but I'm certain your children would like to know their father." Dan patted Eric on the shoulder and waved to the townhouse behind them. "You're allowed to live your life and find love, but don't make children suffer to save you from a difficult interaction. You can be a part of their lives and forge your own path." Eric nodded, gaze unfocused as he looked at the townhouse and considered what it represented. Dan gave his shoulder a final pat and rose into the sky. It was up to Eric how to proceed, but if he left it alone it would lead to awkward conversations later. All of his children were destined to be powerful mutants, ones that Krypton would work hard to recruit. "Think hard about your decision. You'll have the opportunity to meet with them in a month or so." Dan gave Eric a wave as he drifted further away. "There will be an all-hands meeting of the Order of Krypton held in Charles' mansion. They'll be less than 30 minutes away." Dan increased his speed and pushed free of the atmosphere. With the Ancient One's decision to place Earth in his hands, he had to invest in a thorough scan of the planet with his own eyes. Cal and Kara were limited by Kryptonian weaknesses and technology could be subverted in countless ways. "It's going to take forever, but I need to catalog every inch of this planet, down to its core. I stare only at what belongs to me." "Little sorceress," Abeloth scoffed as her mangled figure slowly warped back into a smooth-skinned woman in white. "You and your husband are mine, as are all those who carry life in this galaxy." May narrowed her eyes and sped the casting of her spell. Merlin and Anakin struggled to keep pace, a joint magic that called on all 3 of their reserves. Abeloth's power was a bottomless void, hungry and endless. This creature could not be set free upon the galaxy, no matter the cost. "I need the stone." May's hands divided into afterimages as she cast a second spell along with the first, a simultaneous weave that pushed her mental limits. "I know it's your greatest treasure, but—" "Take it," Merlin grumbled, hard-pressed as he matched her casting speed. His half-broken divinity crystal floated from his side and toward May. "I cannot use its full potential, but your body is far more durable than mine." May nodded, eyes filled with magic power as she reached out to the stone with her mind. It connected, a deep well of strangely familiar energy that rushed in a circuit through her body. Abeloth howled, hands extended to batter their barrier with an ocean of telekinetic force. Anakin growled, a hoarse bellow that echoed within the force. Hands still occupied with his spellwork, a wave of raw force energy reached out to greet Abeloth's blow. Blood trickled down his lips, even as they twisted into a smile. "I see how you connect with the Force now." Anakin's grin blossomed further, tears of blood under his eyes. "I refuse to believe that you're stronger than me, not with just your avatar." "Great work, Anakin." May ground her teeth, a new set of afterimages in front of her as she began to simulcast a third spell. "Hold her for a few more seconds." May pulled power from Merlin's crystalline relic faster than the stone could handle. Cracks formed on its surface, an outspill of radiant light that she gripped with her biofield and pulled into her body. Fire! Molten electricity that rampaged under her skin. May narrowed her eyes and took hold of the power that struggled against her control. The divinity in Merlin's crystal took shape within her mind's eye, a dragon with pure white scales and clear blue eyes. "You're not the wizard, but your heart is pure." The dragon yawned, a rumble that shook the foundations of her mental barriers. It sniffed at the air, head tilted in confusion. You are blessed by the world tree, a beloved child of creation. A soft touch supported May's back at the dragon's words. The hand of Krypton's Yggdrasil extended through the great void of space to reinforce her will and share her burden. A smile on her lips, May opened her eyes and locked the final runes into place. 3 great formations blossomed outward, an explosion of magic power that folded Abeloth's assault backward in its wake. The image of the world tree at her back expanded, its branches now the home of a serpentine dragon of the purest white. Go back to your prison, demon of chaos. May raised a hand and pointed toward Abeloth's enraged figure, an action that drew the gaze of her dragon. Face the judgment of the world will you've parasitized for so long, divine censor of the broken god. The dragon at her back bellowed, a soundless roar that echoed within the mind. Teeth bared to the stars, it uncoiled itself from the world tree's branches and spiraled around the system, a heavenly beast that focused its gaze upon Abeloth's form. Its eyes flickered, galaxies within its pupils that carried the figure of May at their center. The dragon gave Abeloth a pitying smile, one mirrored on May's lips. With the gaze of the dragon, she could see the tormented spirit that pulled the strings of this macabre avatar. I'm sorry that your family never returned for you, Abeloth. May's voice carried the rumble of a beast, overlaid with her soft-spoken words. But I won't let you put mine in danger. The dragon swooped down, mouth open as it released a pillar of light from its jaws. Abeloth's eyes never left May, filled with wrath and hate as the divine radiance peeled the flesh from her avatar's bones. One day, I will be free of this cage, pet of my pet. Abeloth's final words echoed through the system as the dragon's maw snapped shut and ground what remained of her avatar to ash. You can play at power all you want, but that broken dragon's spirit will fail you in the end. May sighed and the tree at her back faded away. The dragon remained, its form so lifelike that even she could be convinced it was flesh and blood. It gave a final orbit around the star system, before it shrank in size and flowed into her chest, just above her heart. Fatigue weighed heavy on her shoulders, ignored as she assessed the work of her other 2 spells. One had followed Sidious's mental signature, traced his link from the Abeloth's prison and to a distant world beyond the galaxy's edge. The other chained the aggravating Sith in place, a work of magic that should hold until they reached his location. Come on, we don't have much time. May waved her hand and summoned a portal. Let's go pin down Sidious before he causes any more trouble. There are far more lead-lined facilities than I'd imagined. Dan shook his head as he updated Krypton's database. Kara and Cal could clear out the likely nest of Hydra. What he was more interested in were the areas that seemed to block his perfected vision. There are 3 locations so far that I can't get a solid read on. The one in China is probably Kunlun, but the other 2. The one in Greece hurt his eyes to stare at, filled with a bizarre cosmic power. It was possibly a haven for one of the pantheons of Earth, but Dan wasn't sure. The third rested at the core of the planet, a dead zone that repelled any effort to glimpse within. I'd bet that's the unborn celestial. Dan frowned as he considered what to do with the behemoth. It would be fine for now, but eventually it had to go. I don't particularly care if the Celestials have a plan for Earth, but I'd better be ready for a fight before I mess around with it. The Celestials stood above most of the Marvel multiverse, ancient gods crafted in the first realm of creation by a vain and all-powerful creator. Of all the beings to upset, he would rather leave them for last. Beyond the dead zones in his sight, Dan had located countless potential mutants. There were also some lesser villains, small-time criminals that could be left for the Order to deal with over time. There is no sign of apocalypse. Not even Sinister knows where his old master slinked off to after he was infected. Dan shook his head and began another scan. The ancient mutant was a threat, even with Juggernaut on his side. If I can't find him, I'll have to stay awake as I absorb power from the stone. He's way too strong for Kara and Cal, and the Ancient One won't act against a native of Earth. Dan spent more than an hour focused on the many layers of space that interacted with the planet. He even cast several spells, all of which failed to locate his target. Wherever the mutant king was hidden away, it was well and truly beyond his sight. I'll need to rebrief the others on Apocalypse's abilities. Dan sighed and gave his efforts a rest. Especially Kara. The young woman's battle-hungry nature would be against her in a battle with Apocalypse. His countless years of experience and varied powers were not to be taken lightly. He wasn't a challenge to be faced, but an enemy that had to be utterly destroyed. I hope Logan and the others are quick studies. I want to focus on my research if I've got to stay awake, sir. Prime 1 entered the laboratory and sank to one knee. Dan glanced up from his research and nodded for the machine intelligence to continue. Cassandra Nova has asked to see you, Mr. Stark has also left another message. He seems determined to study our construction technology. Dan sighed and dispelled the holographic displays around him. The Primes had used nanotech constructors to replace Howard's base with an identical copy. Now the man was on a crusade to gain access to more, even offering a majority share in his company. Tell Stark I'll visit him soon. Dan uncrossed his legs and descended from his position in the air. Nova had been submerged within Charles' memories for the last few days, an experience he hoped would pull her to Krypton's side. I'll visit Nova, gather a small sample of safe technology that I can dangle in front of Howard. Understood. Prime 1 thumped a hand to his chest and rose to his feet. We have also located one of the primary targets on the recruitment list, though she is still a very young child. Who? Jean Grey? Dan raised an eyebrow as he scanned through the most recent reports. Keep close watch. I want to avoid whatever tragedies fate has planned for her. Jean was extremely powerful, a pinnacle Omega-level mutant. If he could prevent the creation of her darker personality and train her, she would become one of the strongest allies a person could have in this multiverse. The Phoenix Force was destined to find her, and Dan would be certain she was ready. I hope that Nova has come around. A sigh slipped from his lips as he made his way towards the cell block. The symbiote clone she used would tell him if she could be trusted, but it would be a waste if she chose vengeance over a boundless future. I could always clone her to access her abilities, but it would be better for everyone if she can let the past go. The crystal door of Nova's prison ear-eyes opened to reveal the bald woman. Seated cross-legged on the floor, she opened clear eyes to meet his gaze. Her face was absent its normal rage, freed of a tension that shaved years from her appearance. I am willing to work with you, but I would still prefer to stay away from my brother. Nova's voice cracked at the mention of Charles, but she pushed through the moment and carried on. His memories have changed things, but I still can't forgive him. She speaks the truth, venom hissed into his ear. Her confusion is vast, but she has laid aside her vengeance. There are plenty of ways you can work with the Order without ever having to see Charles' face. Dan extended a hand and helped Nova to her feet. We are considering opening the second academy, one located in Central Europe. You can remain in the fortress until it's ready and serve as a teacher for a new generation. I accept. Nova shook his hand and glanced outside her cell. I don't have to wait in here, do I? What is this place? Revan looked around the busy commercial complex, a hive of mechanical and organic activity. These drones look like Ultron's service models, but with a reshaped casing, and there's something wrong with the people here. The increased perceptions granted by the Force are truly a marvel. Victor smiled as they made their way to an elevator. This is one of the many corporations that Ultron and I started to influence galactic commerce. It has no direct ties to Krypton, but it belongs to the Empire in all but name. The lift opened and they stepped inside. Revan frowned as Victor removed a keycard from his robes and inserted it below the controls. Without further commands, the elevator doors closed and they descended into the earth. This particular company owns a vast amount of the Corellian system, more than enough to influence the local government. Victor smiled as the lift came to a halt. Even if they project a veil of independence, they are slaves to their politicians, and politicians are slaves to greed. So, we will control this place from the shadows. Revan nodded as the doors opened to reveal a standard Kryptonian production center. With a firm hand on the leaders of the next best option to Krypton, the Empire will effectively control the entire galaxy without forcing unwilling systems under its banner. Indeed, and this rising federation of core systems will need a strong pair of leaders. Victor reached out to take hold of her hand and drew her into the crystalline halls. Together we can manage this lesser gathering of worlds, create something beyond the bounds of Krypton's shadow, and find our purpose outside of our master's will. You're quite persistent, Revan snorted, but left her hand in Victor's grasp. I can agree that this is a project worth doing, one that matches our skill sets. There are none better for this task than us. Victor gave her hand a squeeze as his lips turned up in a smile as he guided them through the base. Once more, when I receive my promised freedom, this place can be the cradle of our own civilization. They entered into the central chamber, where a modified Genesis chamber extended under a massive dome. Filled with biomechanical drones, the room buzzed with the same static sheet experience from the humans in the building above. Are you asking me to be your queen? Revan raised an eyebrow at Victor's roguish grin as she gave a half smile. You really are a confident one. We've known each other less than a month. Time is irrelevant. Victor's eyes shone as he gestured to the chamber. We are a perfect team, matched by passion and ability, so, what say you? Fine then, but we move forward as equals. Revan let her lips take on a full smile and nodded her head. Victor was right. Not only that, but this would be an opportunity to find her greater purpose and build something to support May and Dan in the future. A true cooperation between us. It looks like Howard is still in bed. Dan scanned the penthouse atop Stark Tower and found the persistent fellow asleep with his wife. It is a bit early, but if he can leave me 1,000 messages, he can answer on my time. He floated to the master bedroom's floor-to-ceiling windows and rapped on the glass. Howard's wife woke first, face twisted in the confusion of sleep as she blinked at Dan. A moment later she vanished under the covers with a squeak and shoved her husband from the bed. What the hell? Howard peeled his face from the carpeted floor and rubbed at his bruised jaw. Who's making all that noise, Superman? Howard leapt to his feet and waved Dan toward the balcony entrance. He snatched up a robe from the floor and pulled open the door to a rush of morning air. Eyes bright, he almost clambered over the rail as he gave Dan a salesman's smile. I've been messaging you. Howard held his precarious pose half over the side of the balcony. That nanotechnology, I have to take a look at it. The things we could do. Not everything can be shared right away, Stark. Dan shook his head and tossed over a hard drive filled with technical data. Look at these first and see what you can do, and focus on your family. Work isn't everything, and we have all the time in the world. Maybe you do. Howard looked Dan up and down. You're exactly the same as you were nearly 20 years ago. Us humans only have so much time to reach our goals before time catches up to us. There are solutions to everything, Stark. Dan gave a small smile and motioned to the hard drive in Howard's grasp. The last entry is on an object called the Tesseract. Within the next few months I'll have it shipped to a base of your choice for study. Sand trembled, a cascade of grit that spiraled into a mighty whirlpool. Deep below the surface, Apocalypse shifted in his throne. The fire under his skin receded, a long battle against the treachery of his lessers. Dust rippled from his body, pushed free by a wave of telekinetic force. Light returned to the chamber around him, a hall of gilded mosaics. The virus has been tamed, and it has bolstered my power. A snort slipped free as he rose to his feet. Sinister's betrayal had served him in the end, as all things should. He would thank the man before he ripped him apart, cell by cell. A flick of his hand and the celestial technology of his throne room hummed to life. Time to see what the mortals have been up to. Apocalypse frowned as the cables connected to his armor transferred a tide of data into his mind. A sneer lifted the corner of his mouth, eyes narrowed as he gazed beyond the ceiling and into the world above. It seems that a new god has risen while I slept. It's about time I met this Superman. Scotland is such a peaceful place. Kara drifted through the skies, one hand above her head as she guided a large passenger plane to the nearest airport. We should open another branch of the academy here, or open a Stark Industries terminal so we can spend more time here. The next branch academy is set to be established in Africa. Cal shook his head as he scanned the interior of the plane for injured passengers. Storm is next in line to run her own branch and she gets to choose the location. I know, Kara rolled her eyes as they closed in on a workable landing strip. The African branch was important, a link to the reclusive Wakanda that Danelle had ordered them to create. When do you open your school for the mystic arts? Maybe you could set up shop in one of the local castles. If you want to live here so badly, then open a martial school under the order's name yourself. Cal waved away her suggestion and shifted aside as she set the plane gently onto the runway. Both Danelle and Charles think you're more than ready, and you can easily get Kane and Namor to sign on as teachers. You know I don't have the time. Kara shook her head as the doors to the plane opened and unfurled their inflatable emergency sides. Even with all my training, I'm still the most active out of all of us. Cal had spent more and more time invested in the Ancient One's magic, while Danelle was almost always within his lab. Only Kara had maintained a constant presence in the public eye. She didn't mind, but it left her with little space in her life for more. The primes can handle things if you let them. Cal shrugged, his biofield extended to help the passengers down the slides. We've been on this earth for more than 30 years. You deserve a break like the rest of us. The primes have other work and you know it. Kara sighed as the plane was emptied of the final stragglers. I'll take a break when we finally form the Justice League. Excuse me, a slim woman with shoulder-length brown hair edged closer, hesitant as she glanced from Kara to Cal. Thank you very much for saving us. I was wondering, you're both members of the Order of Krypton, right? Of course. Kara raised an eyebrow at the woman and let her symbiote scan her body. The new arrival was a mutant, filled with an unusual energy. Are you looking for sanctuary? The closest academy is in Denmark, but this plane was bound for America. My name is Moira MacTaggart. I was hoping to contact Professor Charles Xavier. Moira extended her hand after a moment of hesitation. My mutation causes me to be reincarnated after death. I thought I was alone until I heard rumors of the Academy's and Superman's order. A mutation that allows rebirth. Cal titled his head, eyes focused as he scanned over Moira's body. Incredible. Your soul is one of the strongest I've ever seen, probably due to your accumulated experiences. I don't know anything about that. Moira inched backward from Cal's passionate gaze. My focus is on genetics. That's why I want to meet the professor. I hope that together we can gain a greater understanding of the mutant gene. That's not a problem. Cal froze mid-word before his neck swiveled to the southeast. I'm afraid it will have to wait. Supergirl, can you sense it? Yes, Kara levitated from the ground, eyes on the same path as Cal's. A great power surged from beyond the horizon, waves of untamed force that emanated from the center of the Sahara Desert. Whatever it is, it's powerful. Dan's eyes snapped open, his focus withdrawn from the genetic data within his mind. The Kryptonian genome was massive, but his own genetic code dwarfed even the Gold-era samples. Something's happening in Egypt. The surge of power that drew his attention emanated from the desert. His eyes couldn't pinpoint the source, but he could guess based on its location. Mr. Sinister's wounded master, Apocalypse, had awoken. Kara and Cal are already on their way, so is Bucky. Dan unfolded from his lotus position and slashed a portal into the air with a flick of his wrist. The Winter Soldier had done great work over the last 10 years, locked in an endless struggle with the corpse of Hydra. His mutation still hasn't surfaced, but it's probably best to keep him away from Sabanur. Apocalypse could forcibly awaken and even absorb a mutant's powers. Bucky would be a prime target for the Ancient King, a hybrid mutant body that he could take for his own. Dan stepped through his portal and into the desert sands. Venom, send a notice to the others, keep them back unless I order otherwise. Dan frowned as he moved directly above the energy signature. Whatever celestial technology cloaked this place, it refused to yield to his eyes. Just because I can't see you, doesn't mean I can't deal with you. Red blossomed from his vision, concentrated heat that turned the ocean of sand into steam and glass. The desert peeled away and left a massive pyramid exposed to the sun. Carved gold, layered with unusual hieroglyphs, reflected his attack towards the skies. The structure trembled, reformed from within to create an opening at the apex. A figure, armored in silver and purple, floated from within. Apocalypse glanced around the molten desert before he locked his gaze on Dan. You are not of my kind. The mutant's eyes narrowed to slits as he peered at Dan's body. An alien, your genetic code is remarkable, but you have made a grave mistake. Energy rippled across Apocalypse's celestial armor, a tyrannical power that pressed against Dan's biofield. The two forces battled in the air, locked in a stalemate that raised the mutant's eyebrows. This world is not yours to shepherd, outsider. Sabanur extended his hands as the skies darkened. Only the silver light on the mutant's skin and the glow of Dan's Kai remained, candles in an ocean of black. It already has a king. Dan shook his head as he slipped around Apocalypse's concentrated energy blast, eyes on the mutant's armor. Without it, this version of Sabanur would be powerful, but not a threat. As it was, the godly technology of the Celestials provided an impenetrable defense. You are fast, but nothing you do can. Dan appeared before the mutant king and planted a fist into his chest. Launched skyward with the sound of a gong, Apocalypse's words were lost as he tumbled toward the distant ocean. Dan followed, a half step behind as he searched the armor for weak points. Even the mutant's face was coated in a force field, one that repelled Dan's blows as easily as the armor itself. The celestial technology was truly a wonder, one that he couldn't wait to pull apart and study. Let's see just how much you can take, shall we? Dan smiled as he drew on the full might of his Kai, backed by the Power Stone's ravenous energy. The might of a universe, carried forward by the weight of his fist. Air compressed, pushed aside as a vacuum of chaotic force enveloped the ancient mutant. Plasma bloomed, accompanied by the roll of thunder as Dan's knuckles hammered into Apocalypse's chin. Space fragmented, a broken hole that swallowed the mutant king. Dan shook his fist and followed into a sub-layer that the sorcerers called the mirror dimension. He would be able to let loose a bit more inside, without the need to suppress his power with his biofield. Still alive, are we? Dan squinted at the undamaged armor and sighed. The mutant was a turtle with an adamantium shell, too slow to be a great danger but too durable to be destroyed. You're quite lucky to have that technology, or you'd be dust on the wind by now. That power Apocalypse spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes widened in horror. You carry a gem of infinity. The Power Stone is in your hands. Quite perceptive, but even if you can detect its energy it won't change things for you. Dan landed another full-force blow against the mutant's skull, an attack that buried him within the mirror dimension's earth. That armor might be able to withstand my hits, but your body is still taking damage. I'll bet that I can pummel you faster than you can heal, even through that shell of yours. Dan drew even more energy from the stone, a surge of power that pushed at the edges of his control. Purple light emanated from under his skin, his healing factor in full swing as it repaired his embattled cells. The gem allowed him to almost double his power, though he mostly used it to infuse himself with sunlight and imbue his attacks with destructive energy. His own strength was slightly higher than the stone itself, but he would need to use everything he had if he wanted to outshine the cosmic artifact. "You cannot kill me, Superman, I am eternal." Sabanur exploded from the depths of the fragmented reality, a bloody scowl on his lips. He released a compressed wave of silver plasma toward Dan, an attack that was pushed aside by a flash of purple. "I was made so by the Celestials, and not even the Infinity Stones can bring about my death." "Even the Celestials can die," Sabanur. Dan blurred forward and took hold of the mutant's wrists. "Nothing under creation is truly eternal, not even the one above all." Sapphire flame lanced from his eyes and into Apocalypse's face, a downpour of energy that carried the full might of the power within his body. The mirror dimension folded on itself, twisted and broken as the temperatures soared beyond the realm of physics. Apocalypse released energy of his own, not enough, as his flesh slowly boiled within its armored cocoon. Rather than cry out in pain, the mutant king released crazed laughter, his gaze locked on Dan's through the fire. "Perhaps, but not by your hand." The words forced their way through a mouth without lips, a skull mask that sizzled and burned. "We shall meet again, Superman, we shall meet again, and I shall show you the true power of Apocalypse." The mutant's body swelled, ballooned outwards until it erupted in an explosion of silver light. Dan wrapped his biofield around the glow, compressed it down and snuffed it out. Yet he was dissatisfied. The mutant king would clearly return, resurrected by whatever celestial mechanism he'd rigged in his favor. The next time he appeared, he wouldn't be so foolish as to announce his location with a careless release of energy. Dan would need to keep a closer watch upon the world, a distraction from his research that made him sigh. A pulse of his biofield and he pushed free of the mirror dimension. "At least I didn't come out with nothing," Dan gave the celestial pyramid a once-over, before he sent out a signal to the primes. The technology within was advanced enough to block his sight and empower Apocalypse to withstand universal blows. "Hopefully we can reverse engineer enough of this thing to find a way to overcome Sabanur's defenses." Thunder rippled through the air, a violent storm on a lifeless world. May kicked a boulder and reduced it to high-velocity sand, lips turned downward as she scanned the base that stood in the wasteland. "He's already gone," runes flashed behind her eyes, divination magic that showed little of value. May stomped her foot, and a ravine opened below her feet. Deep below the earth, an obsidian temple glinted in the light of the thunderstorm. "Let's find and salvage what we can, leave nothing intact behind." Anakin nodded and descended toward the modern base, while she and the wizard set their sights on the temple. Covered in hieroglyphic scrawl, it echoed in the Force. A place of death and blood, where darkness pooled. Oily and oppressive, the ancient building called out into her mind. "We must be careful here," Merlin frowned, hand extended toward the void within the ominous structure. "This is a powerful nexus beyond any others that I've seen in this galaxy. It has the same flavor as Abeloth, but directionless and feral." "It's not alive." May let her eyes close, senses extended toward the hostile energy below. It grated on her nerves, formless shards of hate and rage. "It's an impression in the fabric of the universe, the memory of an event so terrible that it scarred reality." Light emitted from her palms, white rays that strobed over the temple's surface. Wherever they touched, the black stone hissed and sparked. Black mist boiled from within, dispelled as a glint of silver took shape. "This was once a place of creation, but whatever happened here has twisted its purpose." May shook her head and lowered her hand. She needed to rest before she could cleanse this place, barely on her feet after her struggle with Abeloth. "I think Sidious used it to break free of my spell and maybe even create a new body. We shall inform Ultron of this planet's location. He can secure it while you recover." Merlin placed a hand on her back and infused her with a healing light. You have absorbed a tremendous amount of divine energy, so much that even your body will take time to adapt. The pyramid has been secured for transport, but we are unable to breach its walls. Prime 1 floated up from the gilded structure and gave Dan a bow of his head. We may require the power of either the Allspark or the Tesseract to force our way inside. A rumble echoed over the desert as the pyramid rose on a cloud of sand. The other primes hauled the celestial construction skyward, on course for the distant fortress. Dan glanced at the horizon before he nodded to the silver-toned Superman. The Tesseract needs to stay in Shield's hands for now. If you require more than the spark, we'll use the Power Stone. Dan let his biofield carry him toward the northwest, focused on a group of figures that made a swift approach. You carry on. I'll entertain our guests. Halt! That pyramid and all it contains are the property of the Celestials. A blonde-haired man dressed in blue and red accelerated ahead of his companions, eyes backlit by a flare of cosmic power. Return what you have taken, or we will be forced to reclaim it ourselves. Really? Dan sized the man up, eyebrow raised. This fellow and his group all contained considerable reserves of cosmic energy, much like Ensabanur but far weaker. And who might you be, exactly? I am the Sovereign of Olympia, chosen leader of the Eternals and servant of the Celestials. Yellow energy flared within the man's gaze as his comrades raced to hover at his back. One, a larger fellow with a bushy red beard, drifted to float level with the self-titled Sovereign. The contents of that pyramid were never meant for mortal hands. They will only bring you and yours to ruin. Dan frowned at the man's claims. The Eternals he knew looked different from these four, but he could still guess at a few of their identities. The leader was probably Ikaris, while one of the three at his back was likely Circe. I'm not your average mortal, Ikaris, servant of Erisham. Dan extended his biofield and blocked the path to the airborne pyramid. Like Apocalypse, these Eternals would revive after death, but beyond a freakish ability to survive they were no threat to him. You and yours may be able to bully the locals of Earth, but you'll find me a bit less receptive to your influence. Stand aside, fool, the red-headed man at Ikaris' side scoffed as a flare of energy rippled over his body. Your actions may have won you the praise of the humans, but I know a conqueror when I see one. If I was a conqueror, you would already be dust on the wind. Dan gave the man a dead-eyed stare, before he ignored his existence and turned back to Ikaris. I won't return the celestial technology that I've earned with my own power, but you're welcome to try and take it from me. You dare. Keep quiet. Dan appeared before the redhead. Hand extended, he flicked the man's forehead and robbed the bearded fellow of his consciousness. The adults are talking now. Are we going to fight, or can I go about my day? Father's yours. Circe gave Dan a horrified glance as she grabbed a hold of her unconscious friend. Ikaris, I told you that this Superman was different from the other mortals. We need to unite if we want to have a chance against him. That's enough, Circe. Ikaris waved her to silence, brow furrowed as he met Dan's gaze. We have no desire to fight with you, Superman. Your influence on Earth has been a positive one, but that pyramid must not fall into the hands of any but the Eternals. Erisham commands it. Then Erisham can come and take it from me. Dan gave the Eternal leader a mild smile, one that failed to reach his eyes. It would take more than the theft of Ensabanur's pyramid to summon the Celestial back to Earth. Apocalypse attacked me and I've claimed his possessions as compensation. Bring me his head and help me disable his resurrection. Maybe then I'll give you what you want. Apocalypse. Ikaris frowned as he glanced between Dan and the pyramid, already far in the distance thanks to the Prime's efforts. Ensabanur is no brother of ours, but I must still insist. I feel like you're missing the point here. Dan sighed as he constricted his biofield around the group of Eternals. Cosmic energy flared from their skin, useless against his grasp. I don't work for the Celestials or you. The flames of his Kai billowed from his skin, midnight blue fire that cast a sapphire tint over the land. Icarus released a blast of cosmic energy from his eyes, a flare of power that Dan forced back under the Eternal's skin. You've spent too long among the weak, sovereign of the Eternals. Dan shook his head as he floated face to face with the captured Icarus. Your demands have no weight against me and mine. I stand above you in the hierarchy of power, and I know the real reason your kind exists. Icarus' eyes widened at Dan's claim, his struggles redoubled. Most of the Eternals thought they were on Earth to shepherd humanity, but both Dan and Icarus knew the truth. They were there to ensure the rise of a new Celestial, nothing more and nothing less. Now, I'll ask you again. Dan waved his hand and tossed the Eternals from his grasp, back in the direction they came from. Do you wish to fight, or can we end this charade without further violence? Master Quigon, please wait. A brown-haired Jedi, his face covered in tribal tattoos, hurried to catch up to Bastila and Quigon. He led a small group of older Jedi Knights, as well as a collection of younger men and women of the Order. Is it true that you've left the Jedi to serve under the banner of Krypton? Indeed it is, Master Het. Quigon smiled as he turned to face the gathering of Jedi, Bastila at his side. I was unable to convince the Council of Masters, but I hope that other, like-minded members will join me in time. That's why we've come, Master Quigon. Het waved to the group at his back, face set in determined lines. Many of the younger generation are tired of the chains of tradition. We would follow you and join the Order of Krypton, if you'll have us. Quigon smiled at the younger master, before he turned to face the crowd. His gaze traveled over each of the Jedi present, eyes that saw more than just their faces. He nodded, satisfied with whatever he found in their hearts. Krypton welcomes all who have pure intentions. Quigon waved the group forward, but stopped Master Het with a hand on the shoulder. I will take these few to the Order's academy, but I would like you to remain. Quigon turned the younger man back toward the Jedi Temple and motioned to the monolithic structure. Backlit by the sun, the greater structure was wreathed in shadows. You can continue your efforts to recruit the dissatisfied members of the Jedi and keep Krypton informed on the actions of the Council. They'll definitely return. Dan shook his head as the Eternals retreated, gaze fixed on Icarus' back. The blonde-haired sovereign led his people toward one of the dead zones that repelled his sight. Erisham won't act for something so minor. So long as I leave his unborn celestial alone, I can bully his Eternals all I want. The time would come when he would be forced to act against the Celestials directly, but it was not now. Erisham was more powerful than Sidorak or Mephisto, but he was also more predictable than the multiversal demons. Dan could bide his time and grow in power, so long as he didn't cross certain lines. Still, I'd best have the Primes keep watch over them. Dan sighed as the Eternals vanished within their hidden city. This Earth was too crowded for its own good, packed with hidden dangers and known threats. I've got to keep my own eyes out for Sabanur, among other things. Superman Apocalypse's eyes flashed open, body suspended within a soft, golden light. One of his many resurrection chambers, taken from his celestial masters to serve his own purposes. You will pay for your arrogance, usurper. Sabanur floated free of the light's embrace, hand raised to summon a portal. The area beyond was cloaked in shadow, heavy air stagnant with age. To match this Superman's strength, he would need to awaken his most powerful servants. His first horsemen, the incarnations of pestilence, war, famine, and death. Wake, famine, Apocalypse stepped through his portal and into another subterranean chamber. A flash of energy radiated from his body and cleared the centuries of dust to expose a large sarcophagus. Wake and gather your siblings, the time has come to continue your impeccable service. Stone grated against stone, a shift that caused the ground to tremble. The ancient tomb opened, slow and steady until its lid toppled to the floor. Two hands extended from within and gripped the sarcophagus edge. A stone-faced pharaoh pulled himself free, a mask of expressionless slate to hide his features. Dressed in a traditional Egyptian headdress and robe, he gazed about the chamber until he locked eyes with his master. Father, Famine dropped to one knee before Ensabanur, eyes lowered with respect and fear. As always, it is my honor to serve. Hank Pym? Howard frowned, head tilted to the side as Dan lounged in the air outside his window. He's a brilliant scientist, but I'm not sure why you'd want me to offer him such a high-paid position. He's about to make an extremely important discovery. Dan projected an image of Apocalypse, focused on his hyper-advanced armor, as well as several shots of the Celestial Pyramid. The real reason I'm here today is to offer you what you've been insisting on all these years. Howard climbed halfway out his window to get a better view of the unusual technology, practically drooling as he narrowed his eyes. Dan added more and more images. A detailed scan of the All-Sparks surface, a video that showed a phantom drive in operation, the detailed schematic of a prime. A wave of his hand and they all vanished, much to Stark's dismay. You've been an ally of Krypton since I first arrived, but now I'm asking you to take a step further and go all in. Dan withdrew 3 vials from his belt, 1 for each of the Stark family. Kara and Cal had received their upgrade shortly after Logan and the others, but Howard was forced to wait until the birth of his son. If you accept my offer, not only will you gain full access to Krypton's technology, but you and your family will gain the same abilities as Superboy and Supergirl. The mysterious Superman serum. Stark eyed the vials with a near fanatical interest, knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the window frame. I've been badgering Steve about it for more than 5 years, but he refused to talk about it. Dad, look at what I made Superman. A preteen Tony pushed open the door to his father's office, a rectangular, mechanical box clutched in his arms. His eyes widened as he caught sight of Dan beyond the open window. When did you get here? Look, I made a genetic sensor to help out the order. Tony held up his machine, a bright smile on his face as he offered it toward Dan. The interior was quite advanced for the times, filled with compact circuitry and delicate crystal filaments. The boy pressed a button on the side and a series of lights flickered across a small display on the top of the white and red box. Father said that he was working on a device to detect the mutant gene, but it kept getting pushed aside by higher priority work. Tony puffed up his chest, proud of his efforts as he pointed to the device. So I decided to help out and finished the prototype myself. That's some impressive work, Tony. Dan flashed the boy a smile as he scanned the sensor, layer by layer. It was of solid construction, and the scanning field it emitted had a range of over 100 yards. You're already a better engineer than your father, and you're not even out of grade school yet. Thanks, Superman. Tony ignored his father's flinch and peered at the vials in Dan's hand. What are those? A new project that you're working on? They're a gift for you and your parents. The super serum that lets your Uncle Steve fly around like I do. Dan extended the vials toward Howard, who barely hesitated before he snatched them up. Once the 3 of you have taken them, we're going to my personal laboratory for a tour. I still haven't said yes. Howard eyed the vials in his hand, face awash in a combination of trepidation and excitement. I didn't want to give you oversight over my company 20 years ago, and that still hasn't changed. Come on, Stark. Dan rolled his eyes and waved to the building under Howard's feet. You're at the pinnacle of where you can go on your own. I'm offering to show you technology beyond your wildest dreams. All I want is control over its distribution. A limited amount of Krypton's technology was already in use on Earth, and Dan wanted to keep the release gradual. Too much growth would attract unwanted attention to the planet, something Dan wanted to avoid until the death of Thanos. But the people deserve to benefit from our knowledge, Howard sighed, eyes still locked on the serum. What good is any of our work if it can't be put to use? Once you have access to our database, you'll understand. Dan gave Howard a half smile as he shook his head. There are terrible forces in the universe, things that hunt down and destroy planets that shine too brightly. Threats that even you're scared of? Howard's face resolved into a determined mask. He returned Dan's nod and pocketed the serum. I'll speak with Maria tonight. As long as she agrees, we'll be ready to leave tomorrow morning. Perfect. Dan glanced at the street below and raised an eyebrow. A thin man in a rumpled suit rehearsed his business pitch with the help of a gruff and burly companion. Do you have a meeting with a fellow called Reed Richards this afternoon? As you can see, the cosmic storm will appear in less than a month. Reed Richards shuffled through his disorganized papers as his projector shifted to the next image. All I need from Stark Industries is access to your orbital station. Its shielding makes it one of two that can keep its occupants safe from the storm's radiation. I've seen enough. Howard glanced at Dan, whose normal suit was replaced with more casual attire. A set of glasses completed the outfit, combined with a change in body posture and voice. I'm willing to consider funding your experiments, provided you sign over the majority share of the patent to Stark Industries. Please reconsider whether you're willing to work with us. Richards missed a beat as Howard agreed before the end of his presentation. I expected you to demand full possession of my research. Are you sure you don't want to see the rest of the data? Not necessary. Howard shook his head as he rose from his chair and extended a hand to the confused scientist. I've already read your research papers and the data is sound. Stark waved to Dan, who stepped forward from his position against the back wall. He walked forward and gave Richards a smile, mildly uncomfortable with his altered appearance. Venom changed his features enough that he wouldn't be recognized as Superman, but it made his skin itch. This is Daniel Kent, the director of R&D here at Stark Industries. Howard motioned for Reed and Dan to shake hands before he moved to the meeting room door. He has the most experience with space travel than any other member of the company. You'll be working under his guidance for the duration of your employment here. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Richards. Dan gave the man a measured look as they shook, face relaxed in an honest smile. The future Mr. Fantastic was the most intelligent human in existence, beyond even Tony's future self. I look forward to working with you. May, are you all right? Anissa floated forward as May emerged from the Phantom Zone, Anakin and Merlin at her side. You look pale. I'll be fine. May gave the Viltrumite a tired smile, touched by the woman's concern. I just need a good night's rest, preferably deep inside Krypton's sun. Anissa tilted her head in confusion as Goku circled around May with worried eyes. Goku never spoke about how Kryptonian biology worked, but from May's words they gained some benefit from the light of the stars themselves. Are you sure you're all right? Goku poked at May's shoulder, mouth curled down in a frown. Your Kai is all weird. I can't sense it as well as I normally can. I said I'll be fine. May rolled her eyes and waved the Saiyan away. Still, the two of you should stay in this universe while I recover. Goku nodded and reached out to grasp Anissa's hand. May led the way, a phantom jump that carried them into orbit around Krypton's star. The Kryptonian Empress gave them a tired smile before she dove beneath the sun's fire and vanished from sight. Since we have to stay and guard Krypton while May sleeps, why don't we tour around the surface? Goku waved for Anissa to follow as he set course for Krypton's surface. We can visit the symbiote ocean and say hello to Idrissel. This technology is incredible, Doctor. Richards leaned over Dan's shoulder as he piloted a modified Kryptonian shuttlecraft. Why hasn't Stark unveiled this to the world? It could change the way our civilization views space travel. This vessel is a prototype. Dan smiled as he pulled them into contact with the Stark Industries orbital station. Mass production is next to impossible with current production methods, something that should change over the next few years. The technological advancement of the Earth would still be limited, but the rest of the solar system would soon be within easy reach. A soft click and the shuttle was docked. Air hissed as they matched the station's atmospheric pressure, a signal for Dan to rise. I'm still annoyed you wouldn't let me fly the thing, Ben Grimm snorted as the group followed after Dan, through the hatch and into the oversized station. I'm not sure what the point of bringing along an astronaut test pilot is, if you're going to do all my work. Lighten up, Ben. Johnny Storm slapped the bulkier man on the shoulder, laughter on his lips. I didn't get to fly her either, but you don't hear me complaining. I'm sure Stark won't let the likes of you play with his toys. Sue Storm slapped the back of her brother's head and flashed Dan an apologetic smile. Sorry about these two. We're all grateful just to be able to use the space station. It's no problem, MS. Storm. Dan laughed as Johnny clutched the back of his skull, puppy dog eyes turned in his sister's direction. The soon-to-be iconic super team were refreshing to be around, a true family experience that Dan deeply missed. They can be the first to fly our production models, once they come off the line. I'll hold you to that, Ben chuckled as he set down an armful of well-packaged laboratory equipment. Come on, Johnny, let's grab the rest of this stuff from the shuttle and get things set up for Reed and your sister. Sue, come take a look at these readings. Richards held up a portable device that connected to the station's sensors, already hyper-focused on his work. The storm is still well outside the solar system, but it's shifted closer than expected. Dan shook his head and left the group to their task. In a few days the cosmic storm would be through to empower them, the birth of the Fantastic Four. He would keep one eye on the Earth while he waited, ready to act if apocalypse surfaced. I wonder what would happen if someone mutated by cosmic energy took the Superman serum. Father, I have awakened my brother and sisters. Famine stepped through a portal of shadow, followed by 3 additional figures. We await your next command. N. Sabiner smiled at his most loyal son before his eyes passed to the others. The skulls that curled Pestilence's waist like a belt rattled as she joined her brother on one knee. The bandages around her body rustled, shifted by a constant stream of green-black smoke. War scowled, the flame that composed her face twisted as she fixed her eyes firmly on the floor. Defiant as always, but as powerful as ever. Apocalypse snorted and forced her to her knees with a wave of his hand. Death, his face covered by a helm of Anubis, joined the others without complaint. His horsemen were gathered, a connection that resonated within his bones. The Eternals called his uses of their gift a perversion, the ability to forcibly infuse the strength of his servants into himself. Excellent work, my son. N. Sabiner rose to his feet and placed a gentle hand on Famine's head. Now we must gather more, new apostles that can share in the glory of my kingdom. What is it that you desire? White light surrounded her, body numbed as a voice whispered at the back of her skull. What is the ideal that you hold closest to your heart? May frowned. Open or closed, her eyes showed the same white expanse, empty of all but the luminous glow. The infinity around her trembled in rhythm with the unknown voice. You must decide, choose your path. The light flickered, interspersed with the deepest black. Who are you? What is your purpose? What do you live for? The radiance around her condensed, drawn into the shape of voluminous clouds. The space above was lost to shadow, while May stood upside down amongst the heavens, eyes fixed into a terrible abyss. Her purpose? The clouds trembled, shifted from side to side by an unseen force. She had goals, things that she would die for, but her heart told her that this was not what the voice wished to hear. Who are you? May extended her senses, only to discover that her magic failed her. The biofield that she'd become accustomed to also refused to respond, the power of her body drained away. What is this place? The clouds ahead parted, thrust aside as an obsidian stairway sprouted forth and reached into the emptiness beyond. Highlighted by a silver glow, May glimpsed impossibly dense runes within the unknown stone. This is the beginning, or the end. The clouds around her rose in waves, disturbed by the sound of the voice. A place that all who seek the truth of things will reach, provided they can survive the first steps on the path. Now who are you, Mael? The Empress of Krypton? A master of magic? What face lies beneath the masks? I am all of those things, and I don't wear any masks. May steadied her mind with a practiced series of breaths, focused on the few details within her surroundings. You still haven't answered my questions. Laughter echoed from the silver-white clouds, a mockery that was mirrored by the voice in her mind. The featherlight wisps shuddered, disturbed by something hidden within. I am one whose path has long ended, a wall of clouds stretched upward, a vast tide that split to reveal a familiar draconic figure. Serpentine and sleek, with pure white scales that pushed back the darkness of the endless abyss above. A fragment of a being who once ascended the stairs of heaven without fear. The stairs of heaven. May let her gaze slip from the gigantic beast and to the luminous black stairway. Even the effort to focus on the structure levied a great pressure against her mind, a suppression that screamed for her to bow. Do you expect me to climb that thing? I expect you to fail. The dragon's lips turned upward in an unconcerned grin. It swept around her, a vast presence that transformed the peaceful clouds into a storm. Only those who truly know themselves may step onto the stairway and survive. The faintest whisper of doubt will call the wrath of heaven and cleanse the challenger from existence. May smiled as she stepped closer to the raised pathway, unconcerned as the dragon brushed past her side. One foot followed the other, until she stood at the base of the vastly oversized stairs. She appraised the way upward, eyes filled with an inner fire. You expect me to choose a singular purpose? I refuse. May took the first step, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The pressure doubled the moment her foot contacted the stone, ignored as she gave the condescending dragon a feral grin. You expect me to fail, to bow my head and cleanse away my doubts. I reject that too. The second step carried more weight than the first, a world on her shoulders as she left the clouds behind. This new life had shown her that even the highest of gods could fall. The path forward was not singular, and she would not walk to the tune of some ancient dragon. I don't know what this place is, but my heart tells me the way out lies atop these stairs. Warmth spread from her heart, a flame that flickered from under her skin. Infused with familiar runes, it forced back the veil between her and her power. I travel the path of my choosing, and nothing will stand between me and the things I've chosen to protect. May advanced against the pressure, one step at a time, while the dragon floated behind on a trail of clouds. Her death waited for her if she halted her way forward, as it did if she'd chosen not to walk at all. The knowledge came from the same place as the fire on her skin, a core of flame and magic that refused to bend the knee. Then you walk the hardest path of all, young goddess. The dragon's laughter filled the cloud banks below with the echo of thunder, a trace of lightning within the silver white. It remained a step behind, on her heels as she pushed past waves of intangible force. To give nothing up is to defy the will of heaven, to choose everything is to demand the obedience of creation. Heaven is subjective and creation exists to serve. With every step her power slowly returned. The pressure roared in her ears, demonic wind that hooked at her spirit with bladed talons and threatened to halt her progress. It's going to take more than a broken-down dragon and some divine stairs to redefine who I am and what I stand for. The clouds that ascended at her back shivered, swept into a frenzy as countless branches reached out from their depths. The dragon dodged to the side, a flash of light in its eyes as Yggdrasil illuminated the void above. Emerald and gold, a beacon that challenged the expanse of heaven. May's joints creaked as she took another step, then another. The hand of the world tree at her back, she forced a path against the hurricane. Far above, a faint point of light flickered. The smallest wisp of a star, alone in the shadowed black. Runic scripture wrapped her body, lifted it from the obsidian stairway and towards the distant sun. Well done, little one. The dragon's laughter boomed out from her wake, almost childlike in its joy. Blinding light expanded to cover her perceptions, a glow that banished all else. Fearless as a dragon, filled with rebellion and fire. You will do. The storm is approaching too quickly, Doctor. Richards let his fingers dance over the station controls, gaze fixed on the view screen that dominated the center of the station's laboratory. Hurry up and get back inside. Dan shook his head as the video feed of Ben Grimm in a full spacesuit flickered, an image destabilized by the oncoming wave of cosmic energy. Things were progressing as planned, with the shielding disabled and a series of malfunctions that rendered the shuttle unusable. I'll handle things here, Reed. Dan stepped up to man the controls and waved Richards toward the door. Go help Johnny and Sue, we're running out of time. The doctor nodded and darted for the exit, on a course that would lead him and the others to a new life. The cosmic storm billowed against the background of stars, a chaotic glow that hid all but the brightest within a rainbow of light. A few taps of his fingers and several energy collectors extended from the damaged shuttle pointed at the heart of the anomaly. The unusual cloud was worth the time to study further, given its ability to create empowered humans. Dan frowned as an emergency signal from the fortress echoed in his skull. A call from the primes that drew his gaze back to the surface of the Earth. Of course he picks the worst possible time. Dan let his disguise fall away, body gun from the station in a blur that outpaced the light of the sun. Intruders had infiltrated the fortress, and Sabanur and a small group of unknown mutants. Gotta hurry, Howard and his family are still inside the laboratory. This place is incredible. Howard's eyes couldn't focus on a single point, called to countless unusual technologies that filled Prime 1's laboratory. What powers all this? Currently the fortress draws most of its power from the Allspark, but it can be fueled by the Tesseract as well. Prime 1 sighed as he picked a young Tony from behind a command console. Please refrain from disassembling active components. If you wish to study the control systems, I shall create a replication. Sorry, Tin Man. Tony gave a sheepish grin and handed over a complicated energy capacitor. Is there any chance I could take a look at your schematics? My schematics are extremely complicated. Prime 1 hastily set down Tony, before the young man could finish prying open a panel on his back. Please, have patience, A crimson pulse flared to life, followed by the howl of an alarm. Prime 1's face hardened, his body positioned between the Starks and the entrance to the lab. Energy crackled over his metallic skin, projected into a shield that captured an explosion of silver-white. A purple-gray giant pushed through the ruined wall, eyes bright as he glanced around the laboratory. The oversized humanoid ignored Tony and Howard, greedy eyes focused on the miniaturized Genesis chamber in the back of the lab. Interesting, a smile twitched at the corners of the man's lips as he took a step toward the chamber. It seems that Superman's people are less primitive than expected. Hey, Apocalypse. A windstorm stirred up the shattered remnants of the wall, a herald to the arrival of a black-armored form. Bucky Barnes appeared between the intruder and the Genesis chamber, eyes lit by a crimson glow. Keep your wrinkled fingers off of my boss's stuff. Twin explosions echoed from deeper within the fortress, a wave of force that dimmed the lighting and shook Tony and his father to their knees. Prime 1 tilted his head, mechanical face twisted in a frown. 4 Omega-level mutants have teleported into the cell block. The Prime's eyes flickered, connected to the base's sensors. Amal Farrock, Sebastian Shaw, and Nathaniel Essex have been freed from containment. Quiet, machine, and Sabanur flicked a hand in Prime 1's direction and blasted the mechanical Superman with a wave of silver flame. Driven backward, the Prime sacrificed his own defense and encased the Starks in a barrier of light. Your betters are talking. Thunder clapped, a compression of air that staggered Apocalypse back a step. Bucky gave the bigger man a cheeky grin, even as he shook his numbed fist. His power had grown to unimaginable heights over the last few years, a strength he owed to Danelle and his kin. You're a durable one. Just like Superman said, Bucky cracked his knuckles, a cold smile on his face. How about you take off that armor of yours and fight like a man? Apocalypse scoffed as he rubbed his jaw, focus finally drawn to Bucky's smaller figure. The mutant king let out a laugh and pounced forward, eyes hungry as cosmic energy bloomed from under his skin. Why would a god lower himself to fight like his lessers? And Sabiner released a wave of cosmic force, strong enough to threaten Prime One's defense of Tony and his father. You are not like the other Supermen, your blood is of my blood. Bucky frowned, jaw set as he pushed his way through the light. He lashed out with a kick that slammed against Apocalypse's breastbone and drove him from the laboratory. Superman would be here soon, but until then it was his responsibility to protect the others. He was still the only person to take the mutant-enhanced serum, the strongest on Earth besides Danel and the other born Kryptonians. Even Kara and Cal had some trouble keeping pace with his growth, though his mutation had yet to manifest itself. My blood is not of your blood, Bucky unleashed twin lines of crimson heat, deflected and absorbed by Apocalypse's defenses. Danel had warned that the mutant was nearly unkillable, but all he needed to do was buy time. Just look at you. Do you think my beautiful face could be related to that withered mug of yours? Amusing, Apocalypse vanished in a flash, his voice dispersed around the room. Laughter echoed from the shadows, its true location masked from even Kryptonian senses. You will make a powerful apostle once we have awoken your true self. A hand reached up from the floor and gripped Bucky's ankles, tugged downward and twisted to slam him into the ground. An insidious energy forced its way under his skin, black as tar and just as thick. What strength left Bucky's body, drawn away by the mutant king's touch? Thoughts came slow, singular moments stretched into years as a shadow rose within the depths of his mind. What are you doing to me? I am showing you the truth, child, and Sabiner's voice slipped through him like a snake, dry and cold as it burrowed ever deeper. You are meant to stand above these foolish mortals, a god in a pantheon of evolution. The cells in his body trembled, twisted and reformed as his mutation was forced into the light by Apocalypse's power. Fire consumed his bone, swept through his soul and turned his thoughts to ash. Nothing remained but the swell of power, a strength that forced a howl from his lips and into the air. Rise up, my first apostle. Apocalypse reformed from the shadow, one hand on Bucky's shoulder as a spatial crack formed at the center of the ruined lab. A thunder of power rippled from beyond the portal, a familiar strength that Bucky's shrouded mind couldn't place. You're too late, Superman, I have what I need. Apocalypse sneered as he gazed into the portal. Come, first among my children, let us retreat for now. Danel's figure appeared, fist planted into the bridge of Apocalypse's nose. The shadowed body evaporated at the slightest touch, a splatter of darkness that twisted itself into a darkened gateway. Bucky sank into his own shadow, eyes unfocused as he reveled in the newborn energy within him. Superman's hands snatched out, unable to take hold as the darkness rendered him incorporeal to the touch. We shall meet again, and soon, Kryptonian, and Sabiner laughed at the cold wrath within Superman's eyes, his voice contained within every shadow. With the connection to my horsemen, my power has already begun to close with your own. Thanks to your soft-hearted nature, I now have 3 apostles to close the gap even further. The gate of shadow faded, along with the mutant's voice, until only the sound of the fortress alarms echoed within the lab. A cascade of runes swept through the area, cast from Superman's hands in an attempt to lock onto Apocalypse's retreat. Soon, this Earth shall once again be mine. Is everyone all right? Dan swept aside the dust in the air with a flick of his biofield. Howard and Tony flinched, huddled behind the back of a battered Prime. No injuries? We're fine. Howard checked Tony for wounds and came up empty. Who the hell was that ogre-faced giant? An enemy that keeps slipping through my fingers. Dan pulled Prime 1 to his feet and scanned the fellow's damaged components. The mechanical Superman had done a great job, his injuries sustained to keep the Starks unharmed. Get the other primes to help fix you up, I'll take care of things here. Dan scanned the ruined chamber. It would take the fortress little time to repair itself, but the damage here was irrelevant. Bucky had been captured despite the few seconds that passed before his arrival. 3 Omega-level prisoners had also been freed, mutants that Apocalypse would add to his collection. His power was far greater than the last time we met. Dan shook his head. Sabanur could draw on the power of his chosen. With the addition of Bucky and the others, he would become stronger still. I need to find a way of detecting his location, or he'll soon become an even bigger problem. I'm sorry, but even my magic cannot find him. The Ancient One breathed out a sigh that raised fog from her cup of tea. She returned it to the table, untasted as she shook her head. Sabanur has been a thorn in my side for far longer than I care to admit, but the power of the Celestials is something even I cannot overcome. The Celestials, Dan snorted, face pinched into a frown. The will of these powerful beings meant little to him, but their technology was beyond comprehension. Are you certain you can't do anything? He knew that there was magic that could pierce celestial armors. Forged by the power of Asgard, they were not something he had access to. If the Ancient One truly had no solutions, he would have to step up another plan of his. Odin and some of the other gods have the power to harm celestials, the weakest ones anyway. The Ancient One waved a hand and summoned a book from her personal collection. This can show you some of their techniques, but no one has found a way to see past their reality cloak, not without the power of a realm god. So Odin could find him? Dan raised an eyebrow at her words. The king of Asgard was bound to the power of his kingdom, as well as the might of his world tree. That old goat has a realm. The Ancient One shook her head and projected a vision of Sidorak and Mephisto, alongside a few others that Dan had never met. She cycled through a menagerie of multidimensional entities, each one far beyond Dan in power. Odin's realm is too small, a fragment of the true infinity needed to match most celestials. The Ancient One dispelled the illusions and returned her hands to her tea. You may need to make a bargain with a higher power, if you want to find your friend. Not a chance. Dan downed the last of his own tea in a single gulp before he rose to his feet. He would never sign a contract that limited his choices in the future, no matter how much he wanted to save Bucky. I don't suppose you'd be willing to lend me that time stone of yours? Not a chance. The Ancient One threw his words back at him with a laugh. But you already have 2 stones. Surely they are enough to see you through this trial. The space stone has to remain where it is. You know why as well as I do. Dan shrugged as he moved to the open window of her study. The power stone is enough to force him into the light, but only if I know where to aim it. Dan looked to the heavens, already decided on his next course of action. He'd intended to wait until he could freely use the space stone, but his own spatial abilities would have to be enough. I'll be gone for a while, hopefully not long, but I can't be certain. Dan turned back to meet the Ancient One's gaze. Do me a favor, keep watch over my friends until I return. See, she won't wake up. Goku let his biofield extend to shield Anissa and Merlin from the fires of Krypton's sun, frustration on his face as he tapped his knuckles against the barrier around May. No matter what I do, I can't get past this energy bubble and she won't answer. What's the matter with her? Merlin placed a hand against the transparent shield, eyes closed as a circle of runes highlighted the barrier's edge. Lips turned in a frown, he shook his head and stepped back from the blockade of force. She is undergoing apotheosis, a true conversion and adaptation of the divine fragment she absorbed. The wizard's hands moved in a blur as he cast a spell, layers of runic script that surround May's unconscious form. We cannot stop it, or she will suffer a deadly backlash. Merlin's magic snapped into place, a formation that directed the energy of the sun and focused it onto May's body. The star of Krypton dimmed, its light stolen and channeled into a single point. All we can do is help her survive the transition. Merlin took a seat beside his formation and continued to empower its structure. I will remain here and guard her. You and your friend shall go and inform the others. With May and Dan both absent, we must be more vigilant than ever. Hurry up, Cal. We don't have all day. Kara rocked on her heels, impatient as she waited for her friend to finish his work. I'm behind on my patrol and Danelle has commanded that we operate in pairs from now on. Be patient. Gal narrowed his eyes and adjusted the spell that floated above his hands. The fusion of two different magical disciplines isn't something to be rushed. Fine, I'll see if Logan can go with me. Kara shook her head and moved for the door. Cal had been attempting to fuse Merlin's magical system with the Ancient One's for the last 20 years. If she waited for him to finish, the Earth would be consumed by the ravages of time. He needs to get out more, or he'll officially become a hermit. People of the Earth, mutant brothers and sisters, hear my voice and rejoice. A psionic wave expanded over the academy, a force that extended beyond the horizon. The time of mindless freedom is at an end, a new era has begun. Cal dispelled his magic and moved out of his chamber, on Kara's heels as she leapt from the window and into the sky. The psychic field that surrounded them was powerful enough to encompass the Earth, a tainted and shadowed mind that she recognized as the escaped Pharaoh. I am the God Emperor and Sabanur, Lord and Master of this planet and its people, projected by his apostles' enhanced power. Apocalypse's words pushed at Kara's mental barriers like a series of hammer blows. The false god, Superman, has abandoned you. This world shall now be purged, cleansed of the weak so the strong may prosper. He's infiltrating the minds of the population. Cal's hands balled into fists as his eyes glowed with runic light. Targeting the human military. Look. Oversized missiles raced toward the heavens, driven by the roar of rocket fuel. They struggled upwards until they escaped the atmosphere and blossomed into atomic stars. Although Danelle had prevented their use against the general population, the countries of the world had never stopped stockpiling nuclear weapons. Now their efforts were erased, destroyed by the power of a single telepathic mutant. Kara frowned as she scanned the Earth. No sign of the enemy's location, no matter how hard she strained her eyes. To the mutants of the world, step forward and join me or be culled with the rest of the herd. Apocalypse's words echoed from the shadows, pressed against the minds of the masses like a razor's edge. The time of apocalypse has begun. Only the strongest have the right to survive. Endless darkness stretched out, a perfect void that continued beyond perception. Dan and Venom divided their efforts. The symbiote held the phantom drive in an active state, while Dan constructed a vast wall of geometric runes. Each move took an eternity, a chain of instances that carried a boundless amount of time. The Phantom Zone extended events to an absurd degree, something he'd long grown accustomed to during his many visits. How are you holding up? Dan's voice echoed through the nothingness, a disruptive whisper in a silent room. Venom's body vibrated, braced against his immovable cells for support. We are fine, the symbiote hissed, tone strained as he prevented the phantom drive's protective bubble from collapsing. But we must hurry, the drive we have absorbed was not designed for long-term operation. Dan nodded, jaw set tight as he continued his work. Most of his spell was complete. All that remained was the most difficult section, one of the only fused spellworks that he and Cal had created with Merlin's magic. I'm almost finished. Just give me a few more seconds. Dan frowned as a wave of destabilized space rushed in from the distance, repelled by his biofield to another corner of the infinity around them. These anomalies are getting more frequent the longer we stay here. The wave came in a rhythmic pulse, targeted at their location as if drawn in by their existence. Dan's spatial abilities were enough so far, but each anomaly was double the strength of the one before it. This last had closed in on universal levels of power. the next would take all he had under his command to reflect. Dan pushed his body, hands and mind accelerated beyond the limit as he wove his spell. Hurry! The darkness swelled around them, a mountain that tilted its face toward them. Venom shuddered, pushed to the edge of his abilities as he held the phantom drive with all his strength. We are losing our grip. Blood thundered in his veins, body pressed against the bizarre flow of time within the phantom zone. Purple light expanded from him, infused into his biofield and levied against the oncoming wave like a shield. Violet energy crackled over his skin, diffused into the void as he pushed aside the crush of tangled space. The next wave would be beyond him, a power that dwarfed the stone under his command, even when combined with the might of his flesh. Almost there, Dan divided into countless afterimages, the last of his framework nearly in place. His work had to be perfect, or the spell would fail and they may be trapped within the phantom zone's eternal embrace. Just a few more seconds. Space groaned around them, the cry of an invisible leviathan that heralded the rise of an insurmountable force. Darkness boiled around them, pulled back as the next wave reached the tipping point. We cannot hold. Venom snarled, voice rendered thin as the phantom bubble flickered around them. Dan roared, biofield divided as he held the space in position without the phantom drive's aid. A multiversal hammer descended from above, driven home as Dan slammed the last of his runes into place. Brilliant white exploded outward, a warm glow that held up the fallen skies. The silence of the void fell away, replaced by the flame of a silver sun. Atlantis has severed its communications with the fortress. Cal frowned as Prime 1 sent a report into his ears. It seems that Namor has chosen to stand against us. That idiot. Kara scowled, fists tightened into balls as she turned her gaze toward the distant city. Empty ocean stood in its place, no doubt hidden away by Sabanur's power. What is he thinking? Apocalypse might have an advantage in stealth, but he should know better than to believe Danelle has abandoned the Earth. He's been gone for almost a month, Cal shrugged as he messaged all the registered members of the Order. His attempt to tame the Phantom Zone may take far longer than that, and Namor has to consider the welfare of his kingdom. Kara snorted and shook her head. The Fish King would know that his chances of survival now rested on Apocalypse's shoulders. If the ancient mutant failed, she would bury Namor herself. What should we do now? A deep breath pushed her anger to the back of her mind and returned Kara's focus to the present. We still can't detect Sabanur's location, and we've lost several of the more promising students without putting up any real resistance. Apocalypse was capable of teleporting himself and others, while one of his horsemen granted him the ability to phase in and out of physical reality. Combined with his ability to hide, they were at a disadvantage when it came to the mutants' mobility. The Primes have recommended we gather all the staff and students inside the fortress, Cal sighed as he finished sending his orders to the academy heads. They still haven't managed to get inside the Celestial Pyramid, but Prime 1 believes he can prevent Apocalypse from teleporting inside the base. He and the Starks have analyzed the sensor data of the first attack. I think we should move the more vulnerable off-world. Kara shook her head as they set course for the Antarctic fortress. Most of the students don't have the willpower needed to counter Ferox's mental attacks. They'll only get in the way when the actual battle starts. Perhaps, but who will guard them? Cal shrugged as he waved to the earth below. We have to stay and do our best to protect the people, and any powerhouse we send will only weaken our position. I've got an idea for that as well. Kara flashed an evil grin as she connected to Prime 1's comm frequency. K Prime, I want you to construct a Guardian, alongside an Ark ship large enough to house every member of Krypton Academy. 8 apostles have been gathered, and Sabanur gazed at the holographic projection of the Earth, focused on the fortress near the South Pole. Soon my power will be at its peak, and even Superman will not be my match. Yes, father, Famine bowed his head, expression hidden behind his Egyptian mask. We have found 2 more candidates, as well as a potential third that the Winter Soldier has put forward. Oh. Apocalypse raised an eyebrow and turned to the bulky figure that loomed behind his horseman. First of his apostles, the Winter Soldier had proven most useful in avoiding Superman's underlings and locating powerful mutants. What candidate do you suggest we hunt down next? Another mutant that has received the Superman serum still remains, a harsh voice grated from the oversized figure, ground out past sharpened teeth. Light from Apocalypse's throne glinted from armored flesh and exposed bone spurs as the Winter Soldier bent the knee. The one called Wolverine would make a perfect addition to our forces. Krypton Reborn, Chapter 61, Part 3. Professor Logan, are you sure that we can't go with the older students and join you and the teachers? Green eyes wide with concern, an 11-year-old Jean Grey balled her tiny hands into fists. I'm strong enough to fight. The gathering of students murmured their agreement, each one willing to follow their academy head into battle. Logan frowned and shook his head, hands raised to silence the noise of the crowd. I know that you all want to fight, but this enemy is far too dangerous. A soft metallic clank echoed through the scout ship's cargo bay, the sign Logan had been waiting for. He waved the gathered students towards the loading ramp, face set into harsh lines. Hurry up and disembark. We've arrived in Superman's fortress. I'm sorry, but you'll all have to sit this one out. Logan, there is an emergency signal from the New York Academy. Prime 1's mechanical tones echoed up the boarding ramp, followed by the robotic figure himself. Juggernaut and Charles are requesting assistance, and you are the first to return with your students. Let us come help, Professor. Jean's words fell on deaf ears as Logan's symbiote covered him in a reinforced layer of protection. A flicker of light and he was gone, the echo of his students' complaint left behind. Not fair. I'm strong enough to fight. An avatar of Sidorak. How strange. Apocalypse waved a hand and levitated Juggernaut into the air, one eyebrow arched as the bulky man raised a windstorm with his fists. So much power, wasted on a mere human. Tell me, Winter Soldier, will Logan come for these 2 as you claim? He will come, Bucky's voice ground out between his transformed lips, past the sharpened bones that replaced his teeth. He raised a bloody and unconscious Charles and waved toward the distance. The others are busy dealing with the various attacks on the other academies. Logan will arrive before anyone else can interfere. Apocalypse nodded as he wrapped Juggernaut in a bubble of silver-white energy. A flick of his hand launched the indestructible giant into the sky, on course for the distant ocean. You had better be correct. Your old friend Captain America and his wife are both empowered by this Superman serum as well. What is stopping them or the other Kryptonians from reaching us before the Wolverine? They will not abandon the humans. Bucky shrugged and the bony protrusions on his shoulders rubbed together. So long as your horsemen threaten enough cities, they will be occupied with saving the weak. Let us hope so. Until I have claimed my full power, I would rather avoid fighting the Kryptonians as a group. Apocalypse frowned as a powerful energy source closed in from the south. It seems our target has arrived, as promised. Wreathed in a halo of golden Kai, Wolverine raced towards them. His claws were already extended, wrapped in his symbiote to create a deadly edge. Bucky tossed Charles aside and bounded into the air, fists extended to meet the organic weapons without concern. You're one ugly pair of mugs, Logan snorted as he was shoved backward through the air. His claws hummed, locked in a resonance after their encounter with Bucky's bony knuckles. Which one of you is N. Sabiner? May. Dan floated, mind emptied of complex thought. He was within an unknown and nearly empty heaven, alone except for a single, silver star and a familiar figure seated within its flame. Is that you? His wife sat, cross-legged with her eyes closed, unresponsive to his call. Dan shook himself, unable to clear his mind of its fogged perception. Everything held a dreamlike edge, real as it was unreal. The biofield he'd long grown to use without thought failed to respond as he tried to move closer. His body was empty, a hollow shell of the power that normally pulsed through his veins. It had been years, several decades at least, since he'd had this sensation. He was in his original, human body, devoid of any and all of his power. What is this place? Dan frowned as he held his pale skin up to the light of the star. There are clouds far below, and the whole place seems to have an atmosphere. Your wife asked the same question when she woke to face this void, a serpentine, silver-white dragon arced from around the curve of the star, its voice enough to vibrate Dan to his bones. She found the answer irrelevant in the end, as will you. Really, Dan narrowed his eyes, senses extended within himself, in search for any trace of energy he could use. And why would that be? The dragon drifted closer, until its massive eyes dominated the space before him. The wall of flesh blinked, a flutter of power that spun Dan to face the opposite direction. The world behind him was very different from the peaceful realm where his wife meditated. Shadows twisted in on themselves, folded into an ever-increasing mass of darkness. Deep within the black, a flicker of silver glinted. A beacon in the night, it called out in a siren song that touched his heart. Because you are not truly here, little godling, the dragon scoffed, a huff of air that swept him toward the veiled pinpoint of light. You're just passing through now, wake up. Hurry up and lock that guy down. Kara grit her teeth, biofield wrapped around her body as she held the water inside her own cells. The horseman known as Famine laughed, hands raised to swat Cal from the air. His control over water is beyond even Namor's. We can't keep defending. I know. Cal slammed a fist against the super-compressed water that threatened to drive him beneath the earth, his other hand still occupied with his spellwork. But he keeps messing with my casting. I've had to rebuild the entire spell almost 3 times now. Then I'll just have to hold more of his attention. Kara's eyes flashed red, twin beams of heat that Famine blocked with a pillar of water. She drew in a deep breath, a surge of air that threatened to reduce the area around them to a vacuum. Just make sure he can't escape. Cal nodded as Kara blitzed forward behind an exhalation of frozen breath. Most of the cold deflected upwards, away from the city around them, but enough passed over the horseman to turn his watery armament to icy crystal. She slipped past the immobile sculptures, fist planted into Famine's chest. The horseman just shook his head and laughed as his body evaporated into Inkai shadows, saved by the power of the horseman of death. I'm getting tired of that dog-headed guy and his shadow dispersion. Kara released several pulses of heat vision into the distance, where the Anubis-masked death watched over the battlefield. How goes the spell? Almost done. Cal halted his hands and blinked. The deepened shadows of death's ability faded away, no sign of him or the pharaoh-masked Famine. They're gone again. God damn it. Kara released a frustrated breath, eyes narrowed as she scanned the city and the countryside around it. Any word from the others? Which battle needs us more? The enemies have vanished from all engagement zones. Cal frowned as he scanned over the reports. No students were taken this time, but Charles and the Juggernaut sent out a distress call. Logan answered, but there has been no contact since he left the fortress. Wake up. Venom's urgent hiss pierced through the veil of sleep, a call that woke him to the thunder of his own heart. There are things in the darkness, creatures we cannot fully sense. I'm up. Dan shook his head and opened his eyes. The phantom zone had been reformed around them, its empty void expanded to contain a brilliant, white star. Where are these creatures you're worried about? His vision scanned the edges of this new star system, where he soon found the source of Venom's concern. Amorphous shadows brushed against the edge of the newborn star's light, indistinct leviathans that let out mournful cries. The more he observed them, the more these creatures gained form, as if they were defined by outside observation. Dan frowned and let his biofield expand, only to find its power had been magnified to an absurd degree. It seems that my spell worked. To a certain extent. Dan's eyebrows raised as the star at his back pulsed, its light carried within his biofield to force back the shadows and create a plane of stabilized space. I'm connected to an impossible reserve of energy, one far beyond the Power Stone. It rested at the back of his mind, a silent cloud of shadow that held a true infinity. His mind was not alone around this swell of power, joined by at least one other. This intelligence observed him from beyond his perceptions, an ancient and calculative gaze. It was this other that controlled the creatures within the shadow, a test against his defenses that was easily repelled. Dan focused on the being that shared his connection to the Phantom Zone, but it slipped backwards, cautious and silent as it crouched beyond his sight. "Who are you?" Dan let his biofield project his words, past the light of his star and into the limitless void beyond. "My name is Danel, a son of Krypton. I assumed this place was devoid of life." In answer to his words, a pair of stars blinked into existence. Dim at first, their light grew to rival the sun at his back. They cast a cold sheen, locked in a struggle with the silver white that held the shadows at bay. "All of this universe is of the ether," the frozen stars narrowed, the eyes of a fathomless giant. The darkness around them split and tore, spun and twisted until it resembled the face of a demonic bat. "You have intruded upon the domain of the Oversoul. Release your hold upon the ether and submit. Your will cannot hope to supplant us." "We'll see about that." Dan ignored the thunderous demands of the unusual cosmic entity, focused on his connection to the zone around him. This thing radiated power, yet it hesitated to attack. "If you're so powerful, why haven't you simply taken what you want?" A flare of heat rippled from the frigid orbs, the only answer Dan received. He shrugged, a small smile at the corner of his lips as he expanded the reach of his biofield. The silver-white sun flared, infused with the wellspring of power he could pull from the zone. "Unacceptable." The ether trembled, its eyes widened as Dan's area of influence continued to grow. More shadows warped into place, shaped into the body of a grotesque titan. "You have divided what should be singular. An abomination that cannot stand." The void trembled, shifted and compressed as the titan pulled back a fist. Dan frowned, mind locked in a grappling match for control over the zone's power. This ancient intelligence had far more experience in manipulating this dimension, but for some reason it shied back from the touch of his thoughts. Dan stood before the oncoming fist with a calm face, hand raised to part the storm of fragmented space. The Titan's blow passed to either side of the silver-white bubble around him, a harmless display that gave him a greater insight into the beast's nature. "You're the consciousness of the Phantom Zone." Dan continued to increase the scope of his grasp on the zone's power, nearly even with the being he chose to dub Ether. It put up almost no resistance, as if it had no experience with something that connected to its own energy. "Sorry, but I'm here to stay and it doesn't seem like you can do much to stop me." Ether sent out a series of attacks, all divided and pushed aside without much effort. Unless it was willing to confront his mind directly, he could simply take hold of anything it threw at him as if it was his own power. The more it struggled, the less it had to throw against him. The stars of its eyes had retreated far into the distance, driven back as the light of Dan's sun expanded. A final roar, filled with loathing and hate, echoed from its malformed maw, before it turned its back and retreated beyond sight. "You may keep this lost fragment, Kryptonian." Aether's voice crashed against him like a hurricane, a last complaint before the touch of its mind faded from his perceptions. "Next time we meet, I shall reclaim what you have taken." Dan shook his head, nearly overwhelmed as his will took hold of the zone, uncontested and alone within the void. He could detect an infinite space, empty and timeless. Outside the glow of his sun, the Phantom Zone lacked true substance. It was defined by a harsh edge, a line drawn between light and dark. My senses are certainly more defined now, just like the Ancient One promised. Dan pulled back from his unity with the realm and glanced around. Now how do I get out of here? Will Mother be all right? Astra clutched her massive, mechanical hands together, face drawn in lines of concern. Eyes locked onto Krypton's sun, her lips turned down in a frown. Her energy is changing, I almost can't detect her at all. Merlin is with her. Anakin soothed the robotic titan, his own senses extended into the depths of the star. She'll be all right, but we need to keep things under control until she wakes. Now come on, we've been given the task of collecting all the Force sensitives under Krypton's control. Merlin, Doom and Ultron had decided it was best to recall all the active members of Krypton's forces, at least until May was back in action. With Merlin focused on supporting May's evolution, there was a gap in their defenses against Abeloth. Krypton's magical barriers were unshakable, even against Abeloth's power. Only those with the strongest mental defenses would be permitted off-world, especially amongst those who could touch the Force. Ultron's drones would be more than enough to maintain their territories, and his nature as Danel's servant made him impossible to turn to the Dark Mother's will. All right, but let's hurry, Astra sighed and extended her hand to scoop Anakin up. She placed him on her shoulder, the space around her distorted as she engaged her phantom drive. I want to be here when she wakes up. Logan has been taken, Charles coughed, eyes unfocused as Cal sent another wave of healing light over his battered flesh. Bucky was here, but he's been changed. His mind is wrapped in shadow, and his body. You saw Bucky? Steve floated from the skies, hand in hand with Peggy. Covered in soot, their eyes held traces of exhaustion. What's happened to him? His power has grown, but I'm afraid Apocalypse's influence is strong within him. Charles raised himself from the ground, unsteady on his feet. Cal gripped his shoulder and held him upright, still busy with his healing spell. His physical appearance has also changed. He's nearly as large as the Juggernaut, covered in a bony exoskeletal structure. Let's get everyone back to the fortress before we continue this conversation. Cal opened his eyes, finished with his spellwork. Kara has pulled Juggernaut from the bottom of the Atlantic. We'll hear both of your reports at the same time. Mutants of Earth, you have been given time, but now you must choose. Apocalypse's voice echoed through their minds, a horrible weight that threatened even Cal's mental barriers. Join me in building the kingdom of the future, or become fertilizer for its growth. The earth shook, a tremble that disrupted the tides and drove legions of birds into the skies. Cities across the globe were rocked to their foundations, buildings toppled as pyramids rose in their place. Come forward, dogs of Superman, and face your end. Come on, big guy. Kara shifted her course, on target for the western coast of America. The cries of countless citizens, terrified and desperate, echoed in her ears. Cal and the others are already on the way to their battlegrounds. We've been tasked with saving as many as we can. Just drop me in front of my target and take care of yourself, little bird. Juggernaut's eyes flashed, a crackle of red lightning that caused Kara to flinch. This Sabanur has made a fool of me once, he won't do so again. Kara rolled her eyes and accelerated towards the first city they hoped to clear. Stark's satellites showed it was occupied by the Anubis-faced Horsemen of Death, alongside a collection of empowered mutants. A scan along the coast showed the Horsemen of War, seated atop a pyramid of flame. The city of Los Angeles burnt around her, filled with the cries of the helpless. Kara measured the distance, arm raised to heft Juggernaut over her head. Deal with war first. Apocalypse will take more than the two of us to take down. Kara hurled her oversized burden before he had a chance to respond. The crimson missile raced towards the distant horseman while she turned her attention back to death. Now, let's see if Cal's new spell is enough to pin this shadowy freak down. We have to act, Icarus. Cersei leaned forward, hands pressed to the stone tabletop that served as the meeting place of the leadership of the Eternals. Sabiner was meant to be the guardian of evolution on this planet, not its lord and master. Superman has vanished. We are this world's only hope now. Arisham's orders limit our involvement in the human world. Icarus shook his head, eyes cold as he avoided Ceri's gaze. Supergirl and the other members of the Order of Krypton are nearly as powerful as our united might. Our involvement may not even change the outcome. The actions of Apocalypse are within our domain of action, you know that as well as I, Icarus. Zuras drummed his fingers against the tabletop, his lips drawn in a frown. He has perverted our master's technology, turned it to a twisted purpose that cannot be tolerated. If you will not go, then I shall accept the unity and challenge him myself. That is your right, as the eldest among us, Icarus shrugged as he rose from his seat. He floated into the air, face locked in a neutral mask. Do as you will, but know that I shall report these events to our master. Very well, Zuras nodded as he looked around at the Eternals that remained. Arisham will only support the reclamation of his stolen knowledge. Come now, let us complete the unity and assault the betrayer in his den. Come on, Prime. The word is falling apart. Domino balled her hands into fists as the mechanical Superman blocked her exit from the fortress. We should be out there fighting, not boarding a ship and running into space. Dom is right. Darwin cracked his knuckles, eyes dark as he stared down the first of the primes. Supergirl and the others need our help. There's no way they can handle everything on their own. They will not be alone. Prime waved a hand and the floor rolled under the gathered mutants' feet, a wave that ushered them deeper into the fortress. My brothers and sisters have joined them, with me soon to follow. Your place is with the younger students. You must assist their new guardians in defending them until it is safe to return home. Prime 1 guided the young X-Men into the central production chamber, where a vast number of newly constructed robots waited for activation. Central among them was an oversized unit, still under construction. Howard and Tony scrambled, focused completely on their task as they hurried to assemble the enhanced model. Wait here, I shall return in a moment. Prime 1 floated into the air, on course for the father-son duo. Hand extended, he summoned the Allspark from its housing above and drew it toward his chest. I must animate the Guardian as well as awaken the sparks within my newborn brothers and sisters. The vast, mechanical cube folded itself down until it was small enough to rest in the palm of his hand. Prime 1 closed his eyes and pressed it to his chest, socketed under his skin with a rush of electric blue. Tony glanced up at the light show, hand raised to wipe the sweat from his brow. Howard waved to regain his son's attention, and they inserted a final component. The pair had only had full access to Krypton's databases for a little more than a month, yet they had already improved upon a great number of systems. It's ready. I think Howard scooped Tony into his arms and scampered back from the humanoid robot. We didn't have time to test everything, almost nothing really. It will be more than enough. Prime 1 opened, eyes filled with near-boundless light, hand raised to release a wave of energy onto the silent machines. The Allspark will correct any minor mistakes, and time is running out. Metal shifted, melded, and reshaped by the Allspark's power. The army of regular robots reformed into countless primes, each one in the shape of a metallic Kryptonian. The Guardian in the center folded in on itself, compressed until a 7-foot-tall, golden figure took its place. Rise, Prime 0, Prime 1 motioned to the golden Superman and infused yet more energy into its mechanical skin. The servants of Krypton require your protection. Prime 1 glanced to the side, where the X-Men should have been. They were gone, not a single member left behind. A sigh slipped past the Prime's lips as he found their location. Domino piloted a scout craft, on course for their home state of New York. Come, Prime 0, you must board the starship and get the younger members to safety. Prime 1 shook his head. The X-Men had made their choice. Time was too limited to call them home, and their efforts may save countless lives among the humans. The rest of you, prepare to join our brethren on the stage of war. I can feel it, Dan floated, eyes closed as he orbited around his phantom star. The universe that was connected to the Infinity Stone in his grasp was barely visible, separated from the Phantom Zone by a layer of space. Without the stone, I might have lost it altogether. There were other universes as well, some clearer than others, all connected to the Phantom Zone's fractal void. The Power Stone called to one amongst the many, clearly the place where his people awaited his return. I'm not sure how much time has passed, Dan frowned as he focused his power alongside the might of the stone. Together they burrowed a tunnel through the countless realities and toward his target universe. I hope everyone is all right. Wind roared past his ears, a hurricane created by his body as he tumbled through the air. Juggernaut cursed Kara's fiery nature, armed extended to try and stabilize his flight. He managed to turn his face toward his target, just in time to smash headlong into the smooth side of a half-molten pyramid. God damn it, little bird, Juggernaut shook his body and sent an explosion of rubble into the sky. The pyramid of war lay in pieces around him, devastated by his uncontrolled arrival. At least you have good aim. You dare. An inferno blossomed from the center of the ruined stonework, a tornado of fire that dyed the skies with crimson light. A woman levitated from the flames, face formed from luminous embers. I will reduce you to ash on the wind, you lumbering buffoon. Juggernaut snorted as a maelstrom of fire washed over him, a warm caress that caused him no harm. A laugh rumbled from his throat as he set his shoulders in line with the woman of war. These horsemen were all small fries, irrelevant compared to their master. That's my line. Broken stone exploded under Juggernaut's feet as he lurched forward in a blur. The constant sparring with Superman and his kin had taught him how to transfer his strength into speed. Look at what you've done to this place. How many people have you killed, all to serve that bastard Apocalypse? My father is a god, War rocketed skyward, just ahead of Juggernaut's grasp. Hands extended, she pulled the heat from the flames around them and concentrated it between her palms. Soon he will turn this entire world into his throne and set his gaze to the universe beyond. The skies dimmed as even the warmth of the sun coiled into War's grasp, focused into a luminous, molten orb. An artificial eclipse took hold of the heavens, sunlight twisted into radiant braids. Frost rimmed Juggernaut's helm, his breath turned to a plume of fog. Those who stand against him have only one fate. War compressed the sphere in her hands, refined it until she held a miniature star. Her eyes flickered, a pitying glance as she gently pushed her palms forward. Now burn. Juggernaut smiled, body highlighted with a crackle of crimson force. He crouched down, eyes locked on the small flare that drifted towards him. If that attack fell, any survivors within the city would be turned to cinders. The ground exploded under his feet, reduced to atoms as he launched himself skyward. The power of Sidorak sang in his veins, a song of blood and ruin that thundered through his soul. He was before the startled War in an instant, hands extended to smother her miniaturized star. You know nothing of the power of gods, foolish child. Juggernaut's voice contained an echo of another. The light of War's sun vanished in silence, consumed by a savage crimson that burned the skies. Even Sabanur doesn't believe his lies of godhood. The only reason he is still alive is because the Celestials consider him to be beneath their notice. War twisted away, but Juggernaut's hands were too quick. One palm wrapped around her legs, while the other slapped against her upper body. Bones snapped, folded backward at an unnatural angle. Your father should have continued to hide in the dark. Juggernaut shook his head, the voice of Sidorak within him dimmed to a whisper. His toys are far too vulnerable in the light. Not so slippery now, are you? Kara grinned as the horseman of death rocketed back, his left shoulder twisted into a ruined mass. The runic formation around her wrists flared, a spell that Cal had created to anchor the mutant's shadow form in this dimension. You're the only reason your master is still alive, and now your power is useless. The Anubis-masked horseman steadied his own flight, one hand pressed to his ruined shoulder. Eerie laughter echoed from beneath his dog-headed helmet, his body surrounded by a fog of shadows. Kara drifted back on guard as Death's shattered bones slipped back into place. The horseman rolled his shoulder before he reached up and took hold of his helm. It slipped upward to reveal an ink-black void, one that spilled outward to cover the land. My shadow realm is a small part of the greater whole, Supergirl, Death's voice croaked out from within the darkness, ancient and hoarse from lack of use. The shadow around him surged forward, a wave that wrapped around Kara and stuck to her skin. It is you who will die today, turned to dust by the merciless grasp of time. The broken and emptied buildings around her blurred around the edges, desiccated and blown away on the wind. Kara frowned, eyebrow raised as the black fog carved out a perfect sphere around her. Watch as your flesh grows old before its time, ravaged by the passage of centuries. Death cackled half-mad as he danced around within the orb of darkness. Despair as you wither and die, your life spent in mere moments. You're really into monologuing, huh? Kara appeared before a startled Death, hair grown well past her waist. She flashed the horseman a grin, fist pulled backward. Don't you know, Kryptonians are functionally immortal thanks for the help growing out my hair though. Kara's fist descended, aimed for the center of the fog of shadow, when a blur of movement snatched the horseman from her sight. Kara spun to face the new arrival, who had already shoved Death into a portal and sealed the gateway over. Sorry, Kara, but Sabiner still has a use for this one. Bucky's voice carried a hint of mirth, almost hidden behind the graveled tones. You and I can play around for a bit, a reunion of family. Look at all the destruction. Archlight shook her head as the scout ship cruised over the ravaged city. Half of Manhattan had been leveled, rolled over in a wave of stone and blood. That pyramid looks empty. Why don't we check it out and then move to help evacuate the injured? Domino nodded and banked their stolen vessel to the left, headed for the base of the massive stone monument. Something itched at the back of her mind, a worm that told her the structure wasn't as abandoned as it appeared. We need to be careful. Apocalypse's position still hasn't been confirmed. The itch grew stronger as she brought the ship to rest on the broken remains of a fallen skyscraper. Domino had long learned to trust her instincts, and this pyramid was bad news. We should let Pietro do a bit of scouting before we risk going inside. Why do I always have to go first? Pietro appeared at her side without warning, a half-eaten chocolate bar in hand. I should get danger pay, or something, maybe get a promotion to team leader. Just shut up and check it out, Domino snorted. The young speedster was the newest member of the X-Men, but his ability made him one of the strongest. You're the only one fast enough to get out of Dodge if it turns out to be a trap. Pietro vanished, then reappeared, his candy nowhere in sight. I'm not sure if it's a trap, but Professor Logan is having a nap inside. We need to get out of here. Domino spun up the engines, only for the room to light up with warning messages and alarms. The ship twisted onto its side, flipped over like a toy and slammed into the ground. Too late. That's my line, young woman, Logan's voice echoed through the upturned vessel, filled with amusement and mockery. Metal screamed, sheared apart as a pair of claws carved into the scout's bridge. It's too late to run, your only path forward is to join Apocalypse. Sorry, Professor, but you know that we can't do that. Domino glanced at the members of her team, eyes narrowed. Even with Pietro's speed and Colossus' strength, they stood no chance against their former teacher. Why don't we just agree to disagree and go our separate ways? No chance, kid. Logan reached out, his hand an inch from the bridge of her nose, when a familiar ripple slipped from within the core of her being. Fate closed its eyes and chance became certainty. What did you? Finally back, Logan? Superman popped into reality, shoulder to shoulder with a wide-eyed Domino. It looks like things have gotten out of hand while I was away. This is taking forever. Dan picked up the pace, on target to re-emerge somewhere on his chosen Earth. Distance seemed to be non-existent here, an illusion created by his mind. Slow down and focus. Eyes closed, Dan let his body flow toward his destination, all expectations left behind. Space around him flickered, replaced by the touch of sun-baked wind. The familiar tang of fossil fuel and humanity, combined with the reek of blood. Finally back, Logan? His focus returned to his surroundings, only to find Logan about to beat Domino over the head. He extended a hand and chopped Logan on the side of the neck, a blow that sent a dangerous ripple through the earth. It looks like things have gotten out of hand while I was away. Superman, you're back. Domino leaned forward, arms extended to showcase the devastation around them. Where were you? Learning how to find our enemy. Dan frowned, 2 fingers pressed to his temple. A new layer had been added to his normal perceptions, more than one. Everyone else is doing all right, but Kara's in trouble. The world around him rippled, replaced by the sounds of battle. Kara tumbled past, covered in blood as she crashed through another ruined city. Dan's eyes flashed red as he took in the countless dead. His decision to enter the Phantom Zone had cost the Earth more than it should have to pay. Danelle, you're back. Bucky's voice, distorted but recognizable, thundered from the mouth of an oversized Hulk. His mutation had been unleashed, to a result Dan had honestly feared. My master would have words with you. I'll deal with him soon enough. Dan's words were soft, but they shook the air and battered the mutant Doomsday to his knees. First, I need to help the others finish up their work. The connection to the Phantom Zone let him view more than he could have ever imagined, but now was not the time to become lost in his power. Dan reached out, a wave of boundless energy that infused into the warriors of Krypton. Drawn from the Phantom Zone and controlled by his will, it healed their wounds and empowered them beyond their limits. From the young mutants of the X-Men to the mechanical army of Primes, he raised up all who fought against the forces of Apocalypse. What is this? Kara exploded from beneath the rubble below, her body edged in an ominous black light. The sigil of the House of El on her chest radiated silver, bright enough to cast shadows over the land. I feel unstoppable. Then prove it. Dan waved her toward Bucky before the world shifted once more. He stood within a truly massive pyramid, positioned just above the unborn celestial at the Earth's core. En Sabiner, your actions have caused the deaths of countless living beings. What say you in your defense? The lives of vermin should not be mourned, Apocalypse snorted as he took in Dan's sudden appearance without concern. His armor had been modified, and the cosmic energy with the mutant's body had reached beyond expectations. You have increased your power, but so have I, Superman. Even if you slaughtered each of my servants, I would still have the strength to defeat you. We'll see about that. Dan waved his hand and the space around them shifted, replaced by the void between the stars. This battle would be too much for the Earth to handle, especially if he was forced to go all out. Your servants are already close to finished. Even the Eternals have come out to play with them. Dan scanned over En Sabiner's body with his newfound perceptions, every atom exposed to his gaze. Celestial technology could no longer limit his vision, with even its structure laid bare. Apocalypse stood at the edge of a threshold on the border that would carry him into the lowest tier of multiversal. You are much stronger than before, but so am I. Dan rolled his shoulders, eyes closed as he sorted through the constant stream of information that flowed from around him. Even in the depths of space, he was aware of the activities on Earth. You won't be able to hide away in that shadow dimension this time, and that armor of yours can't stop me either. The power he could draw from the Phantom Zone was limited, at least when he was outside the zone itself, but the changes the connection brought were more than enough for him to be confident. Even En Sabiner's inner voice was exposed to Dan, alongside the thoughts of countless other living beings. It was as if he stood next to everything within this galaxy and beyond, at one with the spatial layers that contained the Phantom Zone itself. His mind adapted quickly to the increased data flow, but it was still a distraction. He experienced the lives of countless, unknown people, even animals. He saw every star, the mad titan Thanos on his throne, even the twisted mass of Krypton. His biofield was infused into the fabric of reality, in contact with more than he'd ever imagined possible. Tears of joy and sorrow, the echoes of pain and happiness all mixed into one. You seem distracted, Superman. Apocalypse blinked from existence to Reaper at Dan's back. He lashed out with a kick that catapulted him free of the galaxy, into the empty space between the galactic filaments. Your lack of attention is an insult to our battle. The universe streaked past Dan's unfocused eyes, the blow to his upper shoulders barely within his notice. The energy under his skin magnified his defenses to an absurd degree, enough that he went unpunished for his lack of concentration. Apocalypse leapt from the shadows, fist extended to launch Dan toward the center of an unknown galaxy. Caught in the grasp of its supermassive black hole, he pulled his limbs inward and sat cross-legged as he descended beyond the event horizon. He had to take hold of his focus, or he would lose himself in the infinity of knowledge that poured into his brain. You dare to ignore me? Sabaner roared into the void, hands raised to release a flare of cosmic power. Silver energy burned away the stars and stripped the black hole of its companions. I will force you to your knees and turn all you love to ashes. The supermassive black hole shuddered around him, overwhelmed by Apocalypse's assault. Dan released a slow breath, his thoughts drawn inward, anchored to his body by the force of his will. The activities of the universe drifted into the background, reduced to a gentle murmur at the back of his mind. That's much better. Dan's eyes opened as the singularity under his feet exploded, sheared apart by Apocalypse's wrath. He rode the wave of broken space, eyes focused on Sabaner's face. I can finally hear myself think. Dan stepped forward, in front of Apocalypse before the mutant king could react. A twist of his body drove his knee upward, into Sabaner's gut. The barrier that wrapped the mutant's armor sputtered, bent inward as he tumbled through a dozen galactic clusters. Apocalypse howled, eyes lit from within as he rallied the cosmic force under his skin to force himself to a halt. Face blackened with rage, he slashed a hole in the void and pounced through, his fist an inch from Dan's face. The lightest shift and Dan was drawn back, just ahead of the wrathful mutant's blows. Sabaner was too new to his power, too inexperienced at high-speed combat. His greatest advantage was still the celestial armor, reinforced by Apocalypse's half-step multiversal cosmic force. I can tell that you're not used to fighting with an equal opponent. Dan shook his head as he pushed aside the mutant's attacks without effort. One hand repelled Sabaner's fists, while the other carved geometric patterns into the vacuum. You rely on your raw power more than you do on skill. A portal opened behind Apocalypse's back, a black expanse that held a single star. Dan smiled as his improvised spell worked without sign of flaws. Before he'd forged a connection to the Phantom Zone, the Ancient One's magic had seemed unwieldy and redundant. Now it meshed perfectly with his own, empowered and clarified by the energy of his new realm. You're still too tough a turtle to crack, at least in this universe. Dan narrowed his eyes as he slipped past Sabaner's reach, fist planted against the mutant's breastbone. Let's see how you do outside it. Eerie, black-edged light pulsed from his knuckles, concentrated force that blasted Apocalypse through the gateway and into the depths of the Phantom Zone. Dan gave a final glance at his allies on Earth, before he stepped through the portal and left the bounds of the universe once more. Now that he'd touched upon the Marvel Universe, his lonely phantom star hovered just above the divide between the two dimensions. Its light bridged the gap, connected to his warriors through luminous silver strands. What is this place? Sabaner halted his uncontrolled tumble, positioned just above the silver star. His eyes narrowed as Dan sealed the portal behind himself, entrapping them both in the desolation of the Phantom Zone. My connection to my horseman has been muted, but if you think that will be enough, you're sorely mistaken." The words died on Apocalypse's lips, held in place by an overbearing press of power. Within the zone, Dan could marshal far more energy than he could outside. The mutant king trembled, body held motionless under the pressure of the realm. Dan drifted forward, body highlighted by a sliver-black glow. Everything was different within the Phantom Zone, silent and peaceful when compared to the outside world. Everything here was a part of himself, even the cosmic power under N. Sabiner's skin. "This is my realm, but you can think of it as your prison." A flick of his hand and the silver-white energy ripped itself free of Apocalypse's body, drawn before him and compressed into a small ball. It was similar in structure to the storm that empowered the Fantastic Four, extremely pure and capable of bending reality itself. "Nothing happens here unless I permit it." Dan closed his eyes, concentrated on the modification of another of the Ancient One's spells. He tied its roots to the darkness of the zone, fused it with a spell he normally used for mental defense. Apocalypse wailed as the shadows swallowed him whole, buried him in an artificial layer of space. The depowered mutant cursed Superman's name, fists raised to batter against the walls of an endless corridor. His blows only opened up more branches, countless pathways that held no pattern or rhythm. An impossible labyrinth unfolded up before him, boundless halls of ink-black stone that carried on forever. "I will find my way out of here, Superman." N. Sabiner snarled at the barren walls, a flare of cosmic power under his skin that vanished as quickly as he created it. "Just you wait and see. That energy seems quite delicious. It would be a shame to waste." Etrigan's voice echoed from within his shadows, the demon's first words in years. "It would let me remain awake, much like Merlin's magical infusions that you've never bothered to replace." Dan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. He waved to the ever-growing orb of cosmic power harvested from the back of his newest prisoner. Etrigan had mentioned his need for food before, but he'd been lacking in anything beyond his own magic power. "You're welcome to half of everything produced, but no more than that." The sphere of silver divided down the middle, with the newly harvested energy going equally to both. "I have my own plans for this celestial energy. Fair is fair. I won't complain." Etrigan faded into existence, hands held over the orb as if it was a comforting fire. "Half is more than I need to sustain." Bands of light filtered out from the demon's share, twisted ribbons that vanished into the darkness of Etrigan's skin. His form grew more substantial, filled out and sharper around the edges. A sigh slipped from between his razored teeth, an exhalation that carried a great deal of satisfaction. The hollow stars that formed Etrigan's eyes flared, their moonlit glow bright against the light of Dan's sun. "This is a better meal than I've had in years." Etrigan smiled, eyes shut as he soaked in Apocalypse's cosmic power. "You've turned that mutant into a sheep under your shears." "I just modified the Ancient One's mirror dimension spell." Dan shrugged, eyes narrowed as he scanned the demon's body. Etrigan had no true physical form, just an extremely dense spiritual energy that manifested as his devilish body. It's connected to a layer of the Phantom Zone, one that strips him of his energy and holds an ever-expanding labyrinth. If he could capture other powerful beings, he could harvest them with the same method. Dan shook his head and stepped from within the zone. With the lines of connection between him and his forces, travel between this universe and the Phantom Star was comically easy. The landscape below was ravaged, a once prosperous city reduced to ashes. The population of Earth had taken a heavy blow, one Dan planned to correct. A step carried him into snow-capped mountains, where the buildings of Carmitage stood framed against the frosted winds. "I asked you to take care of things while I was gone." Dan frowned as the Ancient One faded into existence, hands tucked into her oversized sleeves. "You seemed to have dropped the ball on your promise." "I kept alive those who needed to live, and I would have intervened if any of your closest allies faced death." The evening sun glinted from the Ancient One's bald head, a glare that somehow dazzled his eyes. Sabiner had grown beyond my power. I was forced to choose a narrow path. Well, now the way is clear. Dan gestured to the amulet on her neck, barely able to hold himself back from taking the stone he could sense within. Lend me the time stone and I'll bring these people back. Only the Sorcerer Supreme may take hold of this stone. The Ancient One's eyes hardened as she shook her head. A slight ripple of light traced its way over her skin, a flare that revealed countless runes. You may have gained great power, but you will never gain this stone through force. Dan sighed and shut his eyes. The Ancient One had likely already used the stone to ensure her success. If he acted against her, he would probably end up trapped in a time loop. Why she hadn't done the same to Apocalypse was beyond him. Then how about this? Dan extended a phantom connection towards the Ancient One, one that carried a contract similar to those used by Karmatage. You use the stone to bring these people back and I'll bear the burden of the energy cost. A smile tugged at the edges of Dan's lips as a flicker of greed flashed through the Ancient One's eyes. She spent most of her life hoarding the energy she stole from other dimensions. What he offered was access to an unrestricted contract, one he would throttle only if she drew too greedily upon the zone. If you do, then I'll be willing to offer Karmatage access to similar contracts. Dan waved to the doors to the Ancient One's home, which had begun to edge open against the wind. If not, then the two of us will have a falling out. He might not be beyond the reach of the Time Stone, but she couldn't maintain its complicated spellwork forever. The Ancient One might hold out long enough to prevent him from returning the people of Earth to life, but eventually she would be forced to rest. Another threat, the Ancient One smiled, a turn of her lips that left her eyes cold. Holding your own realm has made you quite demanding, I wonder. Master, Superman, what are you two doing? A young Wanda Maximoff poked her head around the doors of Karmatage, face turned in a disappointed frown. The world is still burning. This isn't the time for fighting each other. The Ancient One blinked, her false smile replaced with an honest grin as Wanda raised her hands and pointed between them. Fire lit the gifted teen's eyes, the righteous fury of youth that both Dan and the Sorcerer Supreme had left far behind. We sat around and did almost nothing, while people like my brother put their lives on the line to keep the people safe. Wanda shook her head and turned a pleading gaze to the Ancient One. Please, Master, help Superman. You both want the same thing in the end, a peaceful, safe Earth for everyone to enjoy. You are right. Little witch, the Ancient One reached out and pinched Wanda's petite nose, the tension gone from her body. He and I want the same things, and without him I wouldn't have such a talented student as you under my care. Then do the right thing and revive the people of Earth. Wanda turned her gaze to Dan, still filled with a certainty that vanished with age. And you should stop trying to bully my master. She really did save a lot of lives. We worked hard to teleport as many people away from the conflict as we could, and she prevented Sabiner from summoning a pyramid underneath your fortress. My apologies, young Wanda. Dan gave the girl a smile of his own, his tension banished by her accusatory words. I'm just angry with myself about the lives lost, but I shouldn't take it out on my friends. Wanda nodded and turned to her master. The Ancient One let a chuckle escape her lips before she accepted the contract Dan had offered with her mind. Hand raised to her chest, she unbound the time stone from within her amulet and revealed its emerald glow. Even with such a generous amount of energy, I will only be able to bring the people back. The Ancient One's face smoothed into peaceful lines, hands busy as she constructed her spell. The cities will need to be rebuilt naturally, and someone will have to explain things to the ones we bring back. I can handle the explanation and Stark can oversee the reconstruction. Dan let his focus encompass the Earth, prepared to speak into the minds of those the Ancient One would drag back through time. Just give me a moment. It looks like Kara isn't quite finished. This universe truly is a wonder. Anissa followed Goku and Anakin through the deep core of Krypton's home galaxy, her body warmed by uncountable suns. There are so many habitable worlds, so many intelligent beings. This galaxy was freakishly dense, filled to the brim with star systems that gave birth to life. It was almost unnatural, some all-powerful creator's artificial design. Even their current mission was something she had trouble wrapping her mind around. Are there more planets here than back in the other universe? Goku tilted his head, eyes narrowed as he inspected the heavens. I hadn't really noticed. Anissa rolled her eyes at Goku's clueless nature, her focus drawn to the luminous world that was their target. A smooth surface, marred by countless fissures that released a golden light. Merlin called it the wellspring of life, the home of a collective of entities known as the Force Priestesses. This must be the place. Anakin slipped forward with Anissa on his heels, into the golden world's atmosphere. Goku followed, his gaze still focused on the stars above. Merlin said we're supposed to ask the priestesses for help monitoring Abeloth. Can these women really help with that creature? Anissa frowned as they descended into the planet's core. Ultron had shared recordings of both Dan and May's battle with the monstrous Abeloth, a being that had the power to move stars. If they could have done something to stop her, surely they would have done so by now. You're probably right, Anakin shrugged as they entered the hollow center of the luminous world. But the old wizard claims these force entities are technically the strongest magic users, outside of Krypton's control anyways. Even if they can't fight her, their connection to the cosmic force can let us track her activities. Anissa nodded, while Goku gawked around the chamber of floating islands. The Saiyan drifted off on his own, drawn to the lush plant life and peaceful creatures that inhabited the wellspring's core. All right, get back here, Goku. Anissa raised her eyes to the heavens and asked for patience, one hand extended to grasp the Saiyan by the collar of his gi. We have to focus. Merlin and May are counting on us. At the mention of Krypton's Empress, Goku's face gained a more serious edge. He shook himself and slapped at the sides of his face, before he nodded in Anissa's direction and set a course after Anakin. You're right. Goku glanced at the darkest island in the center of the chamber, their target in this mission. We need to do our best for May. Their group descended to the mossy outcrop, where 5 masked aliens awaited their arrival. Gathered in a semicircle, they followed Anakin's approach with golden eyes, little focus spared for the others. Welcome, Chosen One, to the wellspring of the living force. The central priestess bowed her expressionless mask and the others followed suit. We have been awaiting your arrival for some time. You're getting slower, Kara. Bucky chuckled through his teeth, arms raised as he defended his skull from the blonde Kryptonian's fists. Even with all that borrowed power, you're still too weak. Shut up. Kara flashed under his guard, knuckles driven home on his chin. A spin of her body and both heels crashed into his chest, a blow that drove him away from the earth. I'll show you which one of us is weak. Silver-black light rippled over her skin, the energy that Dan-El had granted her as boundless as when it first appeared. Despite this newfound power, Bucky's gray-toned flesh absorbed her every blow and came back stronger. The world blurred, turned upside down as Kara landed a kick against the side of his head. Thoughts consumed by the sound of a bell, Bucky found himself within the cold expanse of space. The fire that had blossomed within him when his mutant power awakened surged through his bones. Your punches are getting lighter as well, Bucky laughed as he swatted out his fist, fast enough to backhand Kara toward the moon. He was evolving, a progression that accelerated the more he fought. Soon enough, I'll be able to beat that shadowy light right out of you. You're playing around with him too much, Dan-El's voice echoed through Bucky's mind, accompanied by a powerful suppressive force. Unable to move, his frozen body was rotated to face the gaze of Superman. The Doomsday mutation lets him grow and adapt without limit. You need to use overwhelming force right from the start. Bucky roared, Every ounce of his being rallied against the invisible pressure that held him in place. The flame at his core became a bonfire, ignited by his failure to escape. Space vibrated and Dan'l raised an eyebrow before he stilled the motion with a wave of his hand. Let's purge Sabiner's mental poison from your mind before you evolve into an actual threat. A wave of insubstantial energy poured into Bucky's thoughts, driven home by Dan'l's voice. Now go to sleep, Bucky. All right, everything is ready to go. Dan teleported back to the Ancient One's side with a step, one small part of his focus devoted to hunting out Sabiner's servants and cleansing their minds. Begin the revival. I'll make sure the people don't panic once they've been returned. The Ancient One nodded and resumed her spell, a great wave of emerald light that reached out to encompass the earth. Vast quantities of energy poured from the Phantom Zone into the Sorcerer Supreme like water into a sponge. One after the other, countless humans and mutants alike flickered into existence amid the ruins of the cities of Earth. Dan reached out to them all, a comforting mental force that painted an image of his Superman persona into their minds. A final flick of the Ancient One's wrists and the spell was complete, millions of lives restored in seconds. Dan strengthened his bond to the revived, enough that his words projected into their thoughts alongside his image. People of Earth, do not fear. I have returned and the metahuman terrorist apocalypse has been defeated. Dan let his progen's eyes flare, while a sun bloomed from behind like the coming of the dawn. All who lost their lives in the conflict have been restored, and the Order of Krypton is moving to rebuild your homes. The vision Dan projected shifted, its focus changed to include the Earth. It zoomed outwards until it displayed the galaxy, then beyond. The endless filaments of stars that made up the universe, laid bare for the eyes of humanity. This attack against the people of Earth has highlighted the need for a well-organized group of guardians. Dan let the image return to his face, a bright smile on his lips as he continued. As of today, I plan to establish the Justice League. All metahumans are welcome to put forward their name for membership, so long as they are willing to stand between the Earth and the threats this universe holds. Another one. Dan exhaled through his nose, brow furrowed as he followed the perspective of a young girl from northern Scotland. She was one of many humans with inactive X genes, a mutant in waiting. Ron Sinclair. It seems that the local minister is her father, an abusive tyrant who's forced a harsh lifestyle on his child. A tendril of power filtered from Dan's thoughts, drawn from the Phantom Zone and connected to the girl's mind. He appeared before her as a mental projection, surrounded by a golden halo and with a smile on his face. Greetings, Ron Sinclair. Dan suppressed a chuckle as the 10-year-old girl almost tumbled from her chair. She fell to her knees, hands pressed together as she focused on his projection. My name is Superman, and you are one of the many gifted children of the Earth. A vision of the planet appeared behind him, covered with countless lights. Some were brighter than others, but they all had one thing in common. They were mutants or potential mutants. Millions of individuals living among the humans undetected and ignored. Dan was in contact with most of them already, his mind strained as he guided countless men, women, and children towards members of the Order of Krypton and its allies. Many had spent their lives in the shadows, fearful even with his encouragement. A great power resides within you, a power that will one day awaken. Dan returned his attention to the young Ron, who was still overwhelmed by his appearance. I know that your life has been a hard one, filled with tedium and misery at the hands of the local church. Ron flinched, fingers white as they clenched together. Dan could see into her mind, as well as the mind of her father. Reverend Craig had hidden his identity from the girl and forced her to live as an orphan under his care. There is another path beyond the clutches of the minister and his misguided teachings. Dan let images of the students of the order cycle behind him, smiles on their faces as they attended class and socialized after school. All metahumans have a place with us, a home where you're free to be yourself. I'm not. Ron stumbled over her words. gaze drawn to her door as the Reverend called her for morning prayer. She struggled, clearly torn as her father called out again. What if you're not real? What if this is just a dream? Dreams are meant to be followed. Dan's projection smiled, hand extended to pull the girl to her feet. He ushered her towards the solitary dresser in the room, where all her possessions were stored. Gather your things and don't worry about the Reverend, I'll have a chat with him myself. A flutter of his biofield froze Ron's father in place, his hand on the doorknob to her room. This man had made his daughter's life a daily misery, locked up in his own unhealthy repression and self-loathing. There were many like him in the world, villains in other people's stories. Hello, Reverend Craig. The image Dan sent into the preacher's mind was less friendly than the one his daughter received. Backlit by the brightest sun, his eyes glowed blue as they appraised the horrified man. The Order of Krypton has heard your daughter's cries for help, and I have answered. The star behind his projection flared, a corona of golden flame that blocked out the rest of the Reverend's sight. Dan reached out and played a vision from the man's memories, a summation of Ron's years of pain and abuse. She carries the unawakened potential of a metahuman within her, a potential that you cannot hope to understand. Dan let the radiance of the illusionary star consume all but the sigil on his chest. The symbol of the House of El rose upward, infused by the light of the sun. She will be gone when you awaken, and you won't have the will to seek her out. Ron will be free of you, and you can continue your life of ignorance alone. A wave of his hand and the Reverend fell into a trance, feet unsteady as he stumbled to his bed. The man would sleep until tomorrow and awaken to a world where his daughter had been sent to a religious collage. His nature would keep the lie in place, as would Dan's magic. All right, now to give Ron her instructions and move on to the next one, Dan sighed. More than ever before, he lamented the slow speeds that humans experienced time. There are so many of them, and unless I want to scoop them up and drag them in myself, I have to go at their pace. Master Dan'el, we've finished imprisoning the last of En Sabiner's conspirators. Cal's voice broke into Dan's concentration, another responsibility that demanded his attention. Steve is wondering when Bucky is going to wake up. He also wants us to let him inside the containment chamber. Let him inside. Dan opened one eye and glanced at Cal. They both floated in orbit around the Earth, just outside the atmosphere's reach. The Winter Soldier will awaken soon, and Steve's presence will be helpful, whether Bucky's mind is intact or not. Chosen One? Anakin shook his head, hands raised as he led his group to land before the priestesses. I'm no Chosen One, just a negotiator sent by Dan'el Empire. We're here to seek an alliance against the Force demon, Abeloth. You are the Chosen One, and Abeloth is a god, not a demon. Anger's robe fluttered in an invisible wind, the formless light of her eyes narrowed behind her mask. The arrival of your unpredictable master has changed fate beyond reckoning. The Force demands that we compensate. The glow behind the priestess's eyes flared, a brilliance that blinded even Kryptonian vision. Goku and Anissa stepped forward, positioned ahead of Anakin as the young wizard readied a spell. Before he could finish his magic, the light faded to reveal another world. Healing light fell from the heavens, no sun visible to cast it. Vigorous plant life unfolded around them, accompanied by the playful chatter of small animals. Far in the distance from their own mountain, another floated free of the earth like a small moon. A more grounded sister mountain towered over even the skyward island. Capped with a stark, gray ziggurat, it ruled over the landscape like a king. The priestesses were gone, as were the golden islands of the wellspring. Goku and Anissa floated into the skies, both drawn toward the oversized temple. Get back here, you idiots! Anakin jumped after his companions, only to find their faces empty and eyes dull. They moved robotically, on course for the monastery mountain. Hey, wake up! Twin bolts of electricity lanced from his fingers, enough to force a yelp from both the Viltrumite and the Saiyan. They shook their heads, eyes still unfocused as Anakin cast a web or runes around them. Anakin? What's going on? Goku rubbed the back of his head, eyes narrowed as he glanced around their surroundings. What is this place? I don't know, but the pair of you need to keep it together. Anakin frowned and cast another spell, one that left a halo of runes above his companions' heads. Something inside that temple took control of your minds. Both of you headed straight for it the second we arrived. Your willpower is impressive, Chosen One, a kindly voice chuckled, carried on the wind from the distant monastery. Welcome to Mortis, a fulcrum in the Force and the center of all that rests beyond shadows. It's been 3 days already. Peggy placed a hand onto Steve's shoulder, brow furrowed with concern. They both rested on small stools, positioned next to Bucky's unconscious form. You should go get some rest. I'll stay with him while you're gone. No, Steve shook his head, tired eyes focused on his friend's bony face. Bucky's mutation had transformed his body beyond recognition, turned him into something more alien than human. Danelle said he would wake up soon, and I need to be here when he does. Peggy sighed and rose to her feet. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and moved to the door of the containment chamber. Hand raised, she tapped on the transparent crystal, a signal for the primes to open up. I'll get us something to eat. We'll have our breakfast and contact Danelle. Peggy gave Steve another worried glance halfway out the containment chamber door. Maybe he can give us a more specific timeline for Bucky's awakening. Steve nodded, his attention still on Bucky's face as the chamber resealed to leave him alone. His friend had always been there for him, a stalwart ally since their childhood. Twice now, he let him face danger alone, a failure he refused to repeat. You're looking serious, voice distorted by his new body. Bucky's tone was still music to Steve's ears. The oversized mutant shifted atop the observation table, a move that twisted his restraints apart. What happened? Bucky raised a hand in front of his eyes and frowned, as much as his new face would allow. A glance down at the rest of his body and the Winter Soldier struggled to his feet, the table crushed as his shoulders pressed to the ceiling. My body apocalypse. Bucky cast his gaze around the room, eyes wide as he pushed against the constraint of the containment chamber walls. What's going on? Why do I look like a weather-beaten mountainside? Calm down, Bucky. Steve reached up and put a hand on his friend's armored shoulder. Everything is going to be fine. Apocalypse has been defeated and Danelle said he might have a solution to your changed body. Might? Bucky blinked, eyes tinged with a hint of red. He straightened his back, an effort that splintered the crystal ceiling. I haven't even seen my face yet and I already know I'm a monster. Rest easy, Winter Soldier. Your new body can have an effect on your emotions. The damaged walls shattered, pulled back as Danelle floated into the remnants of the observation room. You have my promise. We'll find a solution together. I wish you people would stop calling me the Chosen One. Anakin glanced towards the source of the voice, hands still active as he cast more wards over his allies. The one who spoke from the monastery mountain was powerful, a strength that reminded him of Abeloth or May. I'm not chosen for anything, I forge my own path. Indeed. The voice chuckled, a ripple of amusement that swept away the scattered clouds. If that is true, it is thanks to the power of others and not your own, Anakin Skywalker. We need to retreat. Anissa slapped her face, still in a battle of wills with the owner of the voice. I can barely think, his voice is so loud inside my mind. Goku remained silent, eyes closed. Face set in serious lines, his kai skyrocketed upwards, a golden glow that matched his hair. The Saiyan opened emerald eyes and faced the monastery in the distance, clear of any confusion. This one is also interesting. The voice took form a few meters ahead, a gray-skinned old man with a well-maintained beard. He floated closer to Goku, hands raised toward the golden light of the Super Saiyan. You're still far from the limits of your potential, a budding seed in the grip of spring. Goku flashed back, fists raised in a practiced guard. He looked to Anakin, who'd raised his hands in a sign of peace. Even combined, they stood no chance against whatever this old man was. He radiated unfathomable power, as if the Force had taken form and stood before them. You said that this place, Morty's, was a fulcrum of the Force. Anakin motioned for Goku to tend to Anissa, while he dug deep and prepared a spell. Why have you brought us here? What connection do you have to the priestesses of the Wellspring? You could say that I am an old companion of the priestess's master. I am known as the Father. The old man smiled, hands extended toward them in a welcoming greeting. You have been brought before us so that I may offer you a gift, perhaps to your friends as well. The father turned to Goku and Anissa. The Viltrumite had finally shaken off the old man's influence, her eyes clear as she glared daggers at the bearded fellow. This only caused the man to laugh, a tone that soothed the mind and attempted to lower their guard. You have been chosen, Anakin Skywalker, selected by the Force itself to champion its cause. The father motioned to the monastery in the distance, eyes filled with countless stars. Come forward and meet your destiny. Your symbiote should still be inside you, suppressed by the nature of your biology. Dan pulled his hand back from Bucky's barrel-sized chest and looked the big man in the eyes. You need to focus on letting it free, if you want to look human again anytime soon. The Doomsday mutation was too overbearing for Bucky's young symbiote to overcome unaided. Once it was freed, it could rebond with its host and hopefully modify his appearance. If not, Dan would try and use magic to solve the issue. Bucky frowned and closed his eyes, while Dan directed his thoughts towards the entombed symbiote. It took a moment, but the red-black creature shivered free of the oppressive energy within his body. Guided by the Winter Soldier's will, it reached out and reconnected to the cells around it. Good, now picture your body as it was. Dan raised an eyebrow at Bucky's venomized form, a horrific visage straight out of a nightmare. The Hulk-sized Carnage look-alike let out a deep breath, one that seemed to deflate his form. That's it. You're almost there. Step by step, Bucky's old face resurfaced from the new. In less than a minute, his symbiote had finished its work and reformed his body into a human form. It was only a surface-level change, but it would let the Winter Soldier live as he had before. How do I look? Bucky opened his eyes and took in his now familiar hands with relief. His gaze flicked from Dan's satisfied smile to Steve's wide grin. What? You looked better before. Steve slapped his friend on the shoulder and pulled an exaggerated face of disgust. I'd forgotten just how ugly you actually were. I think all that bone really upped your looks by hiding away the real horse show. You look fine. Dan rolled his eyes and levitated into the air, thoughts already turned to the work that was still undone. He had to finish collecting the mutants in need, and Sinister had yet to be found. Just remember, your emotions are far less stable now. It might be best if you practice some mental relaxation techniques, and travel with a partner until you're sure of your control. Dan vanished, in orbit before Bucky could respond. Most of the mutants he'd contacted were already in the Order's hands. The stragglers were mostly those in secure positions, happy with their lives and in no real need of evacuation. They could wait with their friends and families until their powers manifested naturally. I've got to pay Namor a visit. Dan frowned as his perceptions passed over the city of Atlantis. The mutant king had abandoned Krypton in its time of need. Turtles within his kingdom as the surface world burned. He'll have to wait. Sinister is more important. The structure of Nathaniel Essex's DNA was well known to him, memorized as he completed the Superman serums. All he had to do was scan the Earth for anything that matched its signature, a task that yielded surprising results. Thousands of sensitors existed around the globe, secreted in countless lairs and hidden laboratories. One had even managed to squirrel himself inside a celestial temple, busy reverse engineering their technology. He's been busy since his escape, though I imagine the one hidden with celestial tech is the original. Dan shook his head and rallied the power of his realm. He would target them all at once, harvest their minds and vaporize their bodies in a single strike. It's time to finish cleaning house, Professor Logan. Are you in there? A concerned voice echoed from beyond his door, an unwelcome interruption to his sleep. Logan shifted, head pressed under his pillow as a half-finished whiskey bottle spilled from his grasp and onto the floor. It's been more than a week. When are you coming back to class? Logan groaned, hands pressed to his temples as he tried to pull his thoughts together. The more he remembered, the more he regretted waking up. He barely recalled his time under Apocalypse's control, but enough remained that he dreaded facing his students. He'd assisted in the capture of dozens of mutants, all converted to end Sabiner's cause. Some of his former students had been among them, victims to his lack of will. So many humans had died because of his actions, even though Danelle revived all who fell in the attacks. We'll be here when you're ready, Domino's voice barely carried through the door, her footsteps on their way down the hall. Just don't stay alone with your thoughts for too long, go out and get some fresh air. A sigh escaped Logan's lips. The girl was right, he needed to go outside and touch grass. Drink could only take him so far, and Charles had offered to help sort things out. More than psychic therapy, he needed to remind himself of his purpose. He'd never had a solid goal in life, adrift between wars like a warrior without a cause. Once he'd met Danelle, the godlike Superman, he'd finally found a master that he wouldn't outlive. The years he'd spent teaching had been fulfilling, but now he wanted something else. Change called out, and Logan was desperate to answer. I need to find Dan and see if I can begin a more intensive training. Logan pulled open his floor-to-ceiling windows and leapt into the skies. His new body was still vaguely unfamiliar, even after all these years. I need to learn how to fight like a Kryptonian, master these new powers that I barely use. The reconstruction of the cities of Earth unfolded before him, countless Stark Industries robots that built faster than the human eye could follow. Logan shook his head at the modified Kryptonian technology. Even Danelle machines were light years ahead. It would take less than a month for Earth to be returned to better than new, filled with utopic living spaces that anyone could afford. Danelle had advanced the distribution of certain technologies to the public, an effort to gain favor for the metahuman cause. Even though everyone was revived, people are rightly terrified of what mutants can do. Logan arced upwards, aimed toward a position just outside the Earth's orbit. Danelle floated there, cross-legged with his eyes closed against the world. I just hope tensions will ease over time. Anakin, a ripple of light showered outward from Krypton's sun, iridescent auroras that wrapped the living world in a comforting embrace. May's eyelids flickered, a furrow between her brows. Someone's trying to force your hand. Solar flame pulsed outward, a corona of blue that folded back under her skin. May's eyes opened, her reflection visible in Merlin's concerned gaze. Her pupils were replaced by vertical slits wrapped in a deep, burnished gold. The deep brown of her hair had shifted closer to black, its length now well past her shoulders. Beyond these physical changes, her perceptions continued to evolve. The heartbeats of countless trillions throbbed in her mind. She knelt before every life form in the galaxy, ear pressed tight to their chests. We have to help Anakin. May waved her hand before the wizard could speak, a portal summoned between them. It flickered, barely stable as it reached beyond the normal bounds of the spell. Hurry, someone is trying to block my magic. Merlin nodded, eyes narrowed at the change in her appearance. He turned and leapt through the gate without a word, May just one step behind. Anakin and the others were in some kind of subdimension, a layer of space that permeated the galaxy and beyond. Her portal trembled as she passed its barrier, snapped shut just shy of her heels. Let's see who's messing with the servants of Krypton. I told you, I forge my own destiny. Anakin frowned, his magic swept aside with a wave of the Father's hand. We're looking for allies against Abeloth, and we have no interest in your gifts. We shall see. The old man's smiling face turned to the mountain temple as he clapped his hands. The space around them shuddered, dragged toward the distant monastery. Once you sit upon the throne, you shall be on the path, regardless of your words. Ha! Goku's hand snapped forward from behind his back, a high-speed Kamehameha that thundered at the father's bemused smile. Anakin joined in the assault, eyes transformed into crimson beams. Anissa blurred forward, a step behind Goku's attack. Her own Kai wrapped around her body, fists aimed at the old man's skull. A sign escaped the father's lips, a hint of a frown in his eyes. Hand raised, he snapped his fingers and returned silence to the world. The Saiyan's blast hung frozen in the air, Anissa at its side. Goku's Super Saiyan transformation had vanished, dispelled by an intangible wave of energy. Anakin's vision cooled, suppressed against his will in an instant. Your attacks are meaningless. This dimension is under my control. The father shook his head and carried them forward with a sweep of his hand. The doors of the monastery loomed before them, large enough for a Kryptonian cruiser to slip inside. Not even my children can challenge me here. What about Abeloth? May's voice echoed from above the monolithic gateway, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. I bet she could challenge you just fine. Come with me. Dan waved his hand and the world blurred around them, replaced by an overbearing star. It loomed in the distance, filled with a power that seeped under Logan's skin. Hey, you two. Wake up. Dan's voice echoed out over the galactic expanse, into the depths of the quasar's light. Twin yawns emerged in response, the reluctant growls of sleeping animals. A sigh slipped past his lips as he curled two fingers and reeled in his wayward pets. Both peered out of half-lidded eyes, too lazy to be bothered to move themselves. Dan raised his eyes to the heavens and accelerated their flight, hauled across the galaxy in seconds. Bear released another yawn and closed his eyes once more, while Stormy kept one eye open. Stormy and Bear are actually the strongest in the order, besides me. Dan tossed a sleepy cat into Logan's arms and rolled Bear into his feet. They've been bad little gremlins and left their home undefended, so you can take them to help with your training. Stormy had amassed an impressive runic knowledge, enough for him to communicate through magical means. He could teach Wolverine all he wanted to know about Kryptonian abilities, while Bear could act as a sparring partner. Even as animals, their intelligence was far beyond human levels, the perfect trainers for Logan's midlife crisis. He would likely never defeat the pair, but he could hone his skills against stronger opponents. Stay as close to the quasar as you can. I'll be back in 1 month. Dan gave the mutant a wave and vanished from the system, back into orbit around Earth. Since he was already up and about, he would pay a long knee come out Namor. Dan projected his voice into the Atlantean kingdom, a resonance that flexed its defensive barriers inward. Or I'll peel back the walls of your city and fish you out myself. The halls of Atlantis vibrated, strained by the pressure of his biofield. The Atlantean king rose from his throne, face set in resigned lines. He waved aside his advisors and floated into the air, headed toward the exit of his palace. I'm coming, Superman. No need to take action against my people. Namor spread his arms wide and took in his underwater kingdom. Everything that was done in my name. They had no choice in the matter at all. Dan rolled his eyes and teleported Namor to his position, several miles above the ocean. He wasn't a madman. Atlantis would be left alone so long as its king faced his punishment. The power of the ancient kingdom would have made little difference in the battle with Apocalypse. Namor's treacherous choice was the right one for the well-being of his people. Your citizens will be left unharmed. Dan waved his hand and sent a symbiote clone into the Atlantean's body. It burrowed past Namor's defenses and settled under his skin. You have 2 options ahead of you, Ocean King. A snap of his fingers transported them to a newly constructed building, located in the center of Manhattan Island. It towered above the rest of the reconstructed city, kilometers high and white as snow. You can join the Justice League as a full-time member, under the monitor of the symbiote inside you. Dan floated them to the pinnacle of the modern fortress, where a massive golden Superman symbol looked out over the landscape. Or, you can spend the next 100 years in a Kryptonian prison, set free after your time has been served. Dan released his grip on the Atlantean and waved to the reconstruction efforts below. Countless humans worked beside Stark's robotic constructors, motivated to wipe away the ruins of war. They built a better world, one that Dan would properly defend. Figure it out on your own. The symbiote inside you will know what you've chosen and act accordingly. Dan left the grim-faced king on the League's rooftop, focused on an American test flight that laughed on the other side of the country. Carol Danvers was about to become Captain Marvel, an event he planned to attend. You've got 2 days to decide, or it's into prison you go. A step carried him into orbit, where Carol and Marvel were currently on the run from a Kree fighter craft. Most of this battle would go uninterrupted, fate left to take its course as Dan observed from the side. Once Carol gained her powers, he would move to intervene. The 2 small spacecraft spiraled through the upper atmosphere, Danvers' impressive piloting skill enough to keep them in the skies. She even managed to get behind her opponent, a temporary victory as the Kree vessel fired backwards and gutted the human-built craft. Carol managed to guide her damaged ship into a controlled crash, over a lake and onto its sandy shores. Her vessel was destroyed, reduced to a crumpled central frame. Dan extended his biofield as the pilot pulled Marvel from the wreckage, prepared to save the Kree from her death. Marvel was a valuable asset, one that Stark could put to good use. A blast of energy raced towards the scientist's chest, pushed to the side enough to turn a lethal injury into a flesh wound. The Kree defector dropped to the ground and the rest continued as fate demanded. Carol fired into the ruined fighter craft, an attack that destroyed the prototype engine and infused her body with cosmic power. Dan drew in a small sample of the energy, enough for him to attempt experiments of his own in the future. The Power Stone could create all kinds of energy, so it may be possible to replicate Danvers' transformation in others. Looks like it's time for me to get involved. Dan waved his hand and hoisted the Kree warrior into the air, away from the unconscious Danvers and the injured Marvel. He sent a signal to the Primes, a collection order for the 2 women next to the wreck. It will be good to send a message to the Kree as well as the Skrulls in the shadows. Unhand me. Yon-Rogg squired against the biofield's grasp, locked in a struggle to raise his firearm. Do you know who I am? I'm a Kree Empire commander and leader of the Starforce. Dan ignored the Kree's protests, focused on a scan of the space around Earth. It took less than a second to locate the alien cruiser that had brought Yon-Rogg to this system. Reality blurred around them, a shift that resolved into the inside of the Kree vessel. Come, Yon-Rogg. Dan incapacitated the crew with a wave of his hand and sent out a legion of symbiote clones with the other. Let's go meet with your supreme intelligence. Abeloth is unbound by the Force's will. The father's smile remained in place as he scanned over both Merlin and May, no change in emotion as he continued to pull Anakin's group toward the monastery doors. As are you, Mael of Krypton. Please do not interfere in this. The Force has made its decision and the boy has been chosen. Lightning crackled in a wave, followed by the echo of thunder as May blocked the old man's path. She recognized this being from Dan's descriptions, the father of the last family of Celestials, the entities known as the ones who imprisoned Abeloth long ago. I won't let you force them onto a path they haven't chosen for themselves. May drew in a slow breath, her new power like fire under her skin. Unfamiliar emotions rolled through her mind, idle thoughts of killing and eating this arrogant Force deity. They are members of Krypton, free to follow whatever fate they create for themselves. You stand no chance against me, or Abeloth. The father's eyes emptied to black, spotted with countless small stars. He released his hold on Anakin and the others, hands raised toward May. The only way forward that has any hope is for the boy to take his place on the throne of balance. Now step aside, or I shall be forced to. May's fist appeared beside the old man's temple, too fast for him to respond. Ears filled with the roar of a dragon, she battered the father towards the ground. Her magical energy had been transformed, refined into an unruly ocean of draconic might. It fused seamlessly with her biofield, a combination of power that fractured the space under her feet. I told you, Anakin and the others are protected. May opened her arms to encompass the mythical landscape of Mortis. If you don't want to help us against Abeloth, then stay put in your kingdom and let us do our work. Insolence! The father exploded from the broken earth, face twisted well beyond a frown. The skies darkened as he raised his hands, a maelstrom of force energy around his body. If you wish to stand against the force, then so be it. Allah, seat of the Kree Empire and home of the supposed supreme intelligence. Dan let the possessed Kree guide the ship towards the cityscape that covered the surface. The flavor of this planet was off, an acrid tang that turned his lips to a frown. The people here are a miserable bunch, stunted in mind and spirit. We approach our destination. Yanrog walked forward and bowed, face an expressionless mask. Venom had taken hold of the man's consciousness, an iron vice that turned the Kree into a loyal puppet. The supreme intelligence sees all that happens on Hala. I will not be able to hide you once we have docked. Dan gave the man a nod and returned his attention to the planet below. He had no need to hide, but his plan for the Kree Empire required a subtle approach. Unlike Captain Marvel, he would not destroy the supreme intelligence. It would be taken over by Venom, a single act that would place a sizable territory under his command. It will not see me, Dan smiled as his body darkened, wrapped in the shadow of his power. The supreme intelligence was only a machine, incapable of countering the might of his realm. Once it has been tamed, we shall begin the conversion of the upper echelons. Of course, Yanrog rose from his bow and followed Dan's gaze. I would recommend that you recall Ronan the Accuser and bring him under your control. His influence is enough to divide the Empire, should he be allowed to roam free. I'd almost forgotten about him. Dan tapped a finger against his jaw as their vessel settled to the ground. His perceptions swept outward, focused on the fortified chamber that housed the Supreme Intelligence's core. He can be one of the first we convert, after Venom has replaced the AI. Ronan was insane, but he was reasonably powerful, strong enough to wield an infinity stone, though he had to rely on his weapon to support him. Once he was venomized, it would make controlling the Kree impossibly easy. Carry on as you normally would. Dan vanished from within the spacecraft, inside of the Supreme Intelligence's core room with a single thought. A wave of shadow erupted from his body and isolated the chamber from the outside world. Now, let's see just how supreme you are. Where am I? Carol Danvers shot upright in a bed that was not her own. The room around her was sterile and unfamiliar, with curtains drawn over floor-to-ceiling windows. Dr. Lawson. Eyes wide, Carol forced herself from the bed and started for the door. The last thing she remembered was shooting her downed vessel, an attempt to follow the injured doctor's wishes. Do not worry, the one you know as Wendy Lawson is alive and well. The door to her room opened to reveal a golden-skinned man. A familiar sigil shone from his metallic chest, the curved S of Superman. I am Prime Zero. You are currently in the medical ward of the Justice League headquarters. The doctor is in a room across the hall. How did we get here? Carol stepped back toward the covered windows as Zero squeezed through the doorway. At 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide at his shoulders, the golden humanoid turned the modest room into a cramped space. Does the Air Force know where we are? Superman saved you from an alien attack. Zero waved a hand and the curtains pulled back to let in the sun. The rebuilt skyline of Manhattan unfolded before them, touched by the kiss of dawn. He is currently dealing with your attackers as we speak. As for the Air Force. Hey, Metal Man, have you seen Sue and Richards? A well-built man in his early 20s pushed into the room without warning, oblivious to his surroundings as he approached Zero and poked his metallic chest. They've been avoiding me ever since we joined up with this Justice League of yours. The man finally took notice of Carol, his eyes drawn from her feet to her face in an appraisal that narrowed her eyes. It was bad enough to wake in a storage bed, now she had to deal with a lusty buffoon. Johnny, this is a private room. Zero released a mechanical sigh as he wrapped the man in a golden light, levitated from the ground and floated back toward the door. Johnny flashed Carol a toothed grin. I've told you before, your sister and Dr. Richards are currently in Superman's laboratory. Sure. Johnny waved away Zero's words, focused on Carol with a predatory gaze. The name's Johnny, but people call me the Human Torch. Who might you be? Ignore him. Zero forced Johnny from the room and closed the door behind him. We have much to discuss, Ms. Danvers. The accident you experienced has altered your body on a fundamental level. I want to see Dr. Lawson before we talk about anything else. Carol raised her hand to silence the golden prime. I owe it to her to make certain that she's safe. Very well, come this way. The door swung open and spilled an unprepared Johnny to the ground. He scrambled to his feet and extended a hand toward Carol, a hint of fire in his eyes. I still haven't gotten your name. Johnny didn't miss a beat as she swept past him and into the hall, on Zero's trail as he led the way to Lawson's room. Maybe we can have dinner and you can tell me about yourself. In your dreams, Carol snorted as she put on a burst of speed, inside the doctor's room before Johnny could say another word. Zero slammed the door into the hungry fellow's face while she walked to Lawson's bedside. Is she all right? I'm fine, Carol. Lawson opened her eyes and gave a weary smile. Her gaze flicked to Zero's golden form, before she ignored his presence. I'm afraid I've not been completely honest with you. Father, you didn't tell us that we had company. Laughter echoed over the skies of Morty's, an interruption that stole the thunder from the father's rage. A bald man with blood-red eyes flew towards them, a dismissive sneer on his face. I would have been here to welcome them had I known. You knew the moment they set foot in our kingdom. The father snorted as he rolled his eyes, focused on a green-haired woman who followed behind his son. Daughter, this is the one I've spoken about, the chosen of the Force who shall take my place. It's wonderful to meet you, Anakin, dressed in gold and white, with hair down to her heels. The daughter flashed the young wizard a smile. She gave a respectful nod to the others before she turned her gaze to May. And who is this? She feels like an angry dragon. I am an angry dragon. May narrowed her eyes and glanced between the three Celestials. She might be able to defeat them one-on-one, but altogether they would have too great an advantage. Your father is trying to steal away my people against their will, as good a reason as any for me to be annoyed. He does that, but don't worry, the sun cackled, an outburst that was followed by the crackle of thunder. We don't need an outsider to take on the throne, especially one who has the gall to refuse such a gift. We have discussed this at length and I will speak of it no more. The father's face darkened as a wave of power battered his son to the ground. The chosen one is determined by the Force, not your foolish desire for power. Please, father, we shouldn't fight in front of the guests. The daughter positioned herself between the two men and released a wave of calming light. She turned a smile toward May and her group, apologetic and embarrassed. Why don't we tell Anakin what it is he's being offered and let him decide for himself? That way we can avoid a battle with a potential ally. Who are you? A mechanical voice echoed from the super-advanced AIS core, swallowed by the darkness that Dan projected around it. How have you isolated our systems from the Kree networks? No need to worry your supreme intellect. This will be over in a minute. Dan placed a hand on the side of the core and infused a symbiote clone into the machine. A garbled scream resonated from the speakers, cut off and replaced by Venom's familiar sigh. So quickly? I thought it would give you more trouble than that. Its mind was weak, a child compared to Ultron, or even the idiotic Primes. Venom's voice hissed from within the core, his tone edged with boredom. We have consumed and replaced it with ourselves. Good job. Dan patted the side of the core and cancelled his spatial isolation. His work here was done. Venom could handle the rest. Start by possessing Ronan, then move on to the rest of the upper echelon. It would be good if you could have the entire species under your direct control within the next few months. With the Kree Empire in hand, Dan would have an abundance of agents in the universe. Moreover, they could act without implicating him or the rest of Krypton. He would use them to test the waters and lay a foundation for the eventual rise of his own empire. It will take less than a week, Venom scoffed as the lights on the core flickered. These fools are too dependent upon this AI. Most of them would kill themselves if we ordered it. Just be certain that no one comes to realize the Empire is under outside control. Dan rolled his eyes at Venom's commentary and gave a final glance around the star system. A containment facility caught his attention, filled with brilliant white prisms. Terrigen crystals. Dan stepped through space and entered the oversized warehouse. Thousands of tons of the crystals glinted in the darkened chamber, a starfield that Dan teleported away with a wave. They reappeared in an unused hangar of his fortress, alongside a message to the Primes about their nature. I've been wanting to study the Terrigen mist for a while now, but the only source on Earth right now is with the Inhumans on the moon. Dan took another step and reappeared above the Earth's satellite, where Black Bolt stood on his endless watch. This guy is such a stick in the mud, I doubt he'd be interested in sharing. Black Bolt frowned as Dan gave him a wave, his gaze averted to ignore the daily greeting. Now that he had another source of the crystals, he could begin the awakening of any Inhumans on Earth, get more metahumans to join the banner of Krypton. I should really thank the Celestials when I meet them. Dan shook his head and checked in on the unborn god machine that rested in the core of the planet. Its presence, combined with the remains of another dead Celestial, had transformed the humans of Earth into beings with nearly infinite potential. Though I imagine they'll be unimpressed with my praise, especially after I suck the life out of one of their kind. The energy within the gestating god rivaled the power he controlled within the Phantom Zone, a complex seed that would blossom into a peak multiversal being as it ripped the world apart. If he could usurp its consciousness and transport it into the zone, it would become a living furnace of limitless cosmic power. Even with the time dilation of his phantom labyrinth, the energy Sabiner produced was a drop in the ocean compared to the slumbering Leviathan within the earth. Once he harvested the Celestial, he could only imagine Etrigan's joy. By the time he returned him to Merlin, the demon's power would be on another level. That's a task for the future. Dan shook his head and did his daily scan of the planet. The construction efforts had already restored what had been lost, but the drones continued to work. In less than a week, there will be housing and support services in place for every citizen of Earth. Once that's complete, I'll jumpstart the modern era with an infusion of technology and finally get back to my research. So, what's the catch? Anakin leaned back in his chair, one of many around an expansive stone table. Crafted of polished gray rock, it was large enough to seat their entire group. You want me to take on a position of supreme authority with the Force, tasked with keeping the balance whatever that means. Why would you give up all this power? The Force demands it. It's not about what we desire. The father shot his son a warning look as the red-eyed humanoid snorted. It is time for me to return to the Force, just as it is time for my children to do the same. My question is, what if Anakin accepts your deal but disagrees with something the Force commands of him? May shook her head. palms flat against the cool stone tabletop. She had no problem with Anakin and the others supplanting the Force gods, but she wouldn't stand by and let the Force enslave them. I don't have much faith in the decisions of a formless cosmic energy field, no matter how powerful it is. The Force had allowed the creation of Abeloth, a being that made its gods look like toys. It was not infallible, or if it was, then its plans for the universe were not worthy of her time. Dan had narrated all he could recall of the fate of this galaxy, a twisted tale of death and unnecessary suffering. The Force does not steal free will, unlike you and your husband. The father frowned at May's question, the stars visible in his eyes as he glanced at Goku. If he acts in a way that serves the Force, he will be empowered. If he acts against its wishes, then he will need to rely on his own strength. Let's leave this conversation behind for now, Father. The daughter sent her bright smile over the gathering like a spotlight, blinding and filled with warmth. We can let our guests explore Morty's, give them time to contemplate their decisions. I agree. The son rose to his feet and glared daggers into his father's eyes. He gave a final glance to the rest before he swept toward the exit. These mortals will need time to digest your words, as will I. Take actions against the Chosen One and I will destroy you, my son, the father sighed as the son slammed the door behind himself without a response. We will gather again in 3 days, time that I hope will convince you all to accept what fate has set before you. We'll see what they decide. May waved and the group followed her to their feet. If Anakin or any of the others chose to reject the offer, she would fight if she had to. Come, let's take a look around this strange realm. I can feel several different sources of power beyond this monastery. How do you keep getting stronger? Juggernaut gazed at his own fist, his body wrapped in crimson force. The power of Sidorak expanded around him, an orb of violent chaos that outshone the stars. I feel like you've never shown me your true strength. In our first battle, we fought with everything we had. Dan smiled as Juggernaut launched himself forward on a wave of power, hands extended toward his face. He slid to the side and kicked the bigger man on the back, a blow that rocketed him past the edges of the solar system. It's been many years since then, and I'm afraid my growth has outpaced yours. Juggernaut slapped a palm and halted his uncontrolled flight, a pulse of energy that ripped a hole in the fabric of space. Feet planted in the splintered void, he vaulted forward for another attack. Dan reached out and met fist with fist, a clash of forces that burst a temporary star. That cursed biology of yours is too overbearing. Juggernaut ground his teeth as he drew more power from Sidorak's dimension than ever before, a bloom of crimson that broke over Dan like a wave. When can I get one of those serums of yours? You'll get one when Sidorak and I can sign an equal contract between us. Dan shrugged, fist drawn back as he flashed through space. He was willing to ally with Juggernaut's master, but it needed to be an agreement between equals. No Kryptonian will serve a god that isn't officially aligned with the Empire. We have captured another batch of infiltrators. Venom's voice interrupted his focus and allowed Juggernaut to swat him into a nearby star. Shall I convert them like the others? Dan sighed as he let himself pass through the foreign sun and back into the void. The Skrulls had continued their assaults on the Kree, despite the aggressive Empire's radical change of heart. Over the last several years, Venom had transformed the Kree into a model society. Convert them and continue to monitor their leaders. Dan waved his hand and transported Juggernaut back to the surface of Earth. He had an interest in the Skrulls, specifically the super Skrulls that commanded their forces. Once you've taken control of enough of them, hopefully we'll have reliable information to find the others. The Skrulls operated like a resistance movement or collective of terrorist cells. Most individuals knew nothing about the activities of any but those closest to them, a tactic that had thwarted Venom's efforts to uproot them from the Kree worlds. They were the only bump in a smooth road of progress over the last 6 or 7 years. Earth had risen beyond its oppressive, profit-first mindset. Its citizens lived to pursue their core interests rather than serve at the beck and call of those in power. I should do another scan for any Skrull agents on Earth. Dan moved to the planet's orbit with a single thought, perceptions wrapped around the globe like a blanket. From his study of those captured by Venom's Kree, they all contained a trace of unnatural energy. It looks like Nick Fury is already a relatively high member of SHIELD. The iconic commander was currently in a conversation with another familiar face, Agent Phil Coulson, on his first day on the job. The sight tickled at the back of his mind, a motivation to continue his search for potential infiltrators. Coulson's first day was marked by the arrival of the Skrulls on Earth, though the events had been changed enough that they may never arrive. No Skrulls that I can see. Dan finished his scan and returned his focus to Fury and Coulson. It would be a good idea to meet the agents face to face, especially since he knew they were true loyalists to Howard and SHIELD. I wonder how much Coulson would fan out if I brought Steve along. What is this place? Anakin shivered as he peered over the edge of a fathomless chasm. Its depth glowed with ruddy orange light, the flicker of embers that were ready to burst back into flame. It's like a black hole in the Force, a bottomless pit of the dark side. This is the well of the dark side, the channel for my brother's power. The daughter held one hand over her nose to guard against the sulfuric mists, body suspended a foot above the broken ground. The full might of the dark side of the Force flows through this chasm, a complete universal nexus that has few equals. A great power, indeed. Merlin joined Anakin at the rocky precipice, hands extended toward the distant heat. I would like to experiment with the energy within. It may be possible to harness its might without the need for the Force's permission. I would keep my hands to myself, old man. The sun drifted in from the mists, eyes narrowed as he assessed the wizard's power. This nexus belongs to me and no other, despite the useless ramblings of my father. Merlin snorted and ignored the sun, while May positioned herself between the red-eyed Force god and the weaker members of her group. She would indulge the daughter because she was polite, but she had no problem teaching the son a lesson if she had to. Before the angered Darksider could respond, the daughter waved a hand and banished him with a flash. The green-haired woman gave an apologetic smile and bowed her head, while the son's voice cursed her from the distance. A battle between us will do no one any good, and I truly hope that at least Anakin will choose to accept my father's offer. The daughter's bright eyes flashed as she looked between Goku and Anissa. Though it would be wonderful if both of you accepted as well. I'm not much for magic. Goku shrugged, hands extended to his sides as he peered down into the molten chasm. I wouldn't have the first idea how to use the power you're offering. That's why Father offered you the position as the avatar of the dark side. The daughter laughed, bells and songbirds on the heels of her voice. Instinct is all you need to walk that path. My talentless brother is a good example of that. Send me away again and I'll show you just how talentless I am, dear sister. A flare of crimson flame and the sun returned, face set in an aggrieved mask. I would bet on myself 10 times out of 10 in a battle between us. I'm hurt that you have so little faith in me, brother. The daughter rolled her eyes and pulled a face in the sun's direction. Also, I never said you were weak, I said that you had no talent. Those are two completely different things. Why don't you all continue on your way and keep exploring? Merlin straightened his hat and manifested a chair next to the dark side well. All this chatter is making it difficult to think. I told you. Come, brother, let us show our visitors the underground altar. The daughter silenced the sun with a snap of her fingers, eyes lit a brilliant green that matched her hair. I'm sure you're also interested in their reaction to that place. Hey Stark, the custom sensors we installed on the satellite network just pinged back a response. Reed Richards moved aside for his wife, who scanned through the information on his screen. It looks like there's another cosmic energy storm on approach. The signal isn't identical, but it's far more concentrated. Sue shifted the sensor data to the large wall-sized display, where Tony could see it for himself. I'd say it's more than 10 times smaller, but with 100 times the energy. Tony reached out to manipulate the screen, a twist of his hand that zoomed in on an image of a silver flare of light. I think this thing is way smaller than 1/10 the size of that first cloud, and I don't think it's a cosmic storm. You might be right. Richards narrowed his eyes and squinted at the fuzzy image. Almost hidden within the light, there was the faintest outline of a man. I think we should send a signal to Superman Captain America, sir. Agent Coulson gripped Steve's hand, his face reddened with excitement. It's a real honor to meet you. I've been a fan of yours since I was a boy. Thanks. Steve gave the balding agent a bemused smile as he glanced between Dan and Nick Fury. Superman has been telling me about the both of you. I'm glad to meet a pair of trustworthy contacts inside SHIELD. Coulson almost keeled over at the idea that Superman knew his name, an amusement that Dan was forced to ignore. Richards and Tony had sent an alert, one keyed to his personal comm channel. He gave an apologetic nod to the two agents, his focus on the distant laboratory. Indeed, Howard has nothing but good things to say about Fury, and Coulson has an impeccable record. Dan waved to Steve as his body began to fade away. The captain here can continue our meeting. I'm afraid an emergency has come up that requires my attention. Dan reappeared at Tony's side, an action that caused the Kryptonian convert to jump. Richards didn't miss a beat as he ignored Stark's exaggerated reaction and projected their data onto the screen. There seems to be a high-energy entity on a direct course for the Earth. Richards zoomed in on the vague image of a silver-lit figure, his brow furrowed in concern. Their energy is similar to the cosmic storm that gave Sue and I our powers, but highly concentrated. The Herald of Galactic. Dan tilted his head upward and peered toward the distant surfer. His arrival was expected, though it was earlier than the timeline he had in mind. Good work, you three. I'll go say hello to our visitor. Please tell Kara and Cal to gather the Justice League. The world flickered as Dan teleported, replaced by the cool darkness of space. A streak of silver raced toward him, the glow of the surfer's power cosmic. The near-featureless figure tilted his head and came to a rapid halt, white eyes narrowed as he looked Dan up and down. Who are you? What master do you serve? The silver surfer released a bloom of cosmic light, a wave that Dan ignored as it washed over his skin. You contain a vast amount of energy, a dark and terrible power. What multiversal abomination granted you their favor? Funny, coming from you, Dan laughed as he extended a hand forward to shake, a gesture that the surfer ignored. As the Herald of Galactus, how many have you sacrificed to your own multiversal master? I do as I must. A flicker of regret passed through the surfer's eyes, replaced by tired resignation. He shrugged his shoulders and attempted to circle around Dan, intent on continuing his way toward Earth. Now step aside, or I'm afraid not. Dan gave an easy smile as he reappeared before the surfer, a palm against the startled herald's chest. Black and silver energy rippled into the void, an aftershock of power that blasted the man away from his target. You're on your way to my home planet, and I won't be letting you mark it as dinner for Galactus, Dan raised an eyebrow as the surfer drew in the force of his attack and converted it into his own brand of cosmic power. Wreathed in silver, the herald raised his hands and released a concentrated beam of force. A flick of Dan's biofield halted the attack, a frozen lance of energy that hovered in the void. Unlike Apocalypse, the silver surfer was well practiced in his manipulation of cosmic power. He could redirect and absorb the energy of the Phantom Zone without much effort, an opponent that could truly test his new limits. My master must feed, and your world is the next in line. Silver Surfer gave Dan a gaze filled with pity as the power cosmic radiated from under his metallic skin. Nothing you or I do can change that. This is as close as we can get, but you are welcome to venture closer." The daughter shook her green hair in a wave that settled behind her shoulders, while the sun seemed determined to take another step. "Within the tunnel, far below the earth, is the way to ensure your freedom. A weapon, one that can threaten even our father." "So nice of you to show us right to it, and nice of him to let you." May raised an eyebrow as she probed the depths with her perceptions. A singular tunnel extended below the jungle around them, all the way to an ominous altar. "What reason do you have to help us? Better yet, what reason does your father have to allow us so close to this place?" "I believe in a person's right to forge their own destiny, even if I haven't found it to be very common." The daughter laughed as the sun was forced backward from the tunnel entrance. "As for our father, my brother and I have turned aside his focus. He believes us to be within my gardens, exploring the mysteries of the flora and fauna of Mordes." May shook her head and walked toward the entrance, past the aggravated sun and into the darkness of the cave. Whatever barrier was in place ignored her passage, even as it held the Celestials back. "Merlin, you wait here with the others." May glanced from the faithful wizard to the two celestial deities. She still didn't trust the daughter, and the sun was clearly not on their side. "Send word if our hosts decide to become less hospitable." "We both want the same thing." The daughter's voice followed her into the cave, a whisper in the dark that came from all directions. "Freedom from our father's rule, the right to choose our own path in the universe. Anakin and the others will be safe with us, but be warned, our father will know it the moment you take the dagger." "Good to know." May rolled her eyes and picked up her pace. The tunnel was kilometers long, too great a distance to bother taking it slow. "If you're telling the truth, keep an eye on my allies. Krypton has no reason to stand in the way of your freedom, so long as it doesn't strangle the dreams of others." The daughter's laughter chimed out all around her, a display of mirth that faded to silence. May sighed and let the world blur around her, a burst of speed that brought her before the luminous green altar. The emerald black pyramid folded open on her approach and displayed a coiled, silver hilt. It hovered in place, wrapped within a powerful concentration of force energy. May's fingers flickered, a wave of runic light that scanned the chamber for traps. "It looks like the father was confident in his barrier, and unconcerned about anyone but his children from trying to take this thing." May shook her head and reached out to take hold of the bladeless hilt. "Seems kind of foolish, but I suppose people can't really get into Mordes without his consent." The metal coil in her hand vibrated, a hum that awoke the sleepy draconic energy within her body. Golden white light radiated from her skin, wrapped up by the hilt and shaped into a long, curved sword. Unfamiliar runes decorated the flat of the blade, an inscription that carried the roar of a formless dragon. The stone ceiling above cracked, shaken to the point of collapse by the call of the newborn weapon. "Who dares you?" The father stepped from a ripple in the air, nostrils flared as he narrowed his eyes. "What have you done? Your power has tainted the dagger of Morty, something that shouldn't be possible." "Hey, don't blame me," May shrugged as she gave her sword an idle swing. "It's not like you had any signs telling guests to keep out. You're sure you don't want to talk about this?" Dan slapped aside another blast of the power cosmic, eyes on the Silver Surfer's rapid movements. He'd battled faster than light opponents before, but none of them moved as smoothly as the Herald of Galactus. "Your service to your master isn't something that can't be broken. My people can help you, if you're willing." "No one can free me from the hand of Galactus, not even whatever power you serve." The surfer shook his head as he curled around Dan's position. "His might is beyond even the multiversal demons and their twisted realms." "I have no master, Herald." Dan followed the surfer without much effort, a feat that raised the man's hairless brow. "My power is my own, drawn from a realm that answers to only me. Now stop flying around like a fool. You're at a disadvantage when it comes to speed." A single step carried Dan's fist into the startled surfer's gut, pure physical force that squeezed a grunt from the man's throat. Before the herald could react, Dan's fingers closed on the edge of his surfboard. The cosmic construct attempted to reject his touch, negated by the power of his biofield. Dan swept the Silver Surfer's legs from its surface and batted the man over the head with his own ride. Your reality manipulation abilities would serve you better, but even then I'm not sure you've got the juice to get the better of me. Dan gripped the surfer's board with both hands and gave it a flex. It was durable beyond his expectations, but not too much for him to snap in half. The only thing that's truly impressive about you is your absorption ability. If I'd encountered you before I had a realm of my own, you could have drained my powers away like nothing. Your strength is impossible for all but the avatars of the realm gods. I can sense a similar power in you. The surfer reformed his board under his feet without effort, eyes narrowed as his energy probed at Dan's body. If you truly have no master, then you are an oddity unlike anything I have ever seen. I haven't even gotten started yet. Dan gave a lazy stretch, lips curled in a half-smile as he took hold of the spatial layers around them. Gripped in the hands of his biofield, the void curled inward and formed a cage around them. So far, I haven't really used my realm against you, just the strength of my body. I only inserted a bit of its energy to make sure you couldn't phase through my attacks. I would call you a liar, but my cosmic sight tells me the same. The surfer glanced around the folded spatial prison before his eyes settled onto Dan. The radiance of the power cosmic dimmed to a peaceful glow. His stance relaxed as he took a seat on his silver board. What are you? I am the future of this universe. Dan shifted them both into the phantom zone, where his star filled the darkness with light. The one that will free both you and your master from your fates, if you're willing to let me help you. It seems that my children have both chosen rebellion. The father glanced to the surface, where the son and daughter waited with Anakin and the others. My son was expected, but my daughter has always been obedient no matter. Return the dagger to its place and let us end this farce. The galaxies with the father's eyes spun as a heavy pressure enveloped her, levied against her unbent spine like the hand of a giant. Golden flame rose from under his skin and filled the cavern with chaotic shadows, a match for the radiant blade in her hand. This sword is a good match for me, so I think I'll keep it. A resonant growl accompanied May's words, the shadow of a dragon that forced aside the father's pressure. Runic scripture wound around her vertical pupils, while the outline of Yggdrasil took shape at her back. I was worried that I would have to face you and your children all together, but they don't seem to care too much for living under your thumb. The branches of the world tree reached out and flowed under her skin, a complicated tattoo that spread up her arms, over her shoulders, and down her back. A hyper-detailed image of Yggdrasil with a coiled dragon positioned just above her heart. The pure white serpent opened its eyes and yawned, drawn up her arm and toward the newborn sword in her hand. May leveled the blade in the father's direction, teeth bared in a semi-feral grin as a phantom dragon roared out in defiance of the world. Let's see if your power can back up your arrogance, father of the balance. May slashed at the air as her draconic tattoo made contact with the sword, a move that transformed her weapon with a flash of light. A bone-white, metallic dragon replaced the blade, its tail gripped firmly in her hand. I'm tired of you ordering me and mine around, as if your connection to the Force gives you authority over us. The draconic sword cracked like a whip, a blow that carved through the stone above and opened the cavern to the skies. Goku's head poked over the distant edge, before he was pulled backward by Anissa's hand. A second snap of her weapon lashed towards the father's chest, blocked by a barrier of Force energy. The echo of a bell rippled from the Celestial's defenses, his body driven upwards and into the light. Crimson lightning blossomed from the son's hands, a blast that the daughter turned aside with a wave of her hand before it could strike their father's back. She stood between her brother and his target, but did nothing to stop May as she slashed away at the old man's defenses. Father made his choice when he tried to steal the free will of others, But this is a battle for May and the mortals. The daughter enveloped the sun in an emerald bubble, a barrier that dissipated his lighting without effort. Their actions have greatly strengthened the light side of the Force, a piece that has empowered me well beyond you or father, so don't bother trying to break free. Impossible, the son frowned as his sister pinned his arms to his side. The daughter just laughed at his confusion and returned her focus to May. Their father was on the back foot, forced to keep well clear of the sword dragon's fangs or risk a true death. I wouldn't mind the help, you know. May ground her teeth as another tidal wave of Force energy crashed against her. The newborn divinity within her was enough to defend, but each blow rattled her bones. I'm not interested in hoarding all the glory, so feel free to jump in. Sorry, but it's best if you defeat father on your own. The daughter laughed, her eyes focused as she constrained her unruly sibling. If he falls by our hands, nothing will change. Only if he is defeated by an outsider, will he perhaps see the folly of his path. Convenient, May snorted as her weapon released a flash of dragon fire, golden flame that clung to the father's defenses like oil. A clap of his hands and the fire concentrated into an arrow. It launched back the way it came, narrowly avoided as she shot the daughter a dirty look. I'm not sure I can actually do more than a stalemate. His power is endless. What is this place? Silver Surfer extended a hand toward Dan's phantom star, eyes distant as he scanned the empty space. I can no longer feel my connection to Galactus. How is this possible? Welcome to the Phantom Zone, an infinity that exists between all spaces. Dan frowned as his gaze was drawn toward the distance. Quigon was busy with his consumption of Apocalypse's power, bloated and round of belly as he shoveled cosmic energy into his mouth. My personal realm, with a semi-permanent population of 2. So long as we're in the zone, very few entities are my match. A full-power Galactus would probably still be a bit much, but most of them were half-starved. Dan waved a hand and formed the shadows into a pair of comfortable chairs. He took a seat and motioned for the surfer to do the same. The one who stood behind Galactus was the real problem. The Black Winter, devourer of universes. Its function was to sweep clean the multiverse and prepare it for its inevitable rebirth. Galactus was only its herald, tasked with guiding it to nearly dead universes that were ready for its consumption. Even if I remain here, my master will continue his terrible work. The surfer sat in the overstuffed leather chair and shook his head. He has no choice, he must consume or die. I'm aware of his condition, but I may have a solution to his hunger. Dan flicked a finger and projected an image of the entombed Apocalypse. The light had faded from the ancient mutant's gaze, his movements listless as he wandered his labyrinthian prison. I've harvested a considerable amount of cosmic energy from this fellow, enough to hold back his hunger until we've found a permanent solution. Why would you help him? Or me? White flared behind the surfer's eyes, lips twisted in a frown. Both of us have committed atrocities, committed evils beyond imagining. Galactus is a victim of another, more powerful entity. The Black Winter was also a servant of something greater, a being that stood opposite to the one above all. Dan dispelled the vision of N. Sabiner's struggles and replaced it with a vision of a rocky, red-blue planetoid. This is Ego, the living world. Not only will he make a perfect snack for Galactus, but he's got something that we'll need to reform your master. So, you want me to summon him to this ego and help you collect whatever it is we need from its surface? Silver Surfer's eyes glowed with cosmic light as he appraised the living world. This planet is powerful, but hardly a threat to my master. What does he have that could bring change to the Eater of Worlds? Dan shifted the spatial vision toward Ego's surface, through a crack and toward the planet's core. He'd found the evil planet long ago, alongside the unusual object that rested next to its freakish cosmic brain. The mechanical, vaguely squared structure took up nearly a quarter of Ego's central foundations. A hyper-complex machine that carried the trace of an ancient and terrible power. Lifebringer 1, the incubator that birthed Galactus and gave life to the world that held it. The machine predates this iteration of the multiverse, a cosmic cocoon that changed Galactus into the ever-hungry being he is today. Dan's vision halted before a sealed entryway whose surface spanned thousands of kilometers in length. Used by the Black Winter to form his champion, it had withstood the eons without a hint of damage. With some modifications, it can be used to evolve him further, alter his purpose to align with creation instead of destruction. Dan knew that it had been done before, a line of comics that introduced Lightbringer Galactus. He'd recognized the machine from his admittedly faded human memories and long planned to investigate. The arrival of the Surfer had accelerated his timetable a bit, with Peter Quill now only in his early teens. Dan had wanted to allow Star-Lord the chance to confront his father, but fate had other ideas. Very well, the Surfer rose to his feet, gaze set through the spatial viewing glass. I will help you bring my master to feed on this ego, but my power will be of no help against him. Don't worry about that, Dan smiled as he transported both of them out of the Phantom Zone and into orbit around the Earth. I've long been preparing to counter threats of his level. Hurricane winds flowed past, narrowly dodged as May pushed her flight speed to the limit. The draconic sword in her hand flicked out once more and a flash of flame ignited the air, a wave of golden fire that closed its jaws around the father's enraged figure. The ancient celestial defended himself too well, layer after layer of force barriers that repelled the weapon in her hand and the magic of her spells. Brow furrowed, May redoubled her efforts. One hand carved runes into the air, a cascade of light that took the form of an endless wave of branches. The other wielded her dragon blade unpredictable arcs, a rain of fire and teeth that forced the father to shield himself from all directions. I'll have to overwhelm him, this chip damage isn't cutting it, May scowled as she placed both hands upon her blade. The draconic energy within her grew the more she battled, a thunder in her heart that demanded only victory. If he wants to stay bundled up like a turtle, then I'll show him my limits. Fire spilled from under her skin, a golden cascade that wrapped around her body like a newborn star. Spun and compressed, the flame coiled into the form of a four-limbed dragon. Emerald glinted from its eyes, mouth open to roar in defiance of the world. A miniature sun blossomed from the back of its throat, a concentration of heat that darkened the fire of its scales. May floated cross-legged within its heart, senses connected to the dragons as she took careful aim. Solar fire illuminated the skies of Mortis, a golden spear that turned the forests to cinders in its wake. Driven home against the father's barrier, it split the earth and replaced the clouds with a haze of smoke. Your power is incredible for a mortal. The father shook his head as he brushed a layer of ash from his robes, unharmed by the draconic inferno that raged around him. The constellations in his eyes grew brighter than the heavens around them as he waved his hands and extinguished the fire. If the Force did not demand Anakin as my replacement, I would offer the position to you. I'm not finished just yet. The expended shell of her molten dragon fell from around May, her body surrounded by an intricate cocoon of runic script. The vertical slits of her pupils widened as she opened her eyes, focused on the smug expression on the father's face. Let's see how well you do when someone turns that power of yours against you. So, you want us to burrow into a living planet and reprogram an ancient device. Tony scratched the back of his head, brow furrowed as he scanned the data on Galactus. All while you and this featureless automaton keep it from killing us. Then we have to summon a planet-eating herald of universal destruction and shove him inside. That about sums it up. Dan repressed a smile at Tony's unimpressed expression. Despite Stark's Kryptonian biology, he rarely ventured beyond the lab. It was time for the future Ironman to see a bit of action, a motivation to create a suit of armor to challenge the gods. Silver Surfer and I should be more than enough to deal with Ego, and Cal has already begun preparations to deal with Galactus. I don't see why Richards can't deal with this one. He's just as durable as I am after he took the serum. Tony snorted and leaned back in his chair. He released a sigh as he waved to the other scientists in the room. It seems like overkill, bringing all of us to complete a single task. Dan shook his head and raised his hand to stop Tony's words. Both he and Richards were the most intelligent beings he'd ever encountered, but their progress on celestial technology was slow. Lifebringer 1 was potentially just as advanced, created by a being that stood above the Celestials in power. This will take everyone working together, including the rest of the League. Dan turned to Namor, who'd remained silent throughout the briefing. Ego can create sentient guardians that he calls antibodies. You and the rest of the senior members will be tasked with defending the machine while Tony and the others work. What about Juggernaut? Namor motioned to the giant's empty chair at the oversized round table. His power would let him defend this position on his own. Kane has another job in this. Dan shook his head. Juggernaut's power had grown enough for him to join in the real battle against Galactus. With the support of the X-Men and the strongest in the Order of Krypton, the defense should still be easy enough. Logan's power alone might be all that was needed to hold the line. The training with Stormy and Bear had honed the Wolverine's already razor-sharp skills to another level. His newfound mastery over his Kryptonian abilities had made him one of the strongest under Krypton's banner. Understood. Namor rolled his shoulders and gave a glance at the report on his display. When do we begin? It would be good to have at least a day to coordinate with the primes. They'll need to fill our roles while we're off-world. You can have 3. Cal will need about that much time, and so will I. Dan rose from his seat and gave a nod to dismiss the gathering. He had preparations of his own, safeguards in case either Ego or Galactus showed more power than he expected. We'll regroup at the fortress. Prime 1 will have a ship large enough to carry us prepared when it's time to go. What do you? May snapped her fingers, a signal that interrupted the father's words. Runic scripture unfolded around her, a starlit web of draconic magic that dug its talons into the skies. Morris trembled beneath them, shaken to its core as her spell siphoned power from its surroundings. Rise up, awaken and defend yourself. The sword in May's hand returned to a golden blade as the dragon within it pulled itself free. It coiled a lazy spiral around her body, its gaze locked on the father's narrowed eyes. Strike out and leave nothing behind, hand of the world. Space splintered as her dragon roared in sync with her incantation, broken and recombined into a vast, taloned hand. Black as the darkest void, it extended from the abyss and reached out toward the father's grim expression. A second arm pierced from the void, claws extended as it joined the first. The father raised his hands, palms outward, pressed forward to release a wave of force. The maelstrom divided against the draconic talons, rended asunder as May's attack drained the power of Morty's and threw it in the father's face. You have perverted the will of the Force. Thunder echoed outward as claws crashed against the father's defenses, gargantuan sickles that hovered an inch from his flesh. Face twisted, he struggled to wrestle control of his realm from the grasp of May's spell. This power is not yours to marshal. Your spellcraft has heresy at its core. Heresy is defined by the strong. May's eyes flashed, filled with emerald fire as she poured her own energy into the spell. It was enough to reinforce what she'd stolen from the realm and slowly shift her talons closer to their target. Your power is defined by outside forces, strength that can be stolen away. A scream echoed through the air, ripped from the father's throat as a pair of claws slipped through his body. Held in place and paralyzed by the power he served, his eyes burned as May appeared before him. Sword raised, point aimed toward the elder celestial's heart, May smiled. You rely too much on the Force. May pressed the needle-sharp metal against the father's robe, his defenses suppressed by the talons that hooked through his shoulders. My magic is only a part of my strength. That's why you lost. Wait. Anakin's voice filtered in from below as he rose into the air. Face set in determined lines, he bowed his head toward May before he turned to the father. I am willing to accept your offer. I'll become the keeper of the balance. May's left eye twitched at the young Skywalker's words. She'd invested a great deal of effort into this battle, expending much of her reserves to batter the old man into submission. Anakin could have been quicker on his decision and saved everyone a great deal of trouble. Fine, May sighed as the gargantuan hands that held the father vanished from existence. The Celestial dropped slightly before he caught himself with the force. I'm taking Goku and Anissa home. Merlin will stay to keep an eye on you. Try not to get in over your head. Please, return the dagger of Morty's. The father bowed at the waist, a newfound respect in his eyes as he held May's gaze. It will help Anakin control my children after he has taken the throne. I'll help Anakin control them, if they decide to misbehave. May shook her head and tucked her newfound weapon into her belt. It was more effective than her staff at magnifying her magic. More importantly, it would potentially give her an edge against Abeloth. Merlin will inform me if they get out of hand. A flick of her fingers opened a portal home, filled with the blue of Krypton's star. Weariness hovered at the edge of her perceptions, a warning that she pushed her new abilities to close to the limit. I just woke up, and I already need another nap.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.